Chapter 151, Demonic Nature. What? Gu Yaolu was shocked when she heard this. Fang Yuan had already struck at lightning speed, his hand chopping her neck. She fainted immediately. The young girl fell down helplessly, and Fang Yuan's hand quickly moved, holding her by the waist. Next, he activated the stealth scale Gu, and their bodies vanished on the spot. When Gu Yaolu woke up in a sleepy state, she found herself in a dark mountain cave. She shrugged her head, trying to stand up subconsciously. But she soon found out that her arms were tied behind her back, the rope looped around her neck. She was tied tightly on a large rock. All the Gu worms on her body had been plundered away by Fang Yuan, refined, and turned into his. She was merely a 15-year-old young girl. With that frail body, how could she break free from that thick ropes wrapped a few times around the rock, even tied with knots? Being trapped in this remote and unfamiliar place, the young girl started to feel frightened. She thought about the moment before she had fainted. Even the most naive person would also know that Fang Yuan was going to do something bad to her. But how would Fang Yuan deal with me? What is he planning to do? Is it because I complained about him to Grandma? Thus he is taking revenge? The young girl was tied helplessly, but her thoughts quickly flipped like pages of a book. The more she thought, the more frightened she got, and she started sobbing uncontrollably. Grandma, where are you? Quickly come and save me. As she cried, she felt an intense fear and loneliness. Fang Yuan was nowhere to be seen, and the cave was filled with her cries. Is Fang Yuan planning to trap me here? For 7, 8 days, and make me suffer in hunger, so I will never speak ill of him again. After crying for a while, Gu Yaolu thought of a possibility. Too evil. Fang Yuan, I will never forgive you. She gritted her teeth as her impression of Fang Yuan, which was bad from the start, fell into negatives. Since her birth, Gu Yaolu had not hated a person so much. At this moment, footsteps were heard. Soon, Fang Yuan's silhouette was seen emerging from the shadows. Fang Yuan, what do you want? Let go of me now. Otherwise my grandma will deal with you. Seeing Fang Yuan, Gu Yaolu struggled intensely, her slim legs stomping on the ground like a small deer that fell into a trap. You sure are lively, Fang Yuan coldly snorted. Gu Yaolu was about to open her mouth and continue crying in a rage, but she soon saw a large bear moving behind Fang Yuan. Be bear. Her widened eyes showed shock as she stuttered. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, stretching out his hand and caressing the bear's black fur, his voice filled with coldness that flowed in the cave like ominous winds. Because of the wolf tide, it was not easy to find such a wild bear. It took me lots of time and effort to find it. Gu Yaolu reacted instantly. Her quick-witted thoughts soon remembered that Fang Yuan had once taken a bear enslavement Gu from Xiongjiao Man, so that's it. She laughed coldly and was about to speak, but Fang Yuan suddenly squatted in front of her. What are you doing? The young girl tried to move away, but Fang Yuan easily used his right hand and grabbed her cheeks firmly. Such a cute appearance, lovable indeed, Fang Yuan plainly commented. Swoosh. His right hand moved quickly, grabbing Yao Li's shirt, and pulled. The shirt was instantly torn, showing her pink undergarment. Ah! The young girl was stunned momentarily before shrieking loudly, frantically struggling. Even though her tender muscles bled due to friction from the ropes, she couldn't care less. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, continuing to pull and tear her clothing apart. Rear up. Soon, the young girl's ragged garment was only left with a few torn strips of cloth, showing off large areas of her milky, delicate flesh. No. She was extremely frightened, crying out loudly. As she thought of all the various possible ways Fang Yuan was going to deal with her, her whole body shook and trembled. However, Fang Yuan did not continue on as she expected, but instead he stood up and moved backwards. The young girl's loud cries turned into sobbing. But at this moment, the black bear moved its paws and got closer. The young girl was frightened as her iris shrunk into pin size, for at this moment, she felt an intense sensation of death. Whoosh! The bear paw struck, and the sound of it breaking air could be heard. With a crisp sound, the young girl's skull was hit, and the intense force broke her thin neck. Her head was twisted at a creepy angle, broken and hanging on one end. One moment ago, she was still an alluring beauty, and the next moment she was a corpse. Her warm body tied to the huge rock was like a broken toy doll. At this moment, even without Fang Yuan's control of the bear enslavement Gu, with its craving for food, the black bear had already lowered its head, enjoying this sumptuous meal. It first started to gnaw at the young girl's throat, and fresh blood immediately bubbled out, splashing onto its black fur. Next was the young girl's white and tender breasts, like flower buds that were unopened. The black bear bit on her right breast in one whole mouthful, tearing away the skin and flesh, exposing her deathly pale ribs. At this moment, the black bear used its paw to break these bones. The young girl's internal organs were crushed, and immediately blood poured out endlessly. Without the skeleton's interference, The black bear placed its mouth further into the girl's body. It nipped at the girl's heart that was still beating, then proceeded to swallow it in one mouthful. The heart passed through its throat and into the stomach, and this bear that had to hide around and couldn't eat due to the wolf tide, howled out in satisfaction. After another cry, it lowered its head again and started to consume her internal organs wantonly. Chomp chomp chomp. The black bear's mouth opened and chewed, large amounts of blood gushing out from its mouth, issuing a watery sound. After a good while, the black bear finally moved its head out. The young girl's chest was already empty, the immense injury extending to her stomach. But towards the shining, white intestines, the bear did not seem to have much interest. It started to focus on the young girl's white slim legs. The girl's jade-like fingers were all bitten away by the black bear at once, and with a few rounds of chewing, the fingers were swallowed with a crisp sound. The girl's thighs were also a delicacy. The tender skin and flesh of her thighs emitted a virgin fragrance. When the bear had finished, all that was left was the white leg bones. Among the swaying movements, the girl's skull finally dropped onto the ground. To be honest, she did have a cute appearance. Those black lustrous eyes with a round nose slightly pointing up, and her skin blushing like peach blossoms, with a small mouth and 2 rows of white clean teeth. But now, her face had lost the color of blood, her skin turning deathly pale. Her fine black hair was left hanging, covering half of her face, with those pair of eyes staring wide open, filled with fear and anger. A death full of grievance. Note: the following is religious text that may make no sense to most, but read it with a pinch of salt. Fang Yuan folded his arms as he observed Gu Yao Li's expression, thinking of a Buddhist saying on earth, without a sense of self, without a sense of person, to be detached of all living things, detached of the sense of time. Void is the red skull and white bones, skin and flesh. I am namely myself, without individuality, breaking the sense of self, realizing that one is common and ordinary. Without a sense of self means everyone is equal, there is no difference. Man is humanity no longer treating humans as a superior race and demeaning other living beings. Without a sense of person means that the world is equal, there is no difference. Living things refers to all life, no longer recognizing life as superior and thinking that non-living beings like rocks and water have cognition. This is detached of all living things, which means all in the world is equal, there is no difference. Any object or creature has their respective lifespan, and detached of the sense of time, namely means regardless of whether it exists or not, they are all equal without difference. No matter how beautiful the guy or girl, they eventually turn into a skeleton. Bones, skin, and flesh are one, but people favored skin and flesh while fearing bones. This is being fixated on appearance, not recognizing that all is equal. This Buddhist term is calling for humans to break through all forms, seeing the truth. Beauty is superficial, and people, me, the world, and time, is all superficial. If one goes past the superficial aspect, they would see Buddha, recognizing and going beyond, treating all as equal, all is equal. Thus, Buddha sacrificed his body to feed tigers, cutting off his flesh to feed eagles. This was the benevolence in his heart, seeing all in this world as his own, loving everything, and his great love for everything. No matter if it's me, others, animals, or plants, or even the lifeless rocks and water, even those that do not exist, we have to love them. If a mortal standing there watches the bear eat a person, some hot-blooded teenager would jump out and scream, "You beast, don't you dare eat a person!" Or, "Beauty, do not fear. Uncle is here to save you," etc. This was the mortal's love and hatred, loving young girls and hating large bears. Not going beyond and still fixating on the superficial, not able to see her red human skeleton. If Buddha stood there and watched the bear eat a person, he would sigh, chanting, "If I do not enter hell, who would enter?" He would save the young girl and feed himself to the black bear. This was Buddha's love and hatred, loving the young girl and loving the bear, treating all as equal. But right now, Fang Yuan was the one standing here. Seeing the young girl's tragic and violent death, his heart was unmoved. This was not because of his numbness to death, but he had gone beyond the superficial, having no obsessions. Without a sense of self, without a sense of person, to be detached of all living things, detached of the sense of time. Seeing all living things as equal, the world is equal. Thus, the girl's death is no different from a fox or a tree's death. But to a mere mortal, the girl's death would trigger their anger, hatred, and pity. If it was the girl eating the bear, they would not feel anything. If an old lady was eaten, the pity in their hearts would be greatly reduced. If it was a villain, a murderer getting eaten, they would clap their hands in joy, praising. In actuality, all beings are equal, and heaven and earth is just. Nature is fair, disregarding love or hate. It is emotionless. and never gives differential treatment. Rule of the strong, victor takes all. The disappearance of a life form, towards the entire natural realm and the infinite cosmos, to the long river of history. What does it amount to? Death means death. Who can choose not to die? What talk about a girl, bear, ant, fox, tree, old lady, murderer? They are all lowly, humble, mongrels. Only by recognizing this and going beyond the superficial, arriving at the truth, does one gain divinity. This divinity, taking a step towards the light, it becomes Buddha. If it takes a step towards the darkness, it becomes a demon. Demonic nature. Chapter 152. Advanced to rank 3 an hour later. Gu Yaolu was almost completely eaten by the black bear. The black bear was unwilling to eat the intestines and the girl's brains, but Fang Yuan did not want that to happen. According to the man-beast life burial Gu's recipe, a wild beast must consume the entire person up to the tiniest scrap for the greatest effect. This can ensure success to the greatest rate. To refine this man-beast life burial Gu, about 10 ingredients are needed. And the most important two are man and beast. The human has to be a virgin girl and has a Gu master's aptitude. Furthermore, she has to be at least C grade talent, but of course A and B grade would be better and can greatly enhance the chances of success. This beast refers to the beast enslavement Gu. The bear enslavement Gu, wolf enslavement Gu, tiger enslavement Gu, etc. Even deer enslavement Gu or bull enslavement Gu can work. However, only bears, wolves, and tigers, these carnivores have it easier eating meat. Otherwise, if forcing a herbivore like a deer or bull to consume this human, the enslavement Gu's manipulation would be required to force them to do so. After the beast consumes the human, the refinement has to begin immediately. Otherwise, when the beast digests the person's bones and meat, the refinement would no longer be possible. Seeing that the black bear refused to eat Yao Li's intestines and brain, Fang Yuan snorted in displeasure and willed in his mind, activating the bear enslavement Gu that was planted in the black bear's body. The black bear growled, and under Fang Yuan's oppression, was forced to swallow the intestines and brain. At the same time, it broke the girl's bones to bits and swallowed them piece by piece. The bone shards were sharp and pointy, but under Fang Yuan's control, it swallowed them and many of the shards stabbed into its mouth and throat, the pain causing the huge bear to tear up. But Fang Yuan only strengthened his control, and the bear's body was no longer under its own control. Seeing the black bear stuffing the spine into its throat, Fang Yuan knew the time was ripe. He flicked his finger, and a single aperture charcoal Gu flew out. The Gu worm flew into the black bear's mouth and burrowed its way in. The black bear suddenly cried out painfully, as the charcoal Gu's power was burning its internal organs. The black bear's body was shuddering intensely. It cried painfully and wanted to roll around on the ground, but the enslavement Gu had a steady grip on its movements. After burning for 15 minutes, Fang Yuan's finger moved again, and 3 kerosene Gu flew out. The kerosene Gu was a rank 1 expenditure type Gu, and upon entering the black bear's body, it exploded into large amounts of kerosene and intensified the fire burning inside the black bear's body. The black bear cried until its throat was dry, but Fang Yuan timed it well and threw several more Gu worms out into its body. These Gu worms were all exchanged using merit points. The black bear laid on the ground, completely motionless. A moment later, from its eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth as well as its butt, small sparks of flames were seen. Then, the fire got bigger and quickly enveloped its entire body, turning it into a giant fire pillar. The entire dim cave was lit up by this fire. But this fire was not the usual orange, but instead an eerie blood color. Fang Yuan patiently waited for a moment, until the fire was about to extinguish. Then he threw out the final Gu. This was a rank 2 poison Gu. Throwing it into the fire, an intense reaction occurred. A white lump of light emerged from the fire, initially only fist size. Fang Yuan quickly took out primeval stones from his money bag and threw them into this light lump. The white lump digested the primeval stones and became bigger. After throwing up to 1,000 primeval stones, the light was around the size of a room door, and then suddenly shrunk. Huff! The fire on the bear's corpse extinguished at once, and the cave returned to darkness, while a Gu worm wobbled its way to Fang Yuan. Man-beast life burial Gu. Rank 3, expenditure type Gu. It looked like a black spider with furry long legs, but it had the head of a bear, and on its back there was a blood-colored tattoo, drawing the outline of a young girl's beautiful face. This was Gu Yaoli's face. It resembled a smile yet wasn't. It looked like a crying face, and yet was not. But she seemed to be staring at Fang Yuan with a gaze filled with utter hatred. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, not minding it at all. Death is the end of all. Even in life, she was merely so. What more can she do to Fang Yuan after death? He opened his mouth with no hesitation and swallowed this man-beast life burial Gu. The man-beast life burial goo moved along his throat into his esophagus, turning into a black and red mix of water flow. The water flowed from above, like an inverted heavenly river, pouring into his aperture. Entering the aperture, this gush of black-red water entered the red steel primeval sea immediately. At once, the entire primeval essence was turned into an eerie black-red color, filled with the smell of blood. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved as he activated this black-red primeval essence, rushing it towards the aperture walls. 10%, 20%, 30%. When 38% of the primeval essence was expended, the aperture had a loud boom as the white crystal walls broke into pieces. What replaced it was an entirely new round ball-shaped light membrane aperture wall. At this moment, Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3. But Fang Yuan did not loosen up, and instead forced the remaining black-red primeval essence out of his body. This primeval essence was not usable, and if injected into goo worms, they would die. If left remaining inside the aperture, the longer it stayed, the more it would pollute the light membrane aperture walls and cause one's aptitude to decrease. After expelling all of the black-red primeval essence out of his body, he grabbed a primeval stone and started to recover his primeval essence. First, a white-silver fog appeared, then it condensed into water droplets, finally forming his white-silver-colored primeval sea. For a Gu Master, rank 1 is green copper primeval essence, rank 2 is red steel, and rank 3 is white-silver. But this white-silver primeval sea was not pure, as there was a trace of black-red mixed in. This is the side effect of using the man-beast life burial goo. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He calmed his mind and expelled this white-silver primeval essence out of his body, before forming new primeval essence. The second time round, the black-red colored substance was reduced by half. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied, and expelled his white-silver primeval essence again, forming new primeval essence for the third time. After several tries, the black-red substance was reduced to a barely observable amount, and even if Fang Yuan attempted more tries, this substance would remain. This was an unavoidable consequence of using the man-beast life burial goo. The man-beast life burial goo's effect was extraordinary, able to turn a rank 2 peak stage goo master with no hopes of advancing his entire life into a rank 3. This was literally changing fate, thus there had to be some imperfection. Getting rid of this black-red substance, there was a method. The most common would be to use the cleansing water goo. Cleansing water goo can completely wash away impurities in the aperture. It appeared once in the tree house, but was bought by the Qi faction. In this short term, Fang Yuan could do nothing about the black-red substance. You bunch of useless idiots, what are you all doing? Not able to find such a large, lively person. In the medicine hall, Gu Yaoji flew into a furious rage, and her screaming caused even the window lattices and curtains to tremble. In her heart, she was worried, frightened, anxious, and enraged. It had been 3 days and 3 nights. The 4 frenzy lightning wolves were exterminated, and Guyu village was relatively safe at the moment. But her granddaughter Guyu Yaolu was nowhere to be seen. Even after she mobilized all her relationships and combed the battlefield, there even being large-scale search parties around the village, there was still no trace of her. The ones who saw Guyu Yaolu for the last time were the battling Gu Masters. What they saw was Guyu Yaolu falling into the encirclement of the wolves, and had to run away frantically, in a worsening predicament. These showed that Guyu Yaolu was not in an optimistic situation, most likely consumed by the wolf packs. But Guyu Yaoji was indignant. She could not accept such a cruel truth. If it was any other girl, so what if they die? But this was her own blood-related granddaughter, someone she had nurtured since young to be the inheritor of her medicine faction. She was so well-behaved and intelligent, loved by everyone. So lively and cute, bringing others joy. These days, Guyu Yaoji could not sleep at all, for in her mind, it was all images of her granddaughter. Guyu Yaoji had originally maintained her looks well, but in these 3 days, she seemed to have aged over 10 years. It was like her heart was dug away, and she felt an endless pain of emptiness. In her screaming, tens of Gu Masters lowered their heads, enduring the cruel insults of the old woman. Reporting to Medicine Hall Clan Elder, this subordinate has something to report. At this time, a rank 2 Gu Master walked in. What? Is it news about Yaolo? Guyu Yaoji's eyes shone, asking quickly. Someone advanced to rank 3. The clan leader is holding an elder meeting at the clan leader pavilion to confirm the situation. The Gu Master quickly reported. Guyu Yaoji's eyes dimmed, waving her hands. Not information about Yaolo, and still disturbing me? Wait, what did you say? Someone advanced to rank 3 and became a new clan elder? Halfway through, she reacted and lightly frowned. This was too sudden, with zero premonition. The appearance of a new clan elder would influence the entire Gu Yu clan's political situation. This was a huge hit on the medicine faction who has lost its inheritor. In the medicine hall, the standing Gu masters started to discuss among themselves, guessing the identity of the new clan elder. Gu Yaoji frowned, asking immediately, who advanced to rank 3? Reporting to Lord Yaoji, it is Gu Fang Yuan, the Gu master answered. What? It's him. At once, Gu Yaoji's iris shrunk. This was the worst of news to her. In the hall, the Gu masters also started to discuss violently. They couldn't have made a mistake, could they, to think it's Fang Yuan? Isn't he a C-grade talent? How can he become a rank 3 Gu master so quickly? Once he's rank 3, he will be a clan elder, a higher up in the clan. When we see him next time, we have to bow and greet him. How can this be? This is literally soaring through success. Earlier, didn't they say he's dead? He went missing for 3 days and 3 nights, and his corpse could not be found on the battlefield. We thought he was eaten by lightning wolves already. They were stunned, jealous, and confused. Missing for 3 days and 3 nights, without a corpse on the battlefield. Isn't this the same as Yao Li's situation? Gu Yaoji's ears twitched, and her woman instinct caused her to have intense suspicion towards Fang Yuan for no reason. She suddenly changed her mind. She is going to the clan leader's pavilion. Chapter 153. Really aged, he has truly advanced to rank 3. This rank 3 aura is genuine, and there is the white-silver primeval essence. There is no mistake. The atmosphere in the clan hall was solemn. The clan head Gu Bo was sitting on the highest seat, with many elders seated in rows by his left and right. Whispers could be heard here and there, and dozens of people's attentions were more or less gathered on a young man who was standing upright in the center of the hall with his head held high. The young man was Fang Yuan. To think this Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3. If I hadn't personally seen it, I would never have believed it. Doesn't he only have C-grade aptitude? How could he advance so suddenly? Actually, it can't be said to be sudden. Did you forget that he obtained 2 red steel relic Gu? Right, it was 2 whole relic Gu. They can completely raise his cultivation steeply. Just thinking back when I cultivated, sigh. The group of elders were both amazed and puzzled. This matter had caught them completely unprepared. This Fang Yuan was able to advance to rank 3. He is merely of C-grade aptitude, but could actually have such accomplishments in a short time. This is really a surprise. Gu Yuamochun, who was seated on the frontmost seat in the left row, exclaimed inwardly he thought of 2-3 years ago, when Fang Yuan was still in the academy, and killed a servant of his family. He had already forgotten the name of this servant. But the minced corpse Fang Yuan sent over had left a profound impression on him. From that day, he saw Fang Yuan in new light, but didn't expect much from him due to his aptitude. Now, this young man actually had such accomplishments. According to the clan system, all Gu masters who advanced to rank 3 were new elders. A new elder was bound to have a huge impact on the old political structure. If I had recruited him before, I would be able to use this impact and gain political dominance. Sigh, it really is a pity. Thinking of this, Gu Yuamochun couldn't help but glance in front of him. His old rival Gu Yuqilian was seated on the frontmost seat in the right row. Right now, he had a gloomy expression and obscure light flashed in his eyes. This Fang Yuan definitely has secrets on him. Although he had the help from the 2 red steel relic Gu, he couldn't have had advanced to rank 3 so fast. This is something even Qing Shu couldn't accomplish. Gu Yubo was also pondering. He unavoidably thought of his adopted son Qing Shu and sighed. Were Gu Yu Qing Shu alive, he might also have rank 3 cultivation by now. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. Medicine Hall Elder Lord Gu Yu Yaoji has arrived. At this moment, the door guard suddenly announced loudly. Following his announcement, an old woman walked in through the door. Her face was pale and filled with wrinkles, but under her weary eyelids were extremely sharp eyes that locked onto Fang Yuan in an instant. Gu Yu Yaoji spoke as she walked forward quickly. Fang Yuan, you advanced to rank 3? I don't believe it. I will personally verify it. Let me inspect your aperture. The aperture was a Gu master's most important secret and was also their personal affair. How could they let others inspect it so easily? Fang Yuan slightly turned his body and looked at Yao Ji, who was walking over. He replied with a sneer. Gu Yu Yao Ji, on what basis are you demanding to inspect my aperture? Back then, when he had just begun cultivating, his aperture would be inspected at fixed intervals by the academy elder. But it was different now. He was already a rank 3 Gu master, someone who was on equal footing with other elders like the academy elder and the medicine hall elder. Moreover, it was very simple to verify one's cultivation. White-silver primeval essence couldn't be faked easily, and similarly, his rank 3 aura was a fact. Outrageous. You, a junior, dares to call me by name? Yao Ji's eyes widened. Why can't I inspect you? With my identity as the medicine hall elder, and also as your elder, I have the right to do so. Humph, old hag. Calling you by name is giving you respect. I still have yet to settle the scores between us. You harbored a grudge towards me when I didn't sell you my liquor worm, and actually wanted to plunder my 9-leaf vitality grass? Humph. I also wanted to exchange my merits for that 3-step fragrant grass Gu, but you prevented it in the dark. Now, I am also a rank 3 Gu master, so you had better stop putting on airs. Fang Yuan's eyes were narrowed and his words sharp as a blade. He was very clear-cut with his words, completely showing off his hostility towards Yao Ji. If he said this with a cultivation of rank 1 or rank 2, he would definitely be suppressed and even attacked. However, the situation was completely different now. He was a rank 3 and his position was already equal to the elders. Towards Fang Yuan insulting Guyu Yao Ji, the other elders' strategy was to wait and see. Being at a high position, their considerations were profound. Even if they weren't born shrewd, the years of political struggle had trained the shrewdness in them. They didn't have much understanding of Fang Yuan, so they could take this opportunity to observe him. Brat, you have the cheeks to slander me. Guyu Yao Ji was furious due to the humiliation. What Fang Yuan said was true, but why would she admit it in front of everyone? The elders present were all silently observing the situation unfold. Most of the elders present here knew of the matter regarding the 9-leaf vitality grass, and even had transactions with Guyu Yao Ji. However, in politics, there are only eternal benefits, never eternal enemies or eternal friends. Upon hearing Guyu Yao Ji retort herself, Fang Yuan coldly laughed and didn't reply. Guyu Yao Ji's sound echoed and lingered within the hall. This old woman was slightly trembling. This silence made her feel like she was alone. Something had changed. The situation was no longer the same. Were Fang Yuan to be a rank 1 or rank 2, these elders would immediately jump out to stand on Guyu Yao Ji's side and unitedly punish Fang Yuan. The authority of higher-ups absolutely didn't allow the lower levels to challenge it. However, Fang Yuan was rank 3 now, and even if the clan head hadn't officially announced it, his position as an elder was already set in stone. Thus, his contradiction with Guyu Yao Ji was now the internal conflict between higher-ups. Fang Yuan was a newly advanced elder. His foundation were not yet deep and didn't have any background. But this was also his strength as he had nothing to lose in the first place, thus having no fear. By contrast, Guyu Yao Ji was old, and though she was in control of Medicine Hall, had a high position and broad connections, this was also her weakness. She was old, and she couldn't afford to lose. Her medicine faction's inheritor, Yao Lu, was missing, and the enormous assets she controlled were coveted by many. It would not be bad if it were peaceful times, but now was the time of the wolf tide, and even elders had the possibility of dying. Things were turbulent. Newcomers climbed up in position, and old-timers stepped down. This was a time of change. There weren't any elders that could guarantee their own safety. Even the clan head could fall down. In the history of Guyu clan, the number of clan heads that died in a wolf tide weren't few. As for the elders, they couldn't even guarantee their own safety, so unless there were enormous benefits involved, they wouldn't meddle in other people's fights. Guyu Yao Ji felt like the situation had turned thorny. The hall was silent. Due to the matter regarding her granddaughter, she hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Right now, as she stood there, she felt an invisible pressure shrouding her body and mind, and it caused cold sweat to form on her forehead. She felt like a crippled old wolf, standing alone in the wolf pack. The surrounding wolves were standing in the shadows, observing her through their deep, dark green eyes. Fang Yuan, who was in front of her, was like a stoic wolf who had revealed its brilliance in the battle. He was so young, energetic, and also ambitious. It really was the saying, old waves push the new waves forward, and a new generation replaces the old. At this moment, Guyu Yao Ji felt that she had really aged. Very much so. Her eyelids jumped even more severely as her imposing aura gradually lowered. However, Guyu Yao Li's figure appeared in her mind. She forcefully opened her blurred eyes, her aura increasing suddenly. She opened her mouth. Fang Yuan, why did you disappear for these 3 days? If you hadn't shown up, your name would have been listed in the casualties announcement in the medicine hall, in the list of the Gu masters who died in battle. You disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights, and when you come back, you are already a rank 3 Gu master. What happened during these days? Haha, I believe everyone here is interested in your explanation. After realizing she could no longer easily create troubles for Fang Yuan, her tone became more mild, no longer as forceful as before. However, her words were still very strong, with treacherous intentions hidden within. After all, she had the highest seniority as a high-ranking politician. The elders' eyes brightened when they heard this, revealing clear interest. No one was a fool among those present here. Fang Yuan's sudden advancement to rank 3 was indeed strange. His C-grade aptitude was after all known by everyone. Guyu Yao Ji's words brought those elders to stand by her side again. However, since Fang Yuan dared to return so grandly, he naturally had made preparations. Under everyone's gazes, he raised his head and laughed. Old woman, what you want to know? Am I obliged to tell you? However, hearing the pitiful news of your granddaughter's death, I will benevolently tell you. During the past few days, I have been in closed-door cultivation in Elder Qi Lian's manor, trying to break through to rank 3. This point can be verified by Elder Guyu Qi Lian. What? Guyu Yaoji revealed a startled look. Other elders were also shocked, all kinds of complicated expressions appearing on their faces. Immediately, everyone's gazes were cast towards the gloomy-faced Guyu Qi Lian, the Qi faction head, who held one of the two most powerful influences in the Guyu clan, now appeared so gloomy that water could drip out from him. However, in front of everyone's gazes, he knew he needed to give an explanation, thus he reluctantly replied, "It is indeed so. I can testify that Fang Yuan has been in a closed-door cultivation in a secret room in my manor during these past few days." The instant these words came out, the whole crowd went in an uproar. The elders possessed deep restraint. They wouldn't lose their bearings and make a scene. However, there were many whispers and mutterings. To think Guyu Qi Lian actually had relations with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's advancement is related to Qi Lian? There is a great probability. Didn't people speculate that Fang Yuan had someone supporting him from behind the scenes? To think it was the Qi faction. Maybe the reason for Fang Yuan's fast cultivation speed is because of Qi faction pouring resources to him. Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's older brother. Elder Qi Lian's actions have a very profound meaning. Some elders discussed, whereas some elders' mind were flipping over. It turns out this Fang Yuan wasn't a junior with no one to guide his steps. He has the help from Qi faction. We need to be cautious towards him in the future. Fortunately, we didn't interfere and jump into the fight between Fang Yuan and Yao Ji. Yao Ji is in a dangerous predicament. She wanted to deal with an elder who didn't have any backing, but she could never have had expected that his background was so solid. It's actually the Qi faction. Guyu Yaoji's face was very pale. When she had heard Guyu Qi Lian confirming it, she took a step back in shock, her whole body trembling faintly. Opposing a lone elder compared to an elder backed by the Qi faction, these were two utterly different concepts. Chapter 154. Vomit blood out of anger. Guyu Imochen's heart was very heavy. He had planned to recruit Fang Yuan, but stopped himself due to Fang Yuan's aptitude. But now his old rival Guyu Qi Lian actually got affiliated with Fang Yuan already. All the evidence points to Qi Lian providing support for Fang Yuan since over a year ago. Now, his investment had received such a great reward, and the Qi faction has a new clan elder. How can his heart not be heavy? Except, other than solemnness, Imo-chan was also confused. He was Guyu Qi Lian's old rival, having competed since they were young. He had such a good understanding of his rival that he even knew what color of underwear his rival liked to wear. Logically speaking, Guyu Qi Lian would have started gloating by now, throwing mocking and smug glances towards Imo-chan. But right now, his face was grim like he had suffered an injustice. This was too strange. Just what had transpired between him and Fang Yuan. What sort of agreement did they reach? Guyu Imo-chan could not get an answer. This Fang Yuan, his guts are greater than the heavens. To think he would actually threaten me. Guyu Qi Lian's heart was filled with anger and perplexity. Last night, Fang Yuan had secretly approached him and used the matter of Guyu Qi Cheng's fake aptitude to threaten him. Heavens! How did this important secret that only he, Guyu Qi Lian, and his grandson Qi Cheng knew about, come to the knowledge of this outsider Fang Yuan? Guyu Qi Cheng was only a C-grade talent, but for the sake of the Qi faction's benefits, Qi Lian had to take a risk and show a facade of Qi Cheng being B-grade. If this matter was exposed, its impact towards the Qi faction would be unforeseen. The Qi faction family head's integrity would be questioned for his cheating personally, and this would ruin his reputation completely. More importantly, the Qi faction inheritor is only a C-grade. This means that the Qi faction would have no political outlook anymore. Who would be dumb enough to rely on this type of faction? Fang Yuan, knowing this secret, was equivalent to grasping the fatal weakness of the Qi faction. When Fang Yuan threatened him, Guyu Qi Lian almost couldn't control himself from attacking and eliminating this threat on the spot. But he forcefully stopped himself, as he did not know who else got a hold of this secret, and whether Fang Yuan told anyone or left behind any paper evidence at some secret location. Pacify him first, understand the situation, then eliminate him. I cannot leave this threat hanging. That was his thought at the time. But soon after that, Fang Yuan displayed his rank 3 cultivation. Qi Lian, while shell-shocked, could only change his plan to cooperation. Rank 3 is a clan elder, and if he murdered a clan elder, this matter would just be as serious as cheating. Furthermore, fighting against a rank 3 Gu master would take some time, and the commotion it creates is even harder to deal with. Falling out with Fang Yuan would not have any benefits for the Qi faction. In fact, the risk was even greater. Although Fang Yuan has a hold on me, a shared secret is also a form of collaboration. Finally, Qi Lian could only convince himself to comfort his heart. Fang Yuan's threat was so sudden, so he could not tell how many safety nets Fang Yuan had in place. Thus he could only go along with it. But now, Fang Yuan fearlessly implicated him, letting him attract the attention in Fang Yuan's place. It was really throwing him under the bus. However, even if Gu Yuqilian knew this, what could he do? This time, Fang Yuan slowly spoke again. Gu Yaoji, I know your heart is in a mess now. Yes, that B-grade talent granddaughter of yours is dead, and without a proper corpse, your medicine faction is now without an inheritor. But a C-grade talent like myself advanced to rank 3 instead, so you feel anxious and indignant, thus your fury is directed at me. I understand that. What did you say? Gu Yaoji stared widely, uncontrollable anger rising. You little wretch, I'm telling you Yao Lu is not dead. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, shrugging nonchalantly. Her matter of life or death? What does it have to do with me? Yaoji, you don't have to emphasize that. But, he suddenly twisted. Gu Yaoji, in order to find your granddaughter, you assembled search parties and wasted much human and material resources. That concerns me, the clan elders here, and even the clan leader. Gu Yaoji, letting you lead the medicine hall. That is because of our trust. But what have you done? You dispatched the medicine hall's healing Gu masters out to search for your granddaughter, leaving those injured and crippled Gu masters in distress. You are too selfish. Yao Li's sacrifice, it is indeed the clan's loss. But you further worsened our loss. You are not fit to be our medicine hall clan elder at all. Fang Yuan's words hit the nail on the head, tearing at Yao Ji's weakness, her pain. But what he said was very true. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, many clan elders started frowning secretly, whose faction did not have injuries. Gu Yaoji's actions were indeed overboard, dispatching Gu masters on her own and not attending to the urgent business at hand, but instead searching for her granddaughter. Gu Yaoji was so angry her body was trembling, her finger pointing to Fang Yuan, unable to say another word. Her eyes were like blowing fire, having a strong urge to strangle this bastard Fang Yuan on the spot. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold and indifferent, staring at her with no fear. He was returning the favor to her. Gu Yaoji's earlier words were all righteous and caused the many clan elders to get curious about Fang Yuan's secret to advancing, causing a huge commotion. Fang Yuan's words were the same, and with reason backing him, standing at the highest point of the clan rules, it caused the clan elders to subconsciously defend him. To the clan elders, protecting the clan's rules were akin to protecting their own interests. Gu Yaoji's actions these days did infringe on their interests. This Fang Yuan bastard. Fucking bastard. Gu Yaoji shuddered, not knowing that Gu Yuqilian was also angered to the point of fuming. Fang Yuan was offending Gu Yaoji to the limit, and her hatred towards him will also spill to the Qi faction since Fang Yuan was now a part of them. But the truth was, Qi faction is innocent. Was he, Gu Yuqilian, a fool? Why would he offend Gu Yaoji, who is the most senior and has the greatest social network? Gu Yuqilian subconsciously shrunk his body, praying in his heart. May the other clan elders not direct the attention to himself. Fang Yuan doing this is his own idea. It has nothing to do with the Qi faction. But Fang Yuan's next sentence broke this illusion of his to smithereens. He turned around and reported to the clan leader Gu Yubo. Clan leader, I highly doubt Gu Yaoji's ability to continue leading the medicine hall. I suggest we temporarily revoke her title of medicine hall clan elder and hold a thorough assessment of her. Each one of the clan's healing Gu masters are precious to us. We cannot let her waste them like this. Otherwise, the ones that suffer the most are the brave Gu masters that fight using their lives for our precious clan. Pausing momentarily, he continued, this suggestion of mine, Elder Qi Lian, is also very supportive of. What? Gu Yaoji's iris shrunk as her face changed colors. What? The clan elders were all taken aback. To hear of Gu Yuqilian's forthright attitude like this, does it mean that he was unhappy with Yao Ji from long ago and has been lusting after the huge benefits in her possessions, wanting to get a piece of the pie? What? As the person in question, Gu Yuqilian nearly jumped from his seat. How could he not be angry? He was going to go crazy from Fang Yuan's antics. This Fang Yuan had not only offended Gu Yaoji, he even dragged him into the boat. His original political intent towards the medicine faction was closeness and cooperation. But now, his efforts were all thwarted by a single sentence from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was framing and harming him. In front of the person himself, framing, harming, and spreading false rumors. But he, Gu Yuqilian, the Grand Qi faction family head, was held hostage by Fang Yuan and had no way to fight back. Oh, Elder Qilian, you support this? Gu Yubo's gaze shone as he asked. Gu Yuqilian gritted his teeth, slowly getting up. He stiffened his neck, resisting the urge to look at Fang Yuan. He was afraid he could not control his rage. At this point, he can do nothing to Fang Yuan, and can only carry on the show. Revoking Yao Ji's title, this is Fang Yuan's sole idea. With the threat of the wolf tide, suddenly changing people is not appropriate. However, I do agree that Elder Yao Ji has deviated from the role of the healing Gu masters due to her personal feelings. If these efforts were placed into the right areas, it would reduce our clan's loss to a great extent. Saying so, his heart was bleeding. He would definitely not follow through with what Fang Yuan said, as he had his own interests in mind. These words, he had already exerted the greatest effort to find a balance between Fang Yuan and Yao Ji. But even so, after he finished speaking, he heard a thump. He turned his head around and saw that Gu Yao Ji had vomited blood out of her intense anger and fell on her back. It's over. I've completely offended Yao Ji. At this moment, Gu Yuqi felt like he had fallen into a chasm, his heart icy cold. Lord Yao Ji. Someone quickly diagnose her. She just lost consciousness. It's not an emergency. Lord Yao Ji had not rested at all for these 3 days and 3 nights. Her body and mind is exhausted and needs to rest. The hall was in a mess, but slowly quietened down. Gu Yao Ji was carried away by a stretcher. She was already old and had worried for so many days. With a weakened heart, now that she was triggered by both Fang Yuan and Qi Lian, adding on to her misery, it was no wonder that she fainted. Lord Yao Ji had led the medicine hall for so many years. She had worked hard for so long. She is truly tired. Letting her rest is also for her own good. Now that she is unconscious, the medicine hall cannot be without a leader. I advise that we let Fang Yuan take over, Gu Yuqi suddenly said. This old man stood before his seat. Seeing Gu Yao Ji being carried out, his eyes shone coldly. Since he had already offended her, then why not go the entire way and continue the mistake? To prevent the medicine faction's revenge, he might as well suppress them entirely. This is someone in power, the resolve and wisdom of an expert in politics. The hall fell into temporary silence. Yao Li's death, Yao Ji's downfall. It showed that the medicine faction was on an imminent decline. The cruelty of politics is even more heartless than the wolf tide. Fang Yuan was silent as well, letting him be the medicine hall clan elder. Heh. Gu Yuqi was only saying it casually. Letting a newly advanced young clan elder to hold such an important role. Maybe if the clan elders and clan leader were all retarded. Gu Yuqi saying this intentionally had deep meaning. As expected, in the next moment, Gu Yubo declared, the medicine hall's role shall temporarily be held by Elder Qi Zhong. Fang Yuan's cultivation has indeed reached rank 3, thus according to the clan rules, he shall also assume the role of clan elder. Send out the news, and let the entire village rejoice. Saying so, Gu Yubo stood up and left. Congratulations. After the clan leader left, the clan elders all walked towards Fang Yuan, cupping their fists with faces full of smiles. Fang Yuan cupped his fists as well, replying with a warm smile. Chapter 155. Borrow. Congratulations. Elder Fang Yuan is young and promising. You are definitely a role model for the young generation. Haha, we truly anticipate Elder Fang Yuan's brilliance as we work together from now on. The group of elders surrounded Fang Yuan and spoke customary words. The academy elder stood at the edge of the crowd, his expression complicated as he looked at Fang Yuan. He had never expected Fang Yuan to become an elder. In his class, he had been most optimistic of Fang Zheng, and then Qi Cheng and Mo Bei. But to think that the one who was the first to achieve success was actually Fang Yuan. How could these little achievements of mine compare to the elders? I still need to thank the clan's teachings for today's achievements. Academy Elder, I have always engraved your words in my heart. Fang Yuan had a warm smile on, and he spoke modestly and prudently. The Academy Elder hadn't expected this punk to take the initiative to greet him. He was blank for a moment before a gratified expression appeared in his face. Looks like you have matured a lot in these years, Elder Fang Yuan. Keep up the good work. I am proud of your achievements. The clan needs new blood like you. Fang Yuan sincerely thanked the Academy Elder again and also replied to the other elders. With his 500 years of experience, putting on such an act was very easy. He had a sense of propriety. His words were gentle and his attitude was humble, making all those who heard him feel like they were basking in spring breeze. Gu Yuqi was indifferent at this scene, but the more he observed, the more frightened he became. This Fang Yuan knew how to deal with the situation adequately, and every sentence and word were as if spoken by a veteran. Was he really just in his teens? Could he be a born politician? The Academy Elder was astonished too. He thought of the Academy times. Fang Yuan was so rebellious, even exploiting his own classmates. He had countless headaches due to this, but the current Fang Yuan seemed to have completely changed. On the contrary, Gu Yumo-chen wasn't baffled by Fang Yuan's behavior. After all, he already had a taste of Fang Yuan's schemes. Right now, as he looked at Fang Yuan's cultured and gentle behavior, becoming a focal point of the crowd, he kept on sighing that Gu Yuqi had made a great move. The exchanges continued on for some time. But, regardless of what thoughts the elders had, the ones present there couldn't help but look at Fang Yuan in a new light. They continuously sighed that rumors were really unreliable. In the end, Fang Yuan tactfully rejected some of the elders' invitations and left the clan head pavilion with a smile together with Gu Yuqian. Are you satisfied now? After pulling down Gu Yaoji, you even dragged my chi faction into hot water. When they reached the study room, Qi Lian couldn't pretend anymore, and the smile on his face was replaced by fury. Fang Yuan was sitting in front of him and leisurely smiled. You need to thank me for this. Gu Yaoji is down. This is a great benefit to your chi faction. Gu Yuqi Lian's gaze flashed. Young man, your thoughts are too simple. Qi Zhong is my chi faction's member, but his wife is of Yao faction. The clan had appointed him as the temporary medicine hall elder precisely because he wants to balance out the internal strife between my Qi and Yao faction. How did you find out about Qi Cheng's matter? At the end, Gu Yuqi Lian suddenly asked this. He closely watched Fang Yuan with a gaze like that of an eagle's. Fang Yuan unconcernedly shrugged his shoulders and said, Old man, I don't have much primeval stones on me left. Give me 3,000 primeval stones. Bang! Gu Yuqi Lian fiercely slammed the table. He lowered his voice and roared, Fang Yuan, don't even think that you can extort my Qi faction just by knowing that secret. I am old and don't have long to live, so at worst I will. Just give up my life. I can accept cooperating, but I will absolutely not receive any threats. I won't allow what happened today to happen again. If you recklessly make enemies and pull my Qi faction into your mess, you will regret it. You really think that secret can destroy my whole Qi faction? Don't be so naive. Fang Yuan didn't reply. His gaze was ghostly as he let Gu Yuqi Lian continue to berate him. When Gu Yuqi Lian had slammed the table, his aura was astonishing like that of a tiger, but as he continued to speak, his aura started getting weaker and weaker, and in the end, he appeared to be in deficiency of energy, showing a lack of confidence. Only when he no longer spoke did Fang Yuan leisurely smile and say, Old man, don't get so angry. I am indeed short of money recently, and I am not asking these 3,000 primeval stones for free. I am just borrowing them. I can even sign the receipt for loan. Gu Yuqi Lian snorted. He spoke slowly. You won't lack primeval stones. You have just become an elder and don't know the preferential treatment the clan gives to the elders. As long as you are an elder, you will receive 100 primeval stones every week. This is the amount you receive in ordinary times, but as this is the time of the wolf tide, you will receive 300 primeval stones as allowance. Not only that, you can also freely take a rank 3 Gu worm. Similarly, the clan's rank 1 to rank 3 recipes will be open to you. You can choose any recipe that you like and refine your rank 3 Gu worm. There are also other privileges. For example, ordinary Gu masters can only marry one wife, but an elder can have one wife and 2 concubines. So that's it. Fang Yuan knew this, of course, but he pretended it was the first time he heard it. But even if it is so, I still want to borrow 3,000 primeval stones. You also know that I just advanced to rank 3. Refining a rank 3 Gu worm consumes a great amount of primeval stones, Fang Yuan sincerely said. Gu Yuqi Lian reflected on this. He pondered. With Fang Yuan's identity as an elder, he wouldn't go so far as to not pay his debt. Does he not want his reputation? If in case he dies in the wolf tide, then wouldn't my 3,000 primeval stones go in waste? Wait, won't it be better if he dies? We can continue to hide the matter regarding Qi Cheng's aptitude. But how did he learn this secret? Is there still anyone else who knows of it? I had better lend the money to him first and lower his guard. Then I can probe his secret. As he thought up to this point, Gu Yuqi Lian didn't insist anymore and immediately took out a brush and paper. Fang Yuan wrote the receipt for loan and signed with his fingerprint. Gu Yuqi Lian called his butler and gave some orders. Soon, several money bags full of primeval stones were brought over. Fang Yuan weighed each money bag and didn't find any problems. He truly needed these primeval stones. He had almost spent all his savings in refining the man-beast life burial Gu. These 3,000 primeval stones could be considered a timely assistance. He had just advanced to rank 3. He needed to refine a rank 3 Gu worm. Only then could he truly possess the battle and survival ability of a rank 3 Gu master. He already had a rough plan regarding this. 3,000 primeval stones might not be enough. However, it wasn't urgent, and the Qi faction would be his great money farm. The primeval stones he borrowed this time was only the start. If it happened once, it will happen twice. First time is difficult, but subsequently gets easier. As for paying the debt, Fang Yuan wasn't in a hurry to leave after getting these primeval stones, but instead smiled. I still want to borrow something. Don't go overboard. Gu Yuqi Lian was grim, but in the end, he still said, Speak, what is it? Cleansing water Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he said candidly. There was A cleansing water Gu on sale previously in the caravan. And if you consider who was most likely to purchase this Gu, it would be Guillotine. He used his own primeval essence to nurture his grandson's aperture and advance his cultivation. This led to there being mixed auras in the aperture, which needed to be purified by the cleansing water Gu. That is impossible. Guillotine firmly refused. He indeed bought that cleansing water Gu, but he prepared this Gu for his grandson Guillotine. If he wanted to buy it again, he could only rely on fate. Don't refuse me so fast. Fang Yuan laughed. I believe you. Lord Guillotine, the head of Qi faction, know which is more important, a cleansing water Gu or Qi faction's reputation. Guillotine face darkened completely, the aura around him turning cold as he fiercely looked at Fang Yuan, gnashing his teeth. Fang Yuan, know what you are trying to do. You are blackmailing me. Blackmailing the head of the Grand Qi faction. No, this is not a blackmail, it is a discussion. I am only borrowing the cleansing water Gu and will return you a new one in the future. I can sign the receipt of loan for this too. Fang Yuan chuckled. However, his tone was firm and it showed his determined will. Don't even imagine it. Qi Lian's attitude was also firm. After an hour, Fang Yuan walked out of the Qi family manor with 3,000 primeval stones and a cleansing water Gu. And Guillotine was sitting in the study room, looking at the 2 receipts, written by Fang Yuan, on the table. The indignance in his heart was like a surging river, overflowing endlessly. Fang Yuan had a hold on Qi faction, which put Qi Lian in an extremely passive situation. Thus his victory was reasonable. 3 days later, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, white light shining upon his face. A white ball of light was floating in midair. The fusion process had reached its end stage. Fang Yuan used his consciousness to maintain the ball of light while throwing primeval stones into it. The ball of light suddenly faded away, and a whole new Gu worm flew into Fang Yuan's palm. Its appearance was like a big ladybug. Its semicircular milky white carapace was decorated with dark spots. It was quite big, about the size of an adult's fist. Rank 3 Sky Canopy Gu. I've finally succeeded. Fang Yuan satisfiedly nodded his head. This was his second time trying this fusion. The Sky Canopy Gu was refined from the fusion of rank 2 White Jade Gu and an Aqua Defense Gu. In the first try, Fang Yuan used the Water Shield Gu and White Jade Gu. But the fusion ended up a failure, resulting in the death of the Water Shield Gu. The Aqua Defense Gu he used this time had been exchanged with his battle merits. However, this Sky Canopy Gu wasn't Fang Yuan's first rank 3 Gu worm. His first rank 3 Gu worm was directly obtained from the clan. After advancing to rank 3 and becoming an elder, the clan would bestow them with a rank 3 Gu worm. Fang Yuan used this chance to pick a Thunderwings Gu. This Gu was gotten as spoils of war after the elders had killed a frenzy lightning wolf. Its ability was to materialize a pair of Thunderwings and give Gu masters the ability to fly for a short duration. With the Thunderwings Gu to assist with movements, Fang Yuan's final combat shortcoming was fixed. Chapter 156. Digital Shade Recipe, Flower Wine Mystery, Lord Fang Yuan. This way towards the secret room, please enter. In the dark, eerie tunnel, a rank 2 old Gu master walked in front, leading the way for Fang Yuan. The secret room that held all the Gu worm combination recipes of the clan was not far ahead. Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3, thus his status had a 180-degree change. All the fusion recipes kept in the clan. As long as they were not rank 4 or 5 recipes, he had the authority to look through. If it was a rank 1 or 2 Gu master, to look through the recipes, they would need to pay primeval stones or exchange using merit points. This secret room was in the basement of the village, at a very hidden location. Even if the village was eradicated, this secret room would still remain. Back then, the Guyu clan's creator, the first-generation clan leader, found a primeval essence spring inside this underground cave, thus deciding to build his village here. Through the generations of development and growth by the clan leaders, Guyu clan's underground cave had become the Guyu clan's secret base. Normally, ordinary Gu masters did not have the rights to appear at this location. Only clan elders, the clan leader, and the Dark Hall's Gu masters in charge of protecting the place had such authority. Many Gu masters had only been there once in their lives. That is during the awakening ceremony, where the youngsters would come to the primeval spring sea, hoping to awaken their aperture. Other than this, unless there is a special reason, entry to this underground cave is prohibited for all people. Even the Gu master guarding the place is picked after careful consideration. After all, the primeval spring in this underground cave is the entire foundation of the Guyu village. From the spring center, large amounts of primeval stones are produced, and that sustains the Gu master cultivation of the entire clan. In the tunnel, 2 sets of footsteps could be heard. Far away, the sound of river water flowing sounded. That is the underground river in the cave. A moment later, The Gu master leading the way brought Fang Yuan to a rock door. He patted his belly, and a Gu worm flew out of his aperture. As sparks flied, it knocked onto the rock door. The rock door's surface rippled, like a rock thrown into the water. Soon after, the rock wall blinked and gradually faded away, showing the secret room behind. The secret room size was rather small, being only 666 and 2/3 square meters. Every few steps, there would be a rock table half the height of a person. Tins of rock tables had a white jade plate on them, and on the plate there was a Gu worm silently resting. These Gu worms had all sorts of colors, being around the size of a fist. They had very similar appearances, like silkworms. On its head, there were two compound eyes like bees or dragonflies. It was colorful and looked like shiny glass. However, the surface was not soft, but covered in a layer of insect shell, and the shell even had golden luster. Lord Fang Yuan, this is your first time to the secret room, so let me explain. These are rank 2 digital shade Gu. All have recipes recorded in them. In the green digital shade Gu worms, almost all the rank 1 recipes can be found in them. As for the red-black colored Gu, there are rank 2 recipes. White contains the rank 3 recipes, and orange has the rank 4 recipes. As for rank 5, it is contained in the most central purple digital shade Gu worms. Beside him, the old Gu master introduced appropriately. Digital shade Gu was a recording type of Gu worm, just one step further in advancement, and it would be the rank 3 photo audio Gu. After the photo audio Gu is refined, it not only can store a recording, but can also record the voices as well. In the rock crack secret cave, the flower wine monk used a photo audio Gu to inform Fang Yuan of the inheritance details. But to record down recipes, voices are not necessary. Thus, the digital shade Gu is enough. Fusion recipes, these were very precious. Using normal bamboo paper to record them, if they were stolen, not only can they refine the Guyu clan's specialty Gu worms, it is also a huge leak of the clan's information. Knowing the enemy leads to easier battles, and experienced Gu masters can learn about the strengths and weaknesses of a Gu worm from the refinement recipe. Once it is leaked, towards a clan the loss would be severe. In future when they battle, the Gu masters from that clan may also be disadvantaged in Gu worms. Thus, recipes were strictly controlled, and as classified by ranks, stored appropriately. Digital shade Gu was easier to refine and had a low cost, thus it was a common method to contain recipes. Lord Fang Yuan, these digital shade Gu all belong to the Secret Hall clan elder, but it would not impede you from using primeval essence and browsing through. Just that with your current identity, you cannot browse the rank 4 and 5 recipes. There's also 2 more things. The secret room is the clan's red zone. Your every action here is observed fully in secret. Every day, you can only stay here for 15 minutes. Once the time is up, you must leave, the Gu master continued speaking. I understand. Fang Yuan nodded. Lord Fang Yuan, this subordinate has no authority to enter, thus I will wait at the door. Once the time is up, I will bring you out, the old man bowed. Fang Yuan walked into the secret room. Once he entered, the rock door turned from virtual to solid, trapping him in the room alone. Walking in the secret room, it was peaceful. The echoes of his footsteps could be heard bouncing off the walls as the surrounding walls had water-like Gu in them. Their bodies emitted a light, wavering like water, interchanging between light and shadow, with layers after layers shining indefinitely. Fang Yuan took a red-black colored Gu worm and injected his white-silver primeval essence inside. Immediately 2 beams of light shot out from the digital shade Gu's compound eyes. He raised the Gu up and pointed the eyes at the white jade plate on the table. 2 beams of light hit the white jade plate, and after some fluctuations, words started to appear. This was the recipe on how to refine the Moonlight Gu. First it listed the Moonlight Gu's strengths, which was the increase in attack distance, twice of the Moonlight Gu. The weakness was the subpar attack. Next was the refinement recipe. Moonlight Gu is refined from fusing the Moonlight Gu and Scar Rock Gu. Next is the important points for refining this Gu. The crux was, if during the refinement, some jade rock is added in, or done during a night when there is abundant moonlight and exposed to it, there would be a higher chance of success. Lastly, it is the experiences of the Gu masters who had attempted to fuse this Gu. This had the greatest content, almost up to 10,000 words. Fang Yuan took a look and memorized some things to heart. It was after all countless people's experiments and tries, and the experience gathered from numerous attempts. Some information, even Fang Yuan did not know. After all, Moonlight Gu is a unique Gu to the Guyu clan. In his previous life, he had never become a clan elder or came here to browse the recipes. Time was limited, so Fang Yuan quickly took a look and placed the digital shade Gu back to its spot, then picked up a white-colored Gu to observe. In the white digital shade Gu, there was the rank 3 fusion recipes. Most of the recipes did not suit Fang Yuan, as they needed Gu worms like Moonwhirl or Moonlight Gu as the base. Fang Yuan did not look through closely. To save time, he skimmed through. He first used the Moonlight Gu to fuse with the Little Light Gu to form Moonglow Gu. On that basis, there was only 3 refinement recipes worth using. First was the rank 3 Golden Moon, with the same 10 steps of shooting distance, but the attack power is increased once again. Once shot out, the golden-colored crescent moon would nearly be half a man tall, and had a strong, imposing aura. Second was the Frost Moon Gu. The Moonblade becomes eerie white and icy, having an element of ice to it. Whoever it hurts will be invaded by the coldness, moving slowly. The third is the Illusory Moon Gu. This Gu was more unique. It is not used to attack, but once activated, it can allow the Gu Master to create a shadow clone to attract attacks and confuse the enemy. Especially when this Illusory Moon Gu, once refined, can be used as the basis for the rank 4 Moonshadow Gu. Moonshadow Gu can be implanted into a Gu Master's aperture and suppress them from using primeval essence. In the information on the Illusory Moon Gu, there was only some vaguely explained information about the Moonshadow Gu as reference. Moonshadow Gu. Isn't that the Gu worm used by the 4th generation clan leader to sneak an attack on the Flower Wine Monk? Fang Yuan, seeing this, frowned deeply. In this world, there are countless Gu worms, and even with his 500 years of experience, he only knew less than 0.001% of all the Gu worms in this world. He originally had a rough idea of the Moonshadow Gu, but now that he knew the Gu worm's effect, suspicion rose in his heart. Moonshadow Gu had a unique use. It was able to suppress 30% of the primeval essence in a rank 4 Gu Master's aperture, 15% of a rank 5, and 60% of a rank 3 Gu Master. That means, with a C-grade talent like Fang Yuan, only having 40-50%, if they were hit by this Moonshadow Gu, they would be unable to deploy a single ounce of primeval essence, losing all their battle strength, and were as good as crippled. Of course, if it were Fang Yuan, if the Moonshadow Gu was used on him, it would be throwing a meat bun at the dog. What's gone can never come back. That is because once the Moonshadow Gu enters his aperture, the spring Autumn Cicada will demonstrate its dominance, and under its aura, the Moonshadow Gu would be instantly refined by him and become his. What puzzled Fang Yuan was not the Moonshadow Gu's effect, but the Flower Wine Monk. I remember that on the shadow wall, the Flower Wine Monk was bathed in blood, full of injuries. Firstly, his battle with the 4th generation clan leader and elders only gave him mild injuries. I thought those severe injuries were caused by this Moonshadow Gu, but to think that this Moonshadow Gu is only used to suppress primeval essence, crippling the Gu Master. Then where did the Flower Wine Monk get his severe injuries from? Fang Yuan's thoughts were meticulous, thus becoming more suspicious. Back then, when the Flower Wine Monk lost to the clan elders and escaped, what actually happened? Moonshadow Gu was not the cause of his death. So then what was? At once, the originally clear Flower Wine Monk inheritance became a complete mystery to Fang Yuan again. Lord Fang Yuan, it has been 15 minutes. I believe you have had some gains. No matter what, please come again tomorrow. At this point, the door turned into an astral state again, as the old Gu Master stood outside and said respectfully, "Okay." Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he put down the digital Shadow Gu, leaving the secret room. Regardless of whether it is the Golden Moon, Frost Moon, or Illusory Moon, these refinement recipes were not what he wanted. That is because they all consumed large amounts of moon orchid flower petals. Moon orchid flower petals were hard to store, only able to live for a few days. In Fang Yuan's plans, he wanted to leave the Guyu clan and roam the world. If he refined these Gu, without any food they would die in half a year. He might as well not refine them. However, there were still rank 3 recipes that he did not manage to see. I'll come again tomorrow, I guess. Such a thought flashed across his mind. Chapter 157, Blood Moon Gu. Second day, Secret Room. On the shiny white jade plate, there was a recipe, Blood Moon Gu. Using rank 2 Moonglow Gu and Blood Essence Gu to combine and form the rank 3 Gu worm. Once activated, the Moonblade glows blood red, with the size of a face. If one gets injured by it, there would be a continuous bleeding effect. That's it. Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the information and memorized this recipe at heart. Then he closed his eyes and recited again, and opened his eyes to check. After several times, he checked that he had completely memorized this recipe in his heart, with no margin of error. Compared to the Golden Moon, Frost Moon, and Illusionary Moon Gu, the 3 classics, this Blood Moon Gu was much more unorthodox. The former 3's refinement recipes had almost 100,000 words of refinement experience. But this Blood Moon Gu barely had a few thousand. It can be seen that through history, Gu masters who chose this Blood Moon Gu were rare. The Blood Moon Gu's attacking capability was average. It only had a 10-meter range, and even the bleeding effect after attacking isn't optimal. Gu masters from rank 1 to 5 had limited primeval essence, and could not sustain for a long battle to decide the victor. A bleeding effect, in the real battlefield, was only a small problem. Against a Gu master experienced in healing, they could even have the ability to counter this. Furthermore, the Blood Moon Gu had the biggest flaw. Every few days of the month, it would ooze fresh blood out. The blood would flow uncontrollably, and during this period, its attack power would be reduced to a third of the original. But it had the greatest advantage that Fang Yuan liked. It was easy to feed. Much easier than the Golden Moon, Frost Moon, and Illusionary Moon. The food it needed was no longer moon orchid flower petals, but fresh blood. Although the blood required was a lot, it was not limited to one type. In the western desert it might be a problem, but the southern border had all sorts of wild beasts in its forested and mountainous areas. Killing them would allow easy extraction of blood. To the Blood Moon Gu, its food was all over the southern border, everywhere. Next, all I have to do is refine this Blood Moon Gu. Fang Yuan decided in his heart. The refinement steps, as well as things to take note of, were all memorized by him. In his hand, there was already the Moon Glow Gu, but the Blood Essence Gu was slightly harder to get a hold of. The Blood Essence Gu was precious, being able to replenish the blood of a Gu master. Those Gu masters with it were always energetic, and even if they got injured and lost a lot of blood, they could replenish it easily. Thus, their survivability in battle was much higher than others. Xiongjiang once desired a Blood Essence Gu badly. If the Blood Essence Gu was paired up with the roaming zombie Gu, it would greatly reduce the side effects. It would allow him to be a zombie for a longer period without any worries for backlashes. He was already a well-to-do rank 2 Gu master, and had a rather high position, but until he died, he did not get his wish fulfilled. In the secret room, Fang Yuan looked at the digital shade Gu on the rock tables again. There was still ample time today. Out of the 15 minutes, he only used 5 minutes, so there was still 10 minutes left. The yellow digital shade Gu recorded the rank 4 recipes. The purple digital shade Gu recorded rank 5 recipes. The owner of these digital shade Gu had always been the generations of each secret hall clan elder. But the one responsible for feeding them is the clan. Gu worms can be borrowed, as long as the will on the Gu worms concedes to it. The will in the digital shade Gu is one with the secret hall clan elder. Fang Yuan, as a newly advanced clan elder, is recognized by the secret hall clan elder, thus, he can freely use a portion of the digital shade Gu. But the secret hall clan elder does not think Fang Yuan has the authority to browse the rank 4 and 5 recipes, thus the yellow and purple digital shade Gu. Even if he used primeval essence, there would not be any reaction. The truth is, even if it's a wild natural Gu worm, it is possible to gain their recognition as well. Those beast kings are like this, thus able to borrow the Gu worm's ability. Among humans, such situations occur as well, like the story of the rank 5 river-swallowing toad and Jiangfan. Of course, Fang Yuan could rely on the spring Autumn Cicada's aura to refine these Gu worms and obtain the recipes. That was definitely possible. But the consequences of doing that is something Fang Yuan cannot handle yet. The benefits involved is not sufficient for him to act either. Actually, the most precious recipe is not these rank 4 or 5 recipes, but how to reverse engineer a Moonlight Gu. This Gu originated from the first-generation clan leader, and on that basis, after hundreds of years, developed into such a scale and structure, Fang Yuan thought. Gu fusion is to turn low-ranking Gu worms into higher-ranking ones, while reverse fusion is to turn the high-ranking Gu worms back to their lower forms. Between rising and falling, because of different processes, what is obtained can be entirely different Gu worms. The Moonlight Gu is not a natural Gu worm, but something gotten from reverse fusion by the first-generation clan leader. The Gu worms in this world were mostly new species created by many Gu masters on the basis of natural Gu worms. Thus, even with Fang Yuan's 500 years of experience, he still had limited knowledge of the entire Gu worm ecology. And for the clan, they would definitely have one or a few unique Gu worms. These Gu worms were not the rare natural species, but a new species created through reverse fusion. On this basis, Gu masters can develop a strength unique to their clan. Guyu clan's Moonlight Gu, Xiong clan's Bear Strength Gu, Bai clan's Stream Gu, these were all the same. If they used a common and well-known Gu worm, they would be easy to deal with and easily targeted. A clan's foundation lies in the primeval spring, as it can produce primeval stones. Next is a unique Gu worm that can prevent one's strength from being completely deciphered. Lastly, it is bloodline. Bloodline and kinship are an important chain that ties a clan together. Thus, don't look down on the rank 1 Moonlight Gu. The worth of its reverse fusion recipe is far greater than rank 4 or 5 recipes. The recipe to reverse fuse the Moonlight Gu is normally kept by the clan leader. Other than the clan leader, the most loyal clan elder of that generation would also know the recipe's secret. At the same time, the Moonlight Gu recipe's digital shade Gu is also hidden appropriately. Fang Yuan could obviously not obtain the recipe from this secret room. This recipe's value is very high, Thus if I can obtain it before I leave, that would naturally be the best. But I do not have to force it. Fang Yuan was very plain about this matter. For starters, he was not planning to create an organization or force. The Moonlight Gu's recipe to him was not a necessity. However, the Blood Moon Gu and the other rank 3 recipes are what I need. Although Fang Yuan was rank 3 now and had white-silver primeval essence, not all his Gu worms were rank 3, thus he could not display the true fighting power of a rank 3 Gu master. I have the Thunderwings Gu and Sky Canopy Gu, so if I manage to refine the Blood Moon Gu, I will have 3 rank 3 Gu worms. But that is nowhere near enough. Ordinary Gu masters can rely on the clan. With the cooperation of their clansmen, as well as ample resources, they only needed 3 to 4 Gu worms. But Fang Yuan wanted to roam the southern border and leave his homeland. Thus he needed at least 6 Gu worms to deal with all situations. With his experience, the 6 Gu worms had to be attack, defense, healing, storage, recon, and movement. 6 attributes to provide him ample support. For attack, the Blood Moon Gu barely qualifies. For defense, he has the Sky Canopy Gu. Movement-wise, even though the Thunderwings Gu uses a lot of primeval essence, it can allow temporary flight and is very powerful. For healing, the 9-leaf Vitality Grass is slightly weak. It is after all a rank 2 Gu, and even the advancement option is not satisfactory to Fang Yuan. The rank 2 9-leaf Vitality Grass did not have outstanding healing abilities. Its only advantage was creating the rank 1 Vitality Leaves, and from selling that, Fang Yuan can get a continuous supply of primeval stones, akin to a money tree. But thereafter, Fang Yuan is going to travel to places where there are no inhabitants, so even if he creates the Vitality Leaves, no Gu masters would buy them using primeval stones. For recon, Earth Communication Eargrass had a huge range, so even as a rank 2, it was still usable. For storage, Fang Yuan had no such Gu. This was, however, the Gu of the utmost importance. This is because after he starts traveling alone, the supplies are the most important. It can single-handedly become the basis of the other 5 categories. Storing food to feed the Gu worms, his own food, and storing primeval stones. Without primeval stones, Gu master lose the power to cultivate. On this matter, Fang Yuan had no progress. Before he obtains a satisfactory storage-type Gu worm, he will not leave the village. Gu worms for storage, the first condition is a wide utility, able to store food and primeval stones. Next, they have to be easy to feed, and lastly, it is best if they have the ability to prolong the expiry date of the items stored. But even in the resource board of the 3 clans, there is no Gu worm that I like. It seems I can only make use of the Chi faction and squeeze out the last of their savings. Once 15 minutes was up, Fang Yuan walked out of the tunnel as he continued to ponder. Lord Fang Yuan, hello. A middle-aged Gu master stood outside, specifically waiting for Fang Yuan. You are. The person smiled. I am Gu Yuqi Zhong, the current acting Medicine Hall clan elder. So that's him, Fang Yuan realized, starting a close inspection of this person. Gu Yuqi Zhong had a proper appearance with a squarish face, and he showed an aura of stability. Similar to Fang Yuan, he was also a clan elder, but his cultivation was rank 3 middle stage. After Fang Yuan caused Gu Yu Yaoji to faint, Gu Yuqi Zhong had been ordered to temporarily lead the medicine hall, and his wife was an important member of the medicine faction. Thus this was Gu Yu Bo's political approach to balance the 2 factions' rivalry. But no matter what, Gu Yuqi Zhong still managed to ascend to this role. This is 300 primeval stones, the payout to the clan elders for this week. I know that you are here, thus I brought this over as well. I hope you do not mind me taking matters into my own hands, Gu Yuqi Zhong said, handing a money bag to Fang Yuan. This man, Fang Yuan squinted, taking the bag. The clan elder's payout needed to be collected by the clan elder themselves. But Gu Yuqi Zhong could collect it for him, so in some ways, this was hinting to Fang Yuan his status in the clan as well as his social network. But this hint was also well-timed, as it showed a sign of goodwill and was not aggressive. To speak the truth, I took the initiative to find Lord Fang Yuan this time, because I have a matter to ask of you. Soon after, he went straight to the topic and mentioned his intention. Oh, you want me to turn in the 9-leaf Vitality Grass? Fang Yuan showed a deep, profound expression. Chapter 158. Times have changed. Gu Yu Yaoji had longed after Fang Yuan's 9-leaf Vitality Grass, and thus, she exploited her authority to set a policy for the transfer of 9-leaf Vitality Grass. However, Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3 and became an elder, responding with a powerful counterattack which caused Gu Yu Yaoji to faint on the spot and let Gu Yuqi Zhong take the stage. A new officer in power has to display his authority. Gu Yuqi Zhong took the initiative to find Fang Yuan and persuade him to hand over the 9-leaf Vitality Grass. Handing over the 9-leaf Vitality Grass, it's not that it cannot be done, Fang Yuan said after muttering to himself for a bit. There was a saying, what was true then isn't true now. And now, the situation was different from before. Previously, Gu Yaoji wanted Fang Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. That was an order. You had to hand it over whether you wanted to or not. However, Fang Yuan was already an elder now, and his status was equal to Gu Yaoji and others, and only lower than clan leader Gu Yubo. Thus, Gu Yuqizhong asking Fang Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass was not an order, but instead it was a type of transaction with equal benefits. 9-leaf vitality grass was indeed very precious. With its ability to produce vitality leaves, it was by itself a microscale source of revenue and was in high demand. Fang Yuan was now raising many gu worms, and a large part of their food expenses was supported solely by it. However, this world didn't have anything that couldn't be sold. It was only a matter of the profits being too small to move the heart. 9-leaf vitality grass was precious, but if an appropriate price was provided, why couldn't it be sold? Gu worms were only tools, methods to achieve one's desires and ambitions. So what if it was the spring autumn cicada? As long as the circumstances were suitable, why couldn't one give it up to exchange for an even larger benefit? If one wants to obtain benefits, they need to learn to give up first. Naturally, Fang Yuan had the awareness of this and looked at Gu Yuqizhong. Gu Yuqizhong understood and smiled. If sire is willing to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass, I will willingly compensate you with this command token. Saying so, he took out a token. This token's design was simple. It was triangular shaped with smooth corners. There were words written on the front, piling up in a pyramid shape, prize token. Similarly on the back said, reward contributions. Prize token, reward contributions. Sire is a newly promoted elder, and may not be clear on some matters. This prize token is issued to the Gu masters who have made great contributions to the clan. Even among elders, few possess it. With this token, you can go down to the clan's underground Gu cave and choose any Gu worm you like. The underground cave holds many rare, precious Gu worms. Among the top 10 Gu worms in the exchange board, 4 of them have been selected from the underground Gu cave, Gu Yuqizhong explained. Fang Yuan was instantly moved. He wasn't surprised about this, for Gu Yu clan had stood high for centuries, and it was impossible for there not to be any trump cards and accumulations. In fact, any long-established clan would also have secret places to store Gu like the Gu underground cave. But to obtain such Gu worms, one needed to have made great contributions and also should be loyal to the clan. Fang Yuan only recently became an elder, so he was very far away from having such qualifications. I want to leave the clan, so I need a storage Gu. This token is a good choice, but Fang Yuan had some worries. If he had to give up the 9-leaf vitality grass, so be it. It was a great help to Fang Yuan, but he wouldn't have any use for it in the future. Its healing ability was not outstanding, and one couldn't continuously use the vitality leaves to heal. Fang Yuan's worry was that there might not necessarily be his ideal Gu worm. In the Gu underground cave, Gu Yuqizhong had been observing Fang Yuan's expression, and he misunderstood the latter's hesitation, saying, "The underground cave holds not only rank 3 Gu worms, but also rank 4. Elder Fang Yuan, you won't be at a disadvantage. But, if somehow you regret it, we could re-exchange them. That can be done after some time, secretly." Fang Yuan raised his eyes, unable to refrain from looking at Qizhong again. This is an outstanding guy, he sighed inwardly. A new officer in power has to display his authority. Qizhong clearly understood why he was promoted. He had to strike a balance with not only the clan leader, but also Qi and medicine faction. And at the same time, he needed to display his ability. Fang Yuan transferring the 9-leaf vitality grass over held a special significance to him, and he was willing to pay a high price for it. The world is vast. Countless outstanding talents are everywhere. Under the wolf tide, the old-timers are being sacrificed and newcomers are advancing. From a certain point, this can also be said to be a reform which allows the clan to preserve its vitality and stand high without falling. Fang Yuan thought inwardly. Too many old-timers will only create a rotting organization. Thus, the process of elimination is the only way for an organization to continue working. Gu Yuqizhong was a representative of this. The world was all about the survival of the fittest. A human body continues to live through the process of metabolism. A Gu master shouldn't stick with the same Gu worms. Only with change could they progress. At this thought, Fang Yuan accepted the token from Gu Yuqizhong and then handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass. As he had transferred it himself, Qizhong could quickly refine the 9-leaf vitality grass. Only after keeping this grass Gu into his aperture did he let out a big sigh of relief. He had his own ambitions, and being able to act as the temporary medicine hall elder was an extremely important opportunity to him. If he could grasp this, he might even assume the official post instead of temporary. However, he would have to make compromises with the 3 sides if he wanted to achieve this. After all, politics was an art of compromising. Yao Ji couldn't do anything to Fang Yuan while she was reigning. But after taking the seat, he was able to get Fang Yuan to hand over his 9-leaf vitality grass. This not only showed goodwill to the medicine faction, being able to handle the political matters left behind by Yao Ji, and subtly display his own ability. Thus, he didn't hesitate to give up the prize token which he had got with great difficulty. Lord Shizhong, it's really delightful to chat with you. I wonder if you still have some time now. Fang Yuan asked as he stored the token. Guyu Qizhong's eyes flashed. He was puzzled. After a while, in a hall, we pay respects to the two elders. Fang Yuan's uncle and aunt bowed and greeted. They were very respectful and even a little afraid. After the news of Fang Yuan becoming an elder was announced, he became a model example for young Gu masters, whereas it brought astonishment and panic to the uncle and aunt pair. He was clearly a C-grade talent. How could he advance to rank 3 and become an elder so fast? Even Guyu Fangzheng, who was an A-grade talent, was only at rank 2 upper stage currently. After the astonishment was fear. They couldn't help but be afraid. When they thought of how they had bullied and been so hard on Fang Yuan, their hearts trembled with fear. What goes around comes back around. It was not the same once he had an elder's identity. They were afraid of Fang Yuan taking revenge on them after achieving success. But still, in the end, Fang Yuan came to their door and also brought another elder with him. They came with bad intentions. Bad intentions. Guyu Dongtu sighed in his heart. Fang Yuan chuckled. Uncle, aunt, no need to be so courteous. Although I have become an elder, I am still your nephew. Come, let's all take a seat. Saying so, he sat down on the main seat. Guyu Qizhong sat beside him. These two positions were usually where uncle and aunt sat, the seats of the family heads. Uncle and aunt, however, weren't the least bit discontent with the seatings. They were even full of hesitation and fearful when sitting in the lower seats. This was the power of the clan elders. Uncle and aunt glanced at each other. They were on tenterhooks as they sat stiffly, only sitting near the edge of the chairs. The servants came in with some tea. Guyu Qizhong maintained his silence and didn't drink. Fang Yuan, however, took a sip calmly and asked, "How has uncle and aunt been these days?" Fang Yuan was smiling as he asked, but in uncle and aunt's eyes it felt even more terrifying than him flying into a rage. It was especially so for aunt. When she thought of how she had insulted Fang Yuan, she started trembling with fear. Sigh. Life had been in upheaval due to the wolf tide. The tavern was forced to close down, and the rent of the bamboo houses has been decreasing. In fact, we are so poor that we're reaching the point of starvation, Uncle said, and then tears fell down from his eyes unexpectedly. He used to maintain his health very well before, but now his face was no longer ruddy, while the hair near his temples had gone white and the wrinkles on his face had increased. His predicament was even more obvious due to the forceful enlistment. However, Fang Yuan knew his uncle had managed the tavern for many years, so he definitely had some savings. The miserable appearance he was putting on now was because he was afraid of Fang Yuan's revenge and wanted to use his pathetic look to gain Fang Yuan's sympathy. Uncle is usually so astute, but how could he be so stupid when the matter involves himself? If I had come to take revenge, why would I bring Guyu Qizhong with me? Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. He greatly disliked and had no respect towards his uncle and aunt, but this didn't mean they had no use. Uncle, aunt, you have taken good care of me for so long. All my current accomplishments are due to your nurturing. I have just received the elder payout from the clan. These 300 primeval stones, please take them. Saying so, Fang Yuan handed the money bag to uncle. What? This? Guyu Dongtu's expression was really wonderful at this moment. His astonishment contained unease. The unease was close to fear, and under the fear was incredulousness. Aunt, who was at the side, was also dumbstruck as she blankly looked at the money bag in Fang Yuan's hand. What in the world was going on? There was none of the revenge they had imagined, but instead, they were being gifted 300 primeval stones. Fang Yuan's words were ear-piercing, no matter how they looked at it. The words "taking good care" and "nurturing" were full of sarcasm, which made them feel the whole situation was even more bizarre. What is he scheming? What the heck does he want to do? How does he want to torment us? Uncle and aunt glanced at each other. Both were hesitating and didn't dare to receive the money back. It is Elder Fang Yuan's filial piety. Do accept it. Guyu Qizhong expressionlessly spoke from his seat. Yes, yes, yes. Uncle repeatedly nodded his head and hurriedly accepted the money bag. Even if he was called the hidden elder, that was nothing in front of the medicine hall elder. He used both hands to hold the bag full of 300 primeval stones. He normally loved money, but right now he felt like the money bag was scalding hot and wanted to immediately throw it. Since uncle has received it, I will take my leave, Fang Yuan said and started leaving. Uncle and aunt immediately tried to see them off, but were stopped by Fang Yuan. Don't look anymore. At the corner, Mother Shin let out a breath of relief and said to her daughter Shin Shui. Shin Shui's expression was gloomy, and she looked at Fang Yuan and Qizhong's figures from behind until they were completely gone. "Mother, did I make a wrong choice?" she said. An elder could take in a wife and 2 concubines. If she had been faithful from the start, who was to say that she couldn't be Fang Yuan's concubine at this moment? I really hadn't expected this. This Fang Yuan advanced to today's stage with only a C-grade aptitude. Mother Shin helplessly shook her head. "Daughter, cheer up. Fang Zheng has an A-grade aptitude. His accomplishments won't be any less." "Yes," Shin Shui responded, and some luster emerged within her dark pupils. In this world, the status of a common mortal was so petty and low. How many things did she have that could move the great Gu Master's hearts? She had already given her body to Fang Zheng. That was the gamble of her life, and she couldn't turn back anymore. Chapter 159, This Fang Yuan. Howl! For frenzy lightning wolves raised their heads and howled loudly. Pit-pat, pit-pat. The rain poured from above as the curtains of water interweaved, and dark clouds roamed the sky. It caused the weather to turn dark, obstructing the vision of many. "Quick! The northern gate has a breach. Quickly go there, Shengnan group." "Healing Gu Master? We have a heavily injured person here. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all these bastard wolves." The wolves' cries were countered by the Gu Masters shouting. Almost everyone was bathed in blood as they battled ferociously. Surrounding the village, battles ensued, spreading like wildfire. The people's cheers, the wolves' cries, the sound of the rain, mixed in with the sound of the wind. Uncountable number of lightning wolves rushed towards the village walls. The pitfall trap before the walls had already been flattened by a thick layer of wolf corpses, and as they were led by the numerous bold lightning wolves, the lightning wolves had a strong charging force together. Rank 1 and Rank 2 Gu Masters fought bravely on the front lines. Large amounts of moonblades flew towards the wolf packs, slaughtering numerous lightning wolves. But the wolf packs still sent out lightning currents and lightning balls towards the village, bringing injuries and fatalities to the clan. Elder Fang Yuan, this is the Medicine Hall's newest injury report. Please take a look. A Gu Master in charge of transmitting information quickly arrived, and after seeing Fang Yuan, greeted him and handed over the report with both hands. Fang Yuan was now a Rank 3 Gu Master. Thus, as a clan elder, his mission by the clan was to lead the Gu Masters in suppressing the western area. Fang Yuan removed his attention from the battlefield and took the report, saying to the Gu Master, "You may leave." The Gu Master paid his respects before taking his leave. His speed was fast, and by using Gu Worm to accelerate his body, he quickly left to the next area. Any Gu Master in charge of information dissemination had at least one movement assist type Gu Worm, while some even had 2. Fang Yuan opened the report, taking a glance. The injury toll on the report gave a feeling of considerable shock. Until now, the wolf tide had attacked the village over 10 times. The injury and death of the clan's Gu Masters was very severe. This led the clan elders to be so frantic, and the Gu Master that took over the medicine hall, Gu Yuqi Zhong, felt even greater pressure. As a middle-aged man, he even had several white hair growing out some days ago. But Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories and was mentally prepared, thus he was not surprised. This wolf tide is one of the most severe ones in the Gu Yu clan's history. Such injuries and death is unavoidable. He thought this in his heart, and as moonlight gathered in his palm, he reduced this report to ashes. This report, only clan elders had the authority to view it. If it was released to the masses, it would cause social instability. Despite this, the Gu Yu clan was already in a panicky state, as the feelings of instability got stronger by the day. At this point, the moonlight in Fang Yuan's palm was no longer the eerie blue color, but of blood color. This is the Rank 3 Blood Moon Gu. To refine this Gu, Fang Yuan had failed once, and only on his second attempt did he succeed. As for the refinement ingredients, he naturally extorted Gu Yu Qi Lian for it. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, his mind entering into his aperture. In the aperture walls were shining and dimming at regular intervals without a single drop of impurity. It was a pure white state. His primeval essence was fully white in color, but also emitted a luster of a silver metallic glow. This is the Rank 3 Gu Master's white-silver primeval essence. Water gathers into a sea. In his aperture, it was a white-silver primeval sea. On the surface, there was originally a black-red residue, but now it was no longer there. The cleansing water Gu he forced out of Gu Yu Qi Lian had long been used. The man-beast life burial Gu's side effect was completely eliminated. But this was not without a price. Fang Yuan's aptitude lowered a little from 44% C grade. Due to the man-beast life burial Gu, it dropped by 2% to a maximum capacity of 42%. But this price, Fang Yuan was prepared for it. In fact, it was all thanks to Gu Yu Qi Lian. If not for the cleansing water Gu and letting that black-red residue corrupt the primeval essence any longer, Fang Yuan's aptitude would decrease even further. A white shell, black-spotted ladybug danced in the air above the sea. This was the Sky Canopy Gu. The Stealth Scales Gu with a stonefish appearance was deep inside the primeval sea. Four Flavors Liquor Worm was playing with the waves above the sea surface. As for the newly refined Blood Moon Gu, its appearance was similar to the Moonlight Gu, residing in Fang Yuan's right palm, turning into a red crescent insignia. As for the rank 3 Thunderwings Gu, it resided in Fang Yuan's back as 2 lightning bolt tattoos. To be worth mentioning is the Spring Autumn Cicada. Its condition was getting better and was recovering quicker. This situation caused Fang Yuan to rejoice and at the same time worry. Spring Autumn Cicada is rank 6, but he is still rank 3, and at this time his aperture is unable to hold a fully recovered Spring Autumn Cicada. The Spring Autumn Cicada's aura was getting stronger. Like using a paper tube to contain rocks, the aperture would not be able to handle the load. If I'm left with no choice, I can only raise it outside of my body, Fang Yuan sighed. That had great implications. Rank 6 Gu worms are implicated with Tao, containing the law fragments of heaven and earth. If left outside for extended periods, it would create a resonance with the natural laws, unless the Gu worm is slumbering. Otherwise, the commotion would be huge, as it would cause all sorts of natural phenomena, attracting the attention and greed of other experts. But this was a solution out of necessity. How? At this point, a loud shrill wolf howl suddenly entered everyone's ears. Fang Yuan gathered his spirits. Lord Clan Elder, the frenzy lightning wolf has entered the battle. Guyu Jiangjian and 2 others elders are at the eastern gate blocking them. They hope you can go and assist, a Gu master frantically reported. Crack. The sound of lightning cracked as 2 wings sprouted from Fang Yuan's back. These 2 wings were formed by blue lightning, the form abstract and simple. But with a flap, it brought Fang Yuan high into the sky, and with a fast speed, he sped towards the eastern gate. Flying in a straight line in the air, Fang Yuan got to the battlefield in a few breaths' time. The frenzy lightning wolf was trying to break through the eastern gate, and a few clan elders were near the door aggressively engaging in battle. The frenzy lightning wolf jumped abruptly out of the battlefield, and with a swing of its tail, swept at a female rank 1 Gu master at the corner. This Gu master's face went pale. She could only hear the sound of the winds blowing as the wolf tail swept at her, and in her heart she screamed, "I'm doomed." With her ability, she could neither dodge nor take the hit. But at this crucial moment, a shadow descended from the sky, hugging her. The young girl felt the world spinning before her. When she finally recovered, all she saw was that she was flying in midair, while the wolf tail swept right below her. A 2-story bamboo building took the hit and was shaking violently. Her expression got dimmer. If she was hit right on by this tail, she would have turned into meat pulp. Soon after, she realized that she was saved. Who saved her? She stared at this person and was stunned. It's him? Guyu Fang Yuan. At once, the young girl's heart was filled with complexity. It was impossible to describe with words. She and Fang Yuan were classmates. Fang Yuan had formerly extorted her primeval stones, thus she hated him greatly. But she had to be amazed at his achievements, especially after news of him advancing to clan elder spread, causing her to be in shock and admiration. Compared to Fang Yuan, she was also a C-grade talent, but was now only a rank 1. Now, she was saved by Fang Yuan once. He was a true lifesaver. She was filled with gratitude towards Fang Yuan, and under her shock and admiration, her lingering hatred was also gone with this. The battlefield here is dangerous. Retreat far away. Fang Yuan's wings flapped, landing on the ground and placing her down gently. He had some impression towards this young girl. They were possibly classmates, but he could not remember her name. Saying so, he turned around and left, no longer flying. Instead, he sprinted, entering the battlefield. The Thunderwings Gu's speed was fast, but its primeval expenditure was faster. Fang Yuan being only C-grade talent, among the rank 3 Gu masters in terms of purely primeval essence storage, he is the lowest tier possible, thus he needed to conserve his primeval essence more than others. Blood Moon Gu. He threw a moonblade out. The moonblade was blood red in color, and upon hitting the frenzy lightning wolf's body, it caused an injury that bled continuously. The young girl's sight remained on Fang Yuan, staring at his shadow blankly. Slowly, her eyes started to shine in a mysterious manner. 17 to 18 years of age, this is the prime of youth. This Fang Yuan, what do you think of him? Far away, Guyubo looked at this scene and asked a close aide. The aide replied, I heard that Elder Fang Yuan had already answered the call of the medicine hall and handed in the 9-leaf vitality grass in his possession. After getting the first payout, he gave it all to his uncle and aunt as a filial gesture. These days, he had struck personally and participated in killing lightning wolves. His aggressive and ruthless attacks have gained him much battle merits. Not only that, after saving many clansmen this time, his reputation is improving. The clan already has rumors, him turning over a new leaf, the Fang faction's new clan elder, etc. This subordinate thinks that, although he is only a C-grade talent. With his impressive battle capabilities, he had gotten great opportunities. First, with his parents' inheritance, the 9-leaf vitality grass became a continuous source of income. Using 2 red steel relic Gu, he managed to cultivate to rank 3, but also had an element of luck. Saying so, this close aid showed an expression of slight jealousy. He was also a C-grade talent, but was only rank 2. Getting to this stage, he spent half his life doing so. But that Fang Yuan was merely 17 years old, yet he was already a clan elder. Competing with others is really infuriating. Hearing his aide's words, Guiyubo nodded unnoticeably. His close aide's words represented the view of majority of the people in the clan, but was slightly shallow. Guiyubo had been the clan leader for many years, thus he had greater foresight. Fang Yuan handing in the 9-leaf vitality grass. He had obviously struck a deal with Gu Yuqizhong. Handing his payout to his aunt and uncle was not out of goodwill, but a political show. The person who spread news on this matter was Gu Yuqizhong. As for saving people, whether it's true and sincere, there remains doubt. But no matter what, Fang Yuan no longer isolated himself, and his actions were indeed worthy of praise. Him advancing to clan elder and his actions thereafter. This was an initiative to get close to the clan and contribute to the clan. The clan's prosperity requires these contributions and relationships. Thinking so, Guiyubo instructed those people in the hidden hall. These few days they also did not find anything from their investigations. Forget it, withdraw the investigations on Fang Yuan for now. Yes, this subordinate shall inform them now. Saying so, he took his leave. Guiyubo stood on the ground, squinting. He thought in his heart, no matter what's the reason, his cultivation still rose too quickly. This Fang Yuan, he has a great secret on him. However, in this period, with the severity of the wolf tide, every bit of strength is needed, and wasting it on Fang Yuan is too wasteful. Investigation is still necessary, but this can only wait after the wolf tide. Chapter 160. Astounding applause with a bam. The frenzy lightning wolf fell on the ground like a giant elephant. It opened its mouth wide, but its eyes lost focus as life slowly exited its body. On its body, there were injuries all over. As wolf blood poured out endlessly, the environment was dyed red. The rain continued to pour as it diluted the wolf blood and caused the blood to spread further into the ground. The ground was muddy, and some elders were standing beside the frenzy lightning wolf corpse, taking deep breaths as their bodies were drenched by the rain. They were also covered in wolf blood and mud, looking like beggars. Finally killed it. This frenzy lightning wolf actually had a defensive Gu worm in its body and was so difficult to take down. Luckily, we had Elder Fang Yuan's Blood Moon Gu accumulating injuries on it, or else it would have been even more difficult trying to kill it. When the elders said this, they looked towards Fang Yuan. Initially, when they heard that Fang Yuan had refined the Blood Moon Gu, they felt disapproving towards it. But it seems now that it was very effective in dealing with frenzy lightning wolves. I am flattered, fellow esteemed elders. If not for your assistance and protection, I would not have been able to attack so relentlessly. Fang Yuan wiped the rain water off his face as he said politely, No, it is our duty. We are old people already. We didn't feel it before, but after fighting together with Elder Fang Yuan, we feel that we have truly aged. Indeed. The several elders laughed together. In this earlier battle, Fang Yuan had a strong grasp of when to attack and retreat. With his ruthless and savage attacks, many times his methods were even more effective than normal elders, causing the clan elders to see him in a different light. Especially with his polite and humble attitude and no sense of arrogance, he is definitely not what the rumors said, that aloof and unruly person. Thus the elders had a good impression of him. I still have many aspects that need to be learnt from all of you, Fang Yuan said respectfully, but his eyes shone with a dark light. The Blood Moon Gu had pros and cons. After using it for so many times, he had some insights about it. The Blood Moon Gu specialized in prolonged battles, causing unhealable injuries. As time passed, the enemy's injuries would get more and more severe. But this is established on the fact that there is no healing type Gu worm. Nature is balanced. There is no strongest Gu worm. Each Gu is bound to have strengths and weaknesses. Blood Moon Gu's greatest drawback is the few days of the month where it oozes blood and faces a rapid drop in battle strength. It is my main attacking method, so this makes it too unstable. But after I get the Chainsaw Golden Centipede in the Flower Wine Inheritance ground, I can cover this weakness. These few days were a high alert period where the wolf tide continued to attack the village. So as a clan elder, Fang Yuan attracted even more attention than before and had no chance to go to that rock crack's secret cave. Quick, save our clansmen. Sweep the battlefield, don't miss a single Gu worm. Seeing the frenzy lightning wolf fall, a group of healing Gu masters immediately came forth. Esteemed elders, you all have exerted yourselves. Please accept special treatment from our medicine hall. The leading Gu master bowed towards Fang Yuan and the elders. Oh, medicine faction's lycan. The few clan elders recognized this person, nodding and changing their expression. They were courteous to Fang Yuan, putting on a face full of smiles. But towards this person, they kept their emotions and displayed the authority of a higher-up. This is the difference in status. This Gu lycan is only a rank 2 Gu master. I have no injuries. I do not require treatment. Elders, let's talk again when we are free. Fang Yuan nodded to the elders. Elder Fang Yuan is so outstanding, he's not even injured from such a battle. What a true young hero. Sigh, compared to Elder Fang Yuan, we are really old. Hee. Take care of yourself, Elder Fang Yuan. The few elders started to laugh as they said, Elder Fang Yuan, please pardon my rudeness, but do allow our medicine hall healing Gu master to do a checkup for you. Gu Lycan insisted. He was a member of the medicine faction, and after Fang Yuan angered Gu Yao Ji to the point of fainting, causing her downfall, he naturally had hatred towards Fang Yuan. But with his position and job, as the leader he cannot ignore Fang Yuan. Thanks for your goodwill, but it's fine. I'll see everyone again. Fang Yuan patted Gu Lycan's shoulder, leaving with a smile. The elders smiled or nodded to reply him. Only after he left did their expression change rapidly, turning solemn. This Fang Yuan, although only C grade, had grown to this point. It is truly hard to come by. Fighting together with him, they could feel his heartlessness and ruthlessness, but when thinking about it, they felt threatened. When they were 17, did they have such achievements? Especially when they saw him smile as he patted the medicine faction member's shoulder, such talent in politics and scheming, it is truly stunning. Lord Fang Yuan, do you recognize me? Along the road, a person showed a respectful expression as he greeted Fang Yuan. You are. Fang Yuan squinted, recognizing this person as his classmate. Only that he could not remember the name. But when he extorted primeval stones from him, this person always handed them up nicely. It shows his brilliance under that meek personality. Lord Fang Yuan, I am Gu Dingzong. To have the fortune to be your classmate, that is my honor. Actually, after news that you had advanced to a clan elder spread, many of our classmates admired and were envious of you, Lord, wanting to find an opportunity to discuss cultivation experiences with you. Are you free tonight, Lord? Gu Dingzong rubbed his hands, his eyes smiling into a line. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan's eyebrows raised, nodding. Okay, but let me change my clothes first. This drenched attire is making me uncomfortable. I have already prepared warm water and new clothes, and several beautiful attendants are waiting for serve you, Lord. Gu Dingzong smiled, his expression very eager. Fang Yuan shook his head to reject. No, before that, I have to go to the underground tunnel. Oh, I see. Gu Dingzong's expression changed. The underground tunnel was only accessible to the clan elders, and to people like them. It was a forbidden ground in the clan. Next, his smile became even more subservient, and his back was arched even further, as his tone carried a servant feeling. Lord, go ahead with your business. This lowly one's time is not valuable. Waiting for you is also an honor of mine. Fang Yuan nodded, not speaking anymore, and continued to walk away. Gu Dingzong took a step back quickly, opening a path as he bent his back and sent Fang Yuan off with his gaze. Entering the underground cavern again. This secret room that contained precious Gu worms was very large, almost as big as the village square. But the Gu worms contained inside were not many. There was only a few dozen. Cave declaration grass, air return cicada, dried bone dragonfly, phoenix wing butterfly. There were Gu worms varying from rank 2 to 4. It was only that there was very little rank 2 Gu, and among them was a love separation Gu. This is the number 1 poison Gu among the rank 2s, and injuries caused by it cannot be healed even by a rank 3 healing Gu. This love separation is the one Wang heir owned back then. After obtaining it, the clan kept it here. The most was rank 3 Gu, while rank 4 Gu was relatively little. Fang Yuan did not have high hopes. Although the clan had some fortune, it is still a middle-sized clan and has competition with 2 other villages, as well as the pressure of the wolf tide. But to think that, he actually found a desirable Gu. Tusita flower. This was a rank 3 grass Gu shaped like a red lantern, and had round green leaves. The leaves were thick and fat, a total of 3 pointing at 3 directions in symmetry. This Tusita flower is the same as the Tusita grass. Not only was it able to store food, but it could also store primeval stones, and is one of the most ideal Gu in Fang Yuan's mind. To think that this Gu village had the Tusita flower. With it, I can cover the weakness of storage. Fang Yuan rejoiced, choosing it immediately. Actually, in the village there definitely is a rank 5 Gu. Gu clan had 2 rank 5 experts in history. They were bound to leave behind some Gu worms. Except they cannot be placed here. These rank 5 Gu are the trump cards of the village, fed by the village with all their resources. Though to say feed, it is actually more like offerings. Fang Yuan left the tunnel. The rain had stopped, but the weather was still gloomy. The air was also not fresh, as there was the smell of blood. Fang Yuan changed to a clean shirt and slowly moved towards the gathering point. Elder Fang Yuan, you are here. It is our greatest honor to have you with us. Gu Yudingzong stood at the door, staring with wide eyes. From afar he could see Fang Yuan walking across the street, and he quickly smiled and received him. He brought Fang Yuan into the bamboo building. There was already a feast prepared as many people were sitting there. On seeing Fang Yuan, they quickly got up. Soon after, all sorts of praises and flattering rushed like water towards Fang Yuan. Greetings to Lord Fang Yuan. After so long, Elder Fang Yuan's glamour is greater than ever. This lowly one truly admires you. To be Lord Fang Yuan's classmate, it is my luck from 3 lifetimes. Even thinking about it now, it feels like the experience of a dream. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the table, seeing all his classmates. They were familiar faces, all of them people who he had extorted. My pleasure. He lightly smiled, sitting at the highest position. Serve the dishes, serve the best wine. Gu Yudingzong shouted, and the servants quickly got to work. All sorts of dishes were served, their flavors top-notch. This Gu Yudingzong's family sure had some assets. To be able to serve such dishes during the Wolf Tide, it showed that he really paid a big price, showing his sincerity. Elder Fang Yuan, this lowly one toasts you. Elder Fang Yuan, take your time to drink, I'll down this first. Fang Yuan was really very casual. With a cup of wine, he only took a small sip every time, but the people had no complaints towards this. After toasting almost everyone and having drunk a decent amount, he suddenly held his cup and stood up, laughing. The young are foolish. I was immature in the past and did some horrible things. I hope everyone can forgive me and do not mind the past. Once he stood up, no one else dared to continue sitting, and all of them quickly got up. Everyone knew that the matter Fang Yuan was referring to was the primeval stone extortion. They quickly shouted, not at all, not at all. Elder Fang Yuan truly is character, a true hero. To have my primeval stones eyed by Elder Fang Yuan, that is our greatest honor. That's right, that's right. Elder Fang Yuan's glamour and heroism has always been engraved in my heart. Fang Yuan drank this cup of wine in one mouthful, as everyone cheered and clapped. Chapter 161. Willingly exploited. Fang Yuan put down his cup, sitting down. Only then did everyone dare to sit down. Among them, not all the classmates were present. For example, Imo Bei, Chi Chung, and the others with strong backgrounds were not among the ones present. It's about time, I have to go. This was a well-organized meetup. Fang Yuan showed his inclination to leave. Gu Yudingzong, upon hearing the praise, was overjoyed and quickly stood up, taking out a money bag from his pocket. The bag was filled with primeval stones. He smiled and bowed. Upon hearing Lord's wisdom today, I felt a strong sense of enlightenment, reaping a great reward. This is a small gift, but I hope Lord can accept my token of gratitude. He talked a bunch of crap, and from the start of the banquet, he had been flattering Fang Yuan nonstop. So how could he have gotten any enlightenment? But everyone else acted as if this indeed really happened, shouting loudly and urging Fang Yuan to accept his gratitude. Fang Yuan did not reject, smiling lightly and naturally taking over this money bag. Next was the second and the third, simultaneously coming up to offer their gifts, all primeval stones. All right. Fang Yuan smiled as he accepted them all. Tens of bags filled with primeval stones. How could Fang Yuan carry them all? Gu Yudingzong, on seeing this, quickly summoned a few family servants to carry his load for him. In this short amount of time, Fang Yuan gained almost 10,000 primeval stones. Lastly, Fang Yuan slowly stood up, raising his cup once again. Our encounter is by fate. This classmate relationship, both you and I remember it at heart. This is truly worth drinking over. Yes. Well said, Lord Fang Yuan. Such perfect phrasing, taking the words right out of our hearts. This is talent, no doubt. Everyone stood up, praising as they raised their cups. They either had no background, or their background was not strong enough. Fang Yuan advanced to Clan Elder, and they were afraid of his revenge, but at the same time, they also wanted to enter Fang Yuan's social network. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, raising his hand and toasting with his wine cup. At this point, the dark clouds dissipated, showing the lustrous moonlight enveloping the garden outside. The cool air was mixed with the smell of blood, and reality was extremely cruel. But in this hall, it was exquisite with beautiful lights and decorations, overflowing with wine and fortune, and everyone smiled superficially, as if they were in heaven on earth. This is the allure of the system. Fang Yuan's eyes glinted. As he stared at the wine in his cup, his mind thought about it. Back then, when he extorted his classmates, it was only several primeval stones, but he incurred public outcry. However, right now, he didn't even have to say a word. Yet these people were all willing, fighting to be the first to give him primeval stones. each bag having over 100 primeval stones. This differential treatment. On the surface, it looked like the result of Fang Yuan's elder status. In reality, the truth was because he had previously been outside the system. Right now, however, he had entered the organization's higher management. Under the system, the members are all exploited willingly. Even without any hints from Fang Yuan, they would come forth and bribe him. Some would use their network to get into his faction, while women used their charms to get closer. It works this way in this world, and the same goes on Earth as well. This world's people are hilarious, being robbed and extorted only for a meager loss, and they resist violently, screaming injustice. But bribing the higher-ups, sending gifts, bodies and virginities, they do it willingly. And they are even afraid that it's not enough. Being able to get so many primeval stones today, this is all borrowing the power of the system. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, thinking of Guillotine Shu, Mo Yin, and Qi Shan. Talented people like Guillotine Shu having great talent. They had much greater cultivating talent than Fang Yuan. But all of them cultivated slowly, staying at rank 2 realm for a long time. Did they not work hard enough? Hee. Let's laugh a little. This is the deprivation and pressure from the system. Such deprivation and pressure, it is invisible. Ordinary people cannot even feel it. Taking Fang Yuan's situation for example. The primeval stones these people gifted, if used on themselves, would definitely be a driving force towards their own cultivation. Thus, bribery is a form of deprivation. Numerous lower rankers fight to bribe the higher-ups. This was a form of gathering resources and fortifying the authority of the higher-ups. Other than monetary fortune, there is also the deprivation of time. Elites like Guillotine Shu did not need to bribe others, but their time was used up, telling you to do this and that on a daily basis, running errands, doing missions, but acting rightfully so. This is for the higher-ups' attention and favor. If this time was used to cultivate, Guillotine Shu would have broken through rank 2 peak stage and reached rank 3. Then using the wood charm Gu, he might have even been able to kill by Ning. The amazing part was that the clan elders did not want this junior Guillotine Shu to advance to rank 3 so quickly. For such a useful pawn piece, if he really became rank 3 and was on the same status as them, how can they make use of him? Who is willing to have their authority shaved? Thus, they consciously dragged and suppressed him, even using the reason of, I think well of this lad, but he needs to train. Only by refining can he become a true jade. This is the truth of the system. If one cannot see beyond this, regardless of how heroic they are or how talented one is, they are merely tigers and dragons chained up, only being slaves. People like Guillotine Shu and Qi Zhong, no matter how intelligent or talented they are, so what? Although he had so many thoughts, his thoughts flashed in an instant, and only a second passed in real life. Everyone, please drink up. Fang Yuan moved the cup to his lips, downing the drink in one mouthful. Everyone quickly toasted him, not daring to leave behind a single drop. Goodbye. Fang Yuan cupped his fists, taking his leave. The family servants held the primeval stones as they followed behind him. Everyone quickly sent him off. Please continue drinking. You don't have to send me off, Fang Yuan said, but everyone did not do so. Instead, they left their seats and continued their flattery. Fang Yuan continued, I like peace and quiet. Seeing his expression, everyone finally got his intentions and remained in the hall. Seeing Fang Yuan's figure leaving, some people sighed, while others remained silent, and someone exclaimed, Elder Fang Yuan truly is a legend, such elegance. They were all frogs in the well, only able to see the moon from below, thinking about Fang Yuan's unrestrained position but not being able to see beyond the system's restrictions. Actually, as long as one joins the system, they would be weakened, and their benefits would be sacrificed. Even the clan leader has to sacrifice. He needed to manage the clan, and with this he contributed much of time and effort. It is just that the members at the bottom of the chain are deprived more severely. The higher one's status is, the more benefits one will enjoy. Initially, when Fang Yuan extorted primeval stones, he worked against the system, acting alone and not even sparing his own brother. That was to avoid this deprivation. Thus, he had ample time and energy to advance to rank 3 and become a clan elder, causing numerous people to scream in wonder. But now that he had undergone a huge transformation, becoming a clan elder, his temperament became mild and respectful with authority and status, enjoying the benefits of a clan elder, causing many to be filled with envy. This separation and joining, entering and leaving, is filled with deep wisdom and knowledge. But how many people can see clearly across this fact? Fang Yuan was not exploited, but he still enjoyed the benefits. In the eyes of mortals, this is unrestrained and elegance. All right, put the things on the table and you can go, Fang Yuan said. The family servants did not dare to have an opinion, quietly placing down the items and bowing to Fang Yuan before taking their leave. This is no longer the rented apartment Fang Yuan stayed in before. After advancing to Elder, the clan allocated him a brand new bamboo building. There was a study room and a secret room for closed-door cultivation in the bamboo building, but there were no family servants. Fang Yuan needed to find them himself. Tusita flower, come out. Fang Yuan willed in his heart, and with the injection of his white-silver primeval essence, the Tusita flower residing on his tongue as a tattoo came alive immediately. He opened his mouth and spit out, only to see red light appearing as the Tusita flower rotated gradually like a lantern in midair, floating and appearing in front of him. Fang Yuan activated the Tusita flower. Instantly, red light flashed and caused the entire area to be lit in a red hue. When the red light shone upon the pieces of primeval stones, there was a formless attraction and all the stones flew out of their bags and entered the Tusita flower. A moment later, the red light dissipated and Fang Yuan opened his mouth. The Tusita flower entered his mouth once more, landing on his tongue and turning into a red flower lantern tattoo. This Tusita flower is a rank 3 Gu, able to store primeval stones and other things. Among the rank 3 storage Gu, this is one of the better ones, being able to store a max of 30,000 primeval stones. But considering that I have to store other things as well, the most would probably be around 15,000 primeval stones. Although it was his first time using this Gu worm, with his previous life's experience, he could quickly estimate the limit of the Gu. Primeval stones are the most basic resource for a Gu master's cultivation, undeniably. Without primeval stones, Gu masters would lack a driving force severely. And primeval stones also help in quickly restoring primeval essence, so in battle it has a lot of help. Especially for Gu masters who travel alone, primeval stones are the most basic assurance for traveling. Normally, they would need at least 10,000 primeval stones to ensure that a Gu master has the basic needs covered for a period of time. And every once in a while, they require replenishment. A saving of 15,000 primeval stones, to Fang Yuan, was still too little, but also at an acceptable range. First I borrowed 3,000 primeval stones from Qi Lian, and with today's earnings, I do not have to fret over primeval stones for a while. In the 6 classifications, I have the Blood Moon Gu and Sky Canopy Gu for attack and defense, Thunder Wings for movement, Tusita Flower for storage, and Earth Communication Eargrass for recon. I only lack a Healing Gu. Fang Yuan calculated. He previously had a 9-leaf Vitality Grass, but Fang Yuan handed it up already, thus being able to get the Tusita Flower. But for this rank 2 9-leaf Vitality Grass, even in Fang Yuan's possession, the healing ability was not satisfactory. Rank 3 Healing Gu worms, there are a few desirable ones. Endless Vitality Gu can sustain healing and expends little primeval essence. On this note, it is the best for Gu masters like me with low aptitude. There's also the Undying Grass, a Gu that can save me as long as I have a single breath left. This is the best life preservation type of Gu. The most optimum is the Self-Reliance Gu, relying on the Gu master's own strength. The larger the Gu master's strength, the more it can stimulate the metabolism of the Gu master and thus recover injuries faster. But for these 3 Gu worms, how can Fang Yuan obtain them? In the Gu Yu clan, he even checked the underground cavern, but found no such Gu. On the resource board, they would also not display such a precious Gu. The only hope lies in the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance. But the chances were slim. Fang Yuan barely held any hope. He could feel that the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance was coming to an end. How could there be the exact Gu that Fang Yuan needs right at the end? If that was the case, it would be too perfect, too idealistic. But Fang Yuan knew how cruel this world was. Placing your faith in such a thing, that's naivety. But even so, I have to finish exploring this inheritance ground. At least for that chainsaw golden centipede, I have to subdue it, Fang Yuan thought in his heart. Chapter 162. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Although he had planned to investigate the Flower Wine inheritance ground, Fang Yuan couldn't find the time to do so. With his elder status, many were watching him, and with the busy schedule of the Wolf Tide, many battles had to be fought and he did not have an opportunity to leave. By the time he returned to the Rock Crack's secret cave, it was over 10 days later. The end of summer, nighttime. The rain just stopped, bringing the atmosphere of autumn itself. In the sky, a golden moon was hanging, round like a plate, high up in the sky. Hearing vague wolf cries mixed with the remaining crickets, Fang Yuan stood on a slope, turning back and observing. Guyu village was bright with numerous lamps lighted. The torn walls had been fixed over and over, losing the peace and tranquility it once had. It was almost like a huge beast that had undergone numerous battles, lying on the ground gasping for breath. After my rebirth, even the wolf tide's progress has changed much. In my memory, the Thunder Crown Wolf arrived 3 days ago, but now it is nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan took a look, before moving his sight. Tonight he had managed to squeeze out some time, and had to make good use of it. A moment later, he entered the Rock Crack's secret cave again. The The cave entrance was purposely covered with gray ash. There had never been any footsteps on it, showing that this place was yet undiscovered. This small kind of detection method could not be called professional, but Fang Yuan's experience placed them to good use. Of course, he did not only have one method of precaution, and after several layers of checking, he finally confirmed that this secret cave was still safe for the time being. He breathed a sigh of relief. After all, since his rebirth, many things had been altered. Especially during the Wolf Tide, Gu masters moved around more frequently, so someone might have discovered this place. He entered the tunnel and went into the second secret room. Pushing open the rock door, he entered the rock forest. In the rock forest, the path that he once excavated was filled with jade eye stone monkeys again. But the Fang Yuan now is already a rank 3 Gu master. Although the Blood Moon Gu did not have the highest attacking power among the rank 3 Gu worms, it was definitely far superior than the Moon Glow Gu. Fang Yuan spent 6 hours, exterminating almost 10 groups of monkeys, reopening a path for himself. He came to the most central area and stepped down the rough rock stairs, entering the third secret room. A rock door blocked his path, and on the rock door there was a carving. Golden Centipede's cave is precarious. Earth communication is the way to avoid the disaster. Last time, he had been stuck at this step, but this time, he opened the rock door with no hesitation, striding into the darkness. He held a torch that illuminated the surrounding 10 steps. This centipede cave was wide, having a height of 3 meters and breadth of 2 meters. There were also many narrow paths that extended all over the place. Wherever Fang Yuan walked, the fire would proceed to light up the place and dispel the darkness. Initially, the cave only had the sound of his footsteps, but soon all sorts of noises came from all over the place. The sound gathered into one collective body, continuously sounding. At the edge of the lighted area, he soon saw a large number of centipedes. They were ferocious. It was only due to the bright fire that they did not attack Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan knew that as time passed, the centipedes would increase in number, and with the back pushing the ones in front, this stalemate would soon be broken. But he did not mind it. If he was still rank 2 with only the white Jade Gu's defense, he would definitely not cause such a commotion, attracting the movement of the centipede group. But now that he was rank 3, the Sky Canopy Gu's defense was enough for him to withstand the bites of the insects, and his only concern was the insect king of the place, Chainsaw Golden Centipede. It had appeared. Fang Yuan purposely used a trace of his white-silver primeval essence from his aperture, releasing it into the air, exposing his rank 3 Gu Master aura. This aura caused the Chainsaw Golden Centipede to feel a strong threat. To it, Fang Yuan had stepped into his territory, and this wild beast needed to be eliminated immediately. Fang Yuan stood on guard against it. This Chainsaw Golden Centipede was around a meter long, its body as wide as 2 fists. It first landed at the fringe of the lighted area, coiling its body around it, like Python ambushing its prey. But in the next moment, it moved slowly with numerous legs sustaining its weight as it gradually got closer towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's rank 3 aura only made it alert and not afraid. If he was rank 4, it would not pressure Fang Yuan like this. If he was rank 5 and only revealed a bit of that aura, it would run for its life. Fang Yuan raised the torch high. As the fire burned, it illuminated the surroundings and the shadows' movements. Under the glow of the fire, the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's exoskeleton emitted an eerie light. At the side of its body, there were silver-colored saw teeth. As it got closer, the saw teeth moved as well, looking like a slowed chainsaw, emitting a buzzing sound. The other centipedes gathered towards Fang Yuan from the walls and the ground. Some centipedes climbed to the ceiling, then dropped down, landing on Fang Yuan's shoulder and back. Fang Yuan did not mind it. He activated the Sky Canopy Gu, and a thick white crystal light appeared on his body, the form of an armor subtly showing as it covered him fully. The centipede's poisonous limbs could not do anything against this white crystal armor. The twisting and turning centipedes climbed on his face or behind his ears. It was a little disgusting, but Fang Yuan's endurance level was way beyond this, thus ignoring them completely. In his previous life, he had eaten almost anything in the wilderness, and even non-poisonous centipedes were eaten raw. In fact, the taste was not that bad, almost a bit strange initially, but he got used to it after eating them for a while. He only placed his attention on the Chainsaw Golden Centipede. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede moved gradually, reducing the distance between Fang Yuan and itself. When there was a distance of 3 to 4 steps between them, Fang Yuan stopped the white-silver primeval essence from leaking, and this caused his aura to instantly weaken. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede acutely felt that, thus instantly increasing its speed, moving like a golden line. Pew! In the blink of an eye, it had shortened the distance and coiled around Fang Yuan's stomach. This speed was really fast. It first appeared motionless, then on the very moment it moved, it dashed through like a golden light. When Fang Yuan managed to react, This chainsaw golden centipede had already coiled around his waist like a snake, opening its mouth and attacking towards Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan quickly stretched out both arms, grabbing the head of this golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede struggled, and Fang Yuan, who had the strength of 2 boars, felt that his strength was insufficient, especially when the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 bladed edges started to move rapidly. Clank, clank, clank. A strong pulling and slashing force grinded at the white light of the sky canopy Gu. At once, Fang Yuan's white-silver primeval essence was rapidly used up as the white light grinded with the chainsaws, causing sparks to fly. Fang Yuan's primeval essence was only initial stage light silver primeval essence, and with only 42% in storage, it could not support such an expenditure. However, Fang Yuan was unfazed. Even though he could not get free from the chainsaw golden centipede, he had a trump card, Spring Autumn Cicada. He willed in his heart, and the Spring Autumn Cicada's shadow appeared from his aperture. The Spring Autumn Cicada was gradually recovering. Its 2 wings were tender and new like fresh leaves, and at the same time its body had a royal wooden luster. But overall, it still gave off a withered feeling of death. It had recovered around 20%, thus its aura was much stronger. Once this aura was leaked, the chainsaw golden centipede that was struggling intensely immediately surrendered. It was only a rank 3 wild goo worm. Against the aura of the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada, it did not dare to move at all. Fang Yuan felt it most evidently. Previously, he was still gripping the chainsaw golden centipede like a poisonous python, using all ways to prevent it from biting. The next moment, it had become a soft and harmless rope. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, using his white-silver primeval essence onto the chainsaw golden centipede that had basically given up. Fang Yuan's will worked without obstacles, completely eliminating the wild consciousness it had. In a few breaths' time, the chainsaw golden centipede was already refined by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan let go of both hands. The chainsaw golden centipede's numerous segments moved with rhythm, moving across the white protective armor and around Fang Yuan's waist, finally twisting and coiling around his arm. The surrounding centipede groups went away like a receding tide. The wild chainsaw golden centipede, because of its natural consciousness, was able to dominate the insect group. But now that Fang Yuan's will replaced it, the chainsaw golden centipede lost its ability to communicate and control the group. Fang Yuan did not eliminate these centipedes, instead letting them leave. Maybe in another dozen-plus years, a new chainsaw golden centipede might be born. But this no longer had anything to do with Fang Yuan. He let the chainsaw golden centipede hang on his shoulder as he investigated deeper into the cave. This centipede tunnel had a lot of paths, and after moving for a while, the main path split into 3 branches. Fang Yuan first used the earth communication eargrass, and after a while, he eliminated the center path. Choosing the path on the right, he moved for half an hour and found a dead end. He could only backtrack and go through the left path. By keeping the chainsaw golden centipede, he could deter the centipede groups and cause them to move away from wherever he goes with the golden centipede's aura. This greatly aided his search. Not long after he entered the left path, the centipede group that moved away revealed a cave, and he found some clues there. These are signs of human construction. Fang Yuan's heart was moved. Very evidently, this path was dug out by the flower wine monk initially using the 1,000-li earthwolf spider. Fang Yuan moved along this path at a slow pace, patiently investigating. There were a lot of centipedes in this path, and this was another piece of good news for Fang Yuan. This is because areas with insect groups living there allowed him to eliminate the possibility of placed traps. This tunnel was longer than he expected. Fang Yuan spent over 12 hours and walked over 3 li worth of distance. The slope gradually moved down as Fang Yuan approached a deep underground area. Every once in a while, he stopped and used the earth communication eargrass to eliminate any possible threats. Swoosh swish. What sound is this? Fang Yuan eventually heard a weird noise. Immediately, he noticed what it was. This is water, don't tell me. His thought moved quickly as he had an idea. At the end of the tunnel, he saw a crystal wall, and behind the crystal wall was water. In the water, there was an ash-gray colored river that flowed in a spiral, like a mini tornado, endlessly swirling in a self-sufficient system. As I thought, this is a natural essence spring. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's attention was piqued. Soon after, he saw that behind this watery crystal wall, there was something else in the spring. A flower bud with the colors of blue and white following one another was leisurely floating in the spring water. This is actually the heavenly essence. Treasure Lotus. Fang Yuan was shocked. Note, this tunnel was longer than he expected. Fang Yuan spent over 12 hours and walked over 3 li worth of distance. Li is 500 meters. I don't know why he took 12 hours just to walk 1.5 kilometers lol. It's not even an exaggeration. Chapter 163. Thundercrown Wolf. As Fang Yuan looked at the heavenly essence treasure Lotus, Many doubts in his heart was cleared. He could roughly speculate what had happened. Going back in time, a millennium ago, a solitary rank 5 Gu master came upon Qingmao Mountain and incidentally found this underground natural spirit spring. He was exalted and settled down here. He began merging the mortal villagers living around the foot of the mountain together, forming the prototype of Guyu village. He took in over 100 wives and concubines, wantonly spreading his bloodline. He was the ancestor of Guyu clan, the founder of Guyu village. Time passed by, and he passed away, ending the first generation. Then it was the second, third, until it reached the fourth generation. The fourth generation clan leader possessed an A-grade aptitude and cultivated to rank 5, creating another golden age for the clan. One day, a demonic path Gu master came to the village. He was bald and muscular, dressed in pink clothes, and moved alone. His favorite hobby was to defile innocent women. It was the famous devil of the demonic path, Flower Wine Monk. Who knew what fortuitous encounter this Flower Wine Monk had? To be able to know the recipe to refine heavenly essence treasure Lotus. After many preparations, he only lacked a natural spirit spring to refine this flower Gu. After looking all around, he finally chose Guyu village's spirit spring. At first, he used the pretense of buying Moon Orchid to slowly approach the Guyu clan's higher-ups and get the details on Guyu clan. Afterwards, in the battle with the fourth-generation clan leader, he was able to achieve complete victory with his formidable strength. He had not only killed the fourth-generation head, but also downed a large majority of the elders. However, his body was infected by the Moonshadow Gu. Moonshadow Gu's ability was to restrict primeval essence and wasn't enough to be fatal. However, Flower Wine Monk couldn't wantonly slaughter if he wanted to refine the heavenly essence treasure Lotus, as that would attract a lot of attention and hinder the progress. Thus, he chose to do things from the dark. He used the 1,000-li Earthwolf spider to dig out a tunnel, secretly advancing to this area. Due to the thorough preparations he had made before, and with the sufficient materials, he was able to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus in the Spirit Spring. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus has an extraordinary background. Its fusion recipe had been created many millenniums ago by a Gu master of the righteous faction, Immortal Venerable Genesis Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was only a rank 3 flower Gu, but it had its advancement route and could become the rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, which was ranked 6th among the list of top 10 great Immortal Gu rankings. Its worth was about the same as the spring Autumn Cicada. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus had a reputation as a portable spirit spring because it could produce primeval stones. However, its fusion process had an extremely high price. To refine the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, there must be a natural spirit spring. This spring should be full of primeval energy and cannot be a spirit spring that has been used for many years, with its reserves drying out. After the fusion succeeds, this spirit spring will be thoroughly useless and will lose its ability to produce primeval stones, becoming just an ordinary spring. A natural spirit spring is extremely valuable. One only needs to look at how this spirit spring has sustained countless Gu masters of the Guyu clan for close to a millennium to realize this point. Refining a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus would completely destroy this spirit spring. But that was just the beginning. If it was to be advanced to rank 4, it would need 7 spirit springs, 9 at rank 5, and 11 for rank 6. Apart from this, many extremely precious Gu worms would be needed as auxiliary ingredients. If I take this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, it would be like carrying a mini-scale spirit spring with me. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus is only a rank 3 Gu, so its daily primeval stones production can't compare to a normal spirit spring, but the amount will be enough to sustain my cultivation expenditure. This was just one of its benefits. The primeval stones produced by Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus were a lot more than the earnings from the 9 leaves vitality grass. Primeval stones can not only help in advancing cultivation, they are also an exchangeable form of currency. With the Treasure Lotus, Fang Yuan could decrease the amount of primeval stones he carried. The Tusita flower could then be used to store various stuffs, which could greatly decrease the burden on him. However, I heard that the fusion process of the Treasure Lotus is quite mysterious. It appears from nothing during which it transits between the astral and physical form. Ordinary people can't see it, and it can only be seen clearly through the crystal. This Gu is quite delicate and needs to be nourished within the spirit spring for 9 days and 9 nights until it grows out 9 intact leaves, before it can be plucked and put into the primeval sea in the aperture. If one picks it up before the time is ripe, all their efforts would be completely wasted. Fang Yuan didn't know the detailed recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and only knew some insider rumors. He had no idea on how to advance it in the future. Even so, this rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus would be of an enormous assistance to him. He looked beyond the crystal wall and carefully observed. To his surprise, the flower only had 8 and a damaged half leaf. There was only half a leaf left for the 9 complete leaves. Fang Yuan wasn't baffled by this. Centuries had passed. The Spirit Spring's reserves had been consumed for 4 generations of time. This heavenly essence treasure lotus condensed the majority of the Spirit Spring's essence, constantly consuming the primeval stones produced by the Spirit Spring and causing the Spirit Spring's reserves to further decrease. As a result, the treasure lotus slowly began to reverse the absorption, instead replenishing the damage to the Spirit Spring. By doing this, it was damaging itself. This was the reason for the damaged leaf. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus must have 9 complete leaves before it can be plucked. It only has 8 leaves and a half now. I need to throw in primeval stones to the spring if I am to pluck it. Primeval stones were the crystallization of the Spirit Spring. They could provide the nourishment to the treasure lotus and let it grow again. However, don't underestimate this half-damaged leaf. It was sure to require large amounts of primeval stones for it to grow back. If I am not wrong, this crystal wall should be produced by a Moonlight Gu. Fang Yuan tried to touch the wall and found that this wall was real but also virtual. Just like light and shadow, his hands went through the wall without any obstruction. But he quickly took back his hand and didn't dare to go deep into the Spirit Spring. Spirit Springs should never be polluted. He poured his primeval essence into the Tusita flower and took out a primeval stone. He threw the primeval stone through the crystal wall. As if the wall didn't exist, the primeval stone went through it and dropped into the Spirit Spring, striking onto the phantom figure of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus transited between blue and white and started shaking like water ripples. It digested the primeval stone in almost an instant. After waiting for the flower to turn calm, Fang Yuan observed it attentively, but found no change in that damaged leaf. His expression was calm. He started throwing in dozens of primeval stones, but there was still no change to the damaged leaf. Fang Yuan continued to throw in primeval stones while silently counting the number. When over 500 primeval stones were thrown, the damaged leaf finally grew by a little. After the sight of this scene, Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel slightly gloomy. From this calculation, he had to throw in at least over 50,000 primeval stones in at one time. If he did it in batches and the time gap was long, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus would consume itself to replenish the Spirit Spring as the clan continuously extracted primeval stones. Over 50,000 primeval stones. I only have just over 10,000 with me and lack 40,000 more. With his status as an elder, raising these 40,000 primeval stones wasn't really a problem. The true problem, however, lay elsewhere. Once he took out this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the Spirit Spring would be completely useless, and this was bound to attract the whole clan's furious and frantic investigation. Fang Yuan had plentiful experience, but he had limited methods. If the clan investigated without any considerations, they were sure to find some clues. In fact, the clan's higher-ups were already suspicious of him, but their suspicions were temporarily suppressed by the wolf tide. If the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance was exposed, Fang Yuan would definitely be the primary suspect. Even if Fang Yuan secretly escaped, he would suffer the whole clan's reckless chase. I can't give up over the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Even if I don't have its fusion recipe, who knows what the future holds? The problem is that once I take this goo, it is akin to stabbing a hornet's nest and bringing calamity upon myself. Fang Yuan secretly considered every situation and decided he had to wait for the best opportunity to appear to take this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. This Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus should be the last inheritance of Flower Wine Monk. But there are many suspicious points to this. Flower Wine Monk would have come to this place to refine the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. So what kind of accident did he encounter to be so seriously injured that he had to hurriedly set up this inheritance before dying? Fang Yuan already knew the reason for the Flower Wine Monk to set up the inheritance. It was to take revenge against the Gu clan. If Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was to be taken out of the Spirit Spring, whether it was a success or failure, this natural Spirit Spring was bound to be useless. Without the natural Spirit Spring, Gu clan would have no foundation to stay here. It was only a matter of time before the clan broke apart. Forget it. I won't make any headway in my doubts without any new evidence. I should return to the village now. In the end, Fang Yuan shook his head and began to return back the way he came. When he had just exited the rock crack, a loud and clear wolf howl continuously resounded. This sound, Fang Yuan turned grim and quickly moved. When he reached the riverbank outside of the rock crack, he could smell a thick odor of blood. Sounds of cries, yells, wolf howls, and explosions could be heard even though there was still some distance to the village. Fang Yuan concealed his figure and climbed a hill. It was early in the morning, and the first rays of sunlight had just broken out of the sky. Countless wolf packs were rushing towards the Gu village like a flood. Fang Yuan's gaze swept past them, then his body trembled. In the rearmost part of the wolf packs, he saw a lightning wolf that was as large as a small hill. Myriad Beast King, Thunder Crown Wolf. It was tall and slim, had strong limbs, and its whole body was covered with eerie blue scales. Tufts of golden wolf fur could be seen on its claws and tail. The fur on its head were all stiff and upraised, forming a towering crown. It was crouching on the ground and was still like a sculpture. The frenzy lightning wolves and bold lightning wolves around it constantly howled, serving to show its elegance and nobility. Just by sitting there, it had already brought a great mental pressure to the Gu clan. The Myriad Beast King has finally arrived. It is the decisive moment for the survival of the Gu village. Fang Yuan gazed towards the village. Innumerable Gu masters were in fierce battles, using all of their strength to block the frantic charge of the wolf tide. Suddenly, around 10 figures flew out of the village and rushed against the wolf tide, charging towards the Thunder Crown Wolf. They were all elders, and in front of them was the clan leader Gu Bo. Chapter 164. Intense battle. If one wants to fight against the Thunder Crown Wolf, one must strike first. Its strength is just too great, and if it was led into the village, it would definitely cause great losses and damage. This group's capabilities were huge. With the rank 4 clan leader Gu Bo as the leader, and his elders as his support, they were a strong attacking force. The wolf tide was surging violently, yet they went against it with careful and compact cooperation. As if the group was a warship, splitting the waves apart, advancing bravely forward. Wherever they went, they were practically sweeping everything away in their path. The closer they got to the Thunder Crown Wolf, the more the pressure coming from the wolf tide increased. Gu Bo was calm and composed. Suddenly he stretched out his right palm and slashed in front of him. Swoosh! A golden-colored moonblade, as big as a grown adult, formed in a split second and flew out towards the front. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After flying out for a few meters, this moon disk suddenly went through a change, and from one blade it turned into 3. 3 moonblades flew alongside each other, bringing about the sound of the wind whistling as it plowed open 3 bloody paths like knives cutting meat apart. Many wolves fell without exception. Broken limbs flew into the air, and blood-curdling cries sounded nonstop. A frenzied lightning wolf roared and started rushing over fiercely towards the Gu masters from the right side. Let me. A clan elder suddenly went from a thin and dry appearance, turning into a huge fat man in one breath. With a bang, he used his round belly and sent the frenzied lightning wolf flying away. The frenzied lightning wolf had come in a torrential rush, and the greater the strength of collision, the stronger the bounce back was. It was thrown across high into the air, cutting an arc, and then finally falling down hundreds of meters away. The other elders were displaying all sorts of abilities. There were some with long hair like needles, continuously shooting out and sweeping away lightning wolves. Some of them had their bodies covered in light armor, forcefully bearing through the wolves, tearing and biting. The Thunder Crown Wolf went from a half-sitting state and slowly got onto its feet. It firmly stared at the Gu masters rushing towards itself, and the wolf's dark eyes flashed with warning. It opened its mouth and let out a low roar, revealing its sharp and jagged wolf fangs. Each of the frenzied lightning wolves and bold lightning wolves that heard its roar immediately got up and rushed towards the Gu masters. The Gu masters were instantly slowed in their charge, receiving great obstruction. Clan leader, I'll leave it to all of you, clan elders. You have to win. Numerous eyes flashed and gathered on them. Unknown number of rallying cries and shouts sounded from the depths of the clansmen's hearts. This was the most crucial battle. If they lose the battle, the entire clan would face the danger of being wiped out. If victory was assured, then they would have held against the hardest moment of the wolf tide. This was the battle that would decide the life and death of the Gu clan. None of the elders backed off. They pushed forward, while drenched in blood. Even though they did not lose any numbers, none of them were spared from injury. They eliminated all the obstacles around them, until they faced the Thunder Crown Wolf, then charged towards it. Therapy Light Gu. Suddenly a middle-aged female clan elder stretched out both her hands, and a pure white, warm light bubbled forth. The light first flowed onto the clan leader's body, and then reflected onto each of the other clan elders. This was a rank 3 healing Gu with area of effect properties, and it could instantly cause the wounds on Gu masters to stop bleeding. Light wounds would be recovered completely, while heavy wounds would be healed by half. Continue fighting. Gu Bo roared loudly. 5 clan elders swiped their arms as they heard the signal, and sent a moonblade flying towards the sky. Suddenly a clan elder roared as all the muscles on his body erupted and expanded 3 times, becoming a white, furred giant ape. It jumped in front of the group, its hands joined together. Gu Bo stepped onto its 2 hands, and with a low roar, the ape kicked from the ground and stretched out its waist, using all the strength in its body to toss Gu Bo into the sky. Moonlight Gu. Gu Bo spread out his left hand. It was giving out a hazy, whirlpool-like purple moonlight. The moonblades that the clan elders had shot towards the sky were all absorbed and annexed by this purple moonlight. Slash! Gu Yubo's eyes shone as he shouted in a thunderous volume, splitting the air with his palms from up to down. Pew! Winds and thunder resounded as a purple moonblade, larger than a horse carriage, flew towards the Thunder Crown Wolf. This moonblade looked slow but was actually fast, and in a split second, it struck its target. The Thunder Crown Wolf howled, and at the last moment, a thunderlight armor appeared on its body. Bam! In the next moment, an intense explosion occurred as the sky was engulfed in eerie blue lightning pitting against the purple, alluring moonlight. Numerous people squinted as the shock waves spread from the impact, sending the ordinary lightning wolves in the vicinity flying. When the intense light dissipated, the Gu masters were already engaging in battle with the Thunder Crown Wolf. The clan elders were all extremely experienced and well coordinated with each other. An aged old master with floating white hair shot out needles from it endlessly like rain. On another side, a female Gu master blew out flames from her nostrils like lingering snakes, and she spouted a wave of orange flame and assaulted two sides at the same time. There were another 3 Gu masters. One turned into a white ape, while another turned his muscles into steel from head to toe as they both tried to curb the Thunder Crown Wolf. The other Gu master tossed out unending numbers of puppet Gu, pouring his primeval essence and turning them into vine-armored grass soldiers or wooden servants with red spears, using them as fodder to attract the incoming assault. Healing Gu masters stood at the outer circle, using therapy light Gu from time to time. Beside them were defensive Gu masters, giving them care and protection. The Thunder Crown Wolf had been beaten badly. Its right front limb had a huge wound, the blood flowing nonstop. This was the outcome from the attack of the purple moonblade a moment ago. It roared continuously as it had fallen into the Gu masters' well-planned trap. Even if it had the spirits to fight back, there was not much it could do. The Gu masters weaved and jumped around it like fleas on a cat or dog. They continued to move around and pulled space as they worked with completely chemistry. But the good situation did not last, for the Thunder Crown Wolf slowly began to adapt, while the wound on its body did not stop healing. It was clear that it had a healing Gu on its body. This was very bad news. The healing Gu's existence would mean that this is a war of attrition. Wild Gu could just use the natural essence straight from the air, while Gu masters could only use primeval essence from their own apertures. After the battle reached 15 minutes later, the Thunder Crown Wolf suddenly howled towards the sky, and a torrent of lightning flashes enveloped its whole body, while its speed sharply increased 1-fold. The elder who had turned into a white ape could not dodge in time. Unable to react to this change, he was bitten by the Thunder Crown Wolf and his skull was torn into two by the wolf's tugging. The Thunder Crown Wolf had torn a line in the battlefront, and with continuous swipes of its tail, purplish-blue electric currents rushed forth. The Gu masters could only back away nonstop. In this dangerous moment, the clan leader Gu Yubo stood out. He was a rank 4 expert with powerful attacks and superior defense, like the center pillar of the group, using all his strength to salvage the situation. Mountain rocks broke and shadows dissipated as group battles enlarged. The aftermath ravaged the battlefield, and not a single lightning wolf dared to enter battle. The situation of the battlefield only became more desperate. The Thunder Crown Wolf's injuries became heavier and worse, the bleeding unable to stop, and bones could be seen in the deeper wounds. At the same time, the Gu masters also suffered heavy losses. So far they had already lost 6 clan elders. If not for the village's clan elders' immediate and urgent dispatch, coming in to aid the fight, the battle might have long collapsed. Everyone, stand strong. Holding is the key to victory. Gu Yubo killed until his eyes were red, and his voice was hoarse as he gave his all to arouse morale. But at this moment, the Thunder Crown Wolf suddenly went berserk, and its body was enshrouded in a layer of bright red light. Rank 4 Berserk Gu. The Thunder Crown Wolf's strength, speed, agility, and other attributes suddenly rose to twice the original base. Boom. There was a loud noise as it swiped its right claw, turning a clan elder into complete meat mush. With a flick of its tail, the sound of wind erupted and an electrical net flew out, trapping a field of grass and wooden puppets, then burning it all into charcoal. I can't keep up. My puppets are already used up. The elder cried out, frightened. With the situation rapidly changing for the worse, the terror of the myriad beast king was fully unleashed, leaving everyone in despair. Gu Yubo's eyebrows were locked tight, and it seemed like he was about to break his teeth from gritting, when he suddenly yelled, "Trap it! Use the iron chain snake!" As the clan elders heard this, they were awed in their hearts. Early during the start of the Wolf Tide, they had already displayed countless of battle tactics. This was a method that must only be used when there was no other choice. Wind Snare Gu. An elder cried out, and from his nostrils came a green breeze, wrapping around the Thunder Crown Wolf's claws. Swamp Gu. Another elder roared and crouched down, bringing his 2 hands down and slamming on the ground. Instantly, the earth below the Thunder Crown Wolf turned into mud. With these simultaneous attacks, the Thunder Crown Wolf's movements were slowed at that moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other elders all stretched out their hands, and from their sleeves and pants, waves of black shadows shot out. The black shadow was about the size of a fist, and each length was around 2 meters long. On close inspection, one would see that each black shadow was a snake Gu. This snake was shaped like an iron chain, its whole body a gloomy black. Coils of metal rings were strung and connected together, and only the snake head looked normal. As it flew out, the snakes wriggled on the ground, quickly climbing onto the Thunder Crown Wolf's body. Their heads and tails then connected and mutually fit together, forming a metal net in the blink of an eye, taking root from the ground and trapping the Thunder Crown Wolf on the spot. But this situation was only temporary, for as the Thunder Crown Wolf struggled continuously, one by one, the iron chains would break off. In just 5 to 6 minutes, these metallic snakes would completely disintegrate away, no longer trapping the Thunder Crown Wolf. Qi Guang, Suo Ping, stay here and stop the wolf pack from attacking the metal chains. The rest of you, fall back to the village with me, Gu Yubo shouted. He actually had chosen to retreat. However, the other clan elders did not show any surprised expressions. They had already known the clan leader's intention. They hurried back to the village, and immediately a clan elder came up towards them and said, Lord Clan Leader, everything has been prepared. Gu Yubo nodded, commanding the group to go to the clan pavilion. In the plaza before the clan pavilion, there was already up to 100 Gu masters seated on the ground. These Gu masters were mainly those who were seriously hurt and could not enter battle in a short period of time. Each of their faces carried a calm expression of facing death without fear. Meanwhile, for those who still had the ability to battle, they were fighting away on the front lines. With the battle reaching this moment, the clan had already given its all. In this dire situation, even the mortals had been mobilized, using each and every single human life to be turned as a meat wall, obstructing the wolf tide for the time being. This gave the Gu masters some time to recuperate and regroup. Gu Yubo and the clan elders went into the ancestral halls of the clan pavilion. Under the memorial tablets of their ancestors, they all sank to their knees on the floor. To the great ancestor above me, we descendants are greatly ashamed. The wolf tide is turbulent, and the village has fallen into the situation of life and death. We beseech our great ancestor to come and give us a hand. When Gu Yubo finished speaking in a low voice, the ancestral hall fell into deep silence. Drip drop. A few of the clan elders' blood seeped out from their hastily bandaged wounds, dripping onto the floor. Gu Yubo and the rest of the clan elders held their breaths, not even daring to pant or breathe loudly. Back in the day, when the first-generation clan leader felt his death approaching, he set out to leave the village. Before his departure, he left a testament behind. It spoke that if the clan would ever fall into the danger of perishing, they could pray before his memorial tablet. At that moment, Gu worms would descend from the sky and help the village through the difficult situation. Throughout history, the Guyu clan had suffered through major crisis a few times, and they had dealt with the calamity this way. This was the Guyu clan's last trump card. Chapter 165, Blood Guillotine. In the ancestral hall, it was deadly silent. The clan elder and clan leader lowered their heads like a big rock was weighing on their heart. After a Gu master dies, the Gu worms they leave behind will still have the person's will remaining. They cannot be considered wild Gu worms, and have had lost their ability to use the natural essence in the air. These Gu worms can be considered an extension of life of that particular Gu master. Everyone's heart was uneasy. The first-generation clan head had passed on for at least 1,000 years, so were the methods that he had left behind still effective? No one knew. After all, since the last crisis, it had already been 200 years. Why did they retreat? On the slope, Fang Yuan saw this scene and grew suspicious. In his previous life, his cultivation was too low, thus he could not learn about the clan's secrets. But soon his body shook, discovering that a group of flying worms had descended from the sky. This is, Fang Yuan's eyes squinted as cold light shone. There were up to 100 Gu worms flying around in a cluster, forming a red cloud, descending and landing on the village square. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The noises emitted by the insect group entered the ancestral hall, and the clan elders raised their heads, showing a frantically overjoyed expression. Thank you, great ancestor, for the protection. Gu Yubo's heart felt at ease as he paid his respects before getting up. Go and see, the clan leader sighed. On his face, there was happiness, solemnness, and grief, a complicated expression. Leaving the ancestral hall and standing on the building's stairway, everyone could see that on the village square, there was a red tornado rampaging. These Gu worms were only around the size of a fingertip. They were shaped like locusts, with a scary face, and was red all over. They entered the bodies of the Gu masters sitting on the square, extracting their blood and primeval essence. In a few breaths' time, one insect multiplied into more worms. Thus, the Gu increased greatly in numbers as time went by. There were constantly new Gu worms being produced, flying into the Gu master's skin and flying out, and then digging in again. In the village square, miserable cries and cold groans sounded, but not one Gu master fled. Before they came, they were already informed by the clan elders. For the clan, they willingly tribute their bodies to feed the Gu, using their own sacrifices to bring about the survival of the clan. These are all good lads of our clan. Gu Yubo, seeing this, muttered in a low voice, as the hand holding onto the railing shivered slightly. The other elders showed a painful expression, but did not say anything. This situation was exactly as recorded in the clan memorials. The first-generation ancestor had left behind these Gu worms, and they required Gu masters' lives to feed. Only then are they satisfied, and will help the clan to defend against external enemies. After these flying Gu were full and satisfied, they flew up again with an even greater presence. In the blink of an eye, they had grown in number over tens of times. What was left on the square were piles of white bones as the Gu flew out like a tornado, rampaging through the wolf packs outside the village. The blood guillotine indeed. Fang Yuan, who was standing on the slope, saw everything and thought in his heart. This blood guillotine is a rank 5 Gu. Its usability and feeding are fused into one. It was a very strange Gu. They specialized in consuming a Gu master's life-bound origin blood, and after feasting, they would start to multiply, from 1 to 2, 2 to 4. If they were hungry and couldn't find food, they would start to eat each other, reducing the size of their group to sustain the expenditure they needed in moving around. At its peak, the blood guillotine could engulf the skies and lands, destroying villages in their path, and were more fearsome than many rank 6 Gu worms. When it was weak at only 1 or 2 in number, they would barely have any power and is worse than a rank 3 Gu. Especially when this blood guillotine Gu advances into the highly acclaimed rank 6 demonic Gu, blood deity. Among the top 10 great demonic Gu in the world, it ranks 7th. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan created the blood-winged demonic sect, he first wanted to refine the blood deity instead of the spring Autumn Cicada. However, because of circumstances and many other reasons, he could only reduce his expectations and refine the spring Autumn Cicada. This group of blood guillotines numbered up to tens of thousands. Like a tornado sweeping the battlefield, everywhere they went, wolf packs howled and wailed. They flew left and right, entering the lightning wolves' bodies, and in a few breaths' time, the lightning wolves' blood would be completely absorbed. But this beast blood could not allow the blood guillotine to multiply. Only a Gu master's origin blood that contains primeval essence could achieve this effect. One after another, lightning wolves were reduced to dry corpses, lying on the ground and losing their lives. Only the bold lightning wolves and frenzy lightning wolves' lightning currents could resist this blood guillotine. However, they could only electrocute a small number of flying insects before an overwhelming number of blood guillotines would rush up and suck them into dry corpses. Howl! The steel web broke completely as the Thundercrown wolf regained its freedom, howling in anger. The blood guillotine detected it, and it gathered quickly, forming a large red cloud and engulfing the Thundercrown wolf completely. The Thundercrown wolf's tail swung around as blue lightning currents shot out and turned hundreds and thousands of blood guillotines to crisps. The popping sound was just like firecrackers going off. A gust of wind blew, bringing along the horrible burnt smell of the roasted blood guillotines. The blood guillotine was indeed a rank 5 Gu, but without a user, it could only attack head-on. The Thundercrown wolf had several rank 4 Gu residing in it, and some had a wide area attack method, countering this blood guillotine. The flying insects moved like a red cloud as the Thundercrown wolf's hill-like body howled and struggled, creating a havoc. At this moment, the Thundercrown wolf's large body became its weakness as the fingertip-sized blood guillotine took advantage of it. The battle was intense. As large numbers of blood guillotines fell on the ground, the Thundercrown wolf's armor was broken through, and some blood guillotines drilled their way in and started to suck blood wantonly. Without any other choice, the Thundercrown wolf could only spray lightning plasma on its own body, electrocuting these blood guillotines. But this way, its surface muscles were all fried, emitting a fragrant cooked meat smell. The wolf tide's attack on the village had already stopped. Under the Thundercrown wolf's command, numerous lightning wolves attacked the insect group instead. The Gu masters could be said to have escaped death, and many held their breaths as they watched this intense and tragic battle nervously. The insect group was like a death plague. Numerous lightning wolves would rush in and drop dead soon after. However, the lightning wolf's sacrifice also caused the insect group to face high expenditure. The blood guillotine dropped in numbers. The original dense cloud had turned into a thin fog, and soon it was reduced to a small tornado still flying in the air. The Thunder Crown Wolf struggled and escaped, its mouth howling as it ran with all its speed. The blood in its body was almost half gone. Now its body felt soft and tired, while its running speed was not even 10% of the usual speed, and the lightning currents flowing on its body also became extremely scattered. As the leader of the wolf packs, the escape of the Thunder Crown Wolf caused the other lightning wolves' fighting spirit to diminish, and they also escaped all over the place. We finally did it, the Gu Masters. Seeing this, became blank as some just collapsed on the ground, unwilling to get up. I'm actually still alive. Many Gu Masters' expression was complicated. Some were filled with happiness while also in grief. Through the wolf tide, many clansmen were sacrificed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The scattered blood guillotine group flew high into the sky, flying one huge round around the Guyu village before vanishing into the clouds. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a complex thought. The defeat of the Thunder Crown Wolf meant the village was now safe. In fact, most of the wolf packs were dead or injured, so they no longer had such a huge number. This wolf tide could be said to have been over. However, wolf packs bear grudges, and as long as this myriad beast king is not dead, during the next wolf tide it would attack once again. After many years of recuperating, it would become even shrewder and stronger. In the current situation, it was at its weakest. Killing it now and getting the Gu worms on its body can help replenish some of the clan's losses. Yao Zhong, Guyan, you two stay behind and take care of the situation. Other clan elders, follow me and assault the Thunder Crown Wolf. Gu Yubo hurriedly ordered, before leading the remaining 7 elders capable of fighting out of the village and towards the direction that the Thunder Crown Wolf escaped in. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, weighing in his heart. Although the clan's power is greatly reduced, the current situation is not in a mess. Moreover, this blood guillotine has a suspicious origin. I better follow the clan leader and check out the situation. Saying so, he went into stealth mode and went down the slope. The Stealth Scales Gu and the Thunderwings Gu cannot be used concurrently. Thunderwings Gu was a rank 3 Gu, and once activated it forms a pair of lightning wings that cannot be hidden by the rank 2 Stealth Scales Gu. Against the rank 3 clan elders, the Stealth Scales Gu's hiding ability was not effective. Fang Yuan could only follow their tracks and keep a distance between them, not daring to get close. When the Thunder Crown Wolf attacked, he was still in the rock-cracked secret cave and did not participate in the battle. If he appeared now, it would attract the rage of the clan head and clan elder, and if they questioned him, he would have not been able to explain himself. The injuries of the Thunder Crown Wolf were very severe, so it could not move fast. After half an hour, Fang Yuan could hear that there was the sound of fighting and scolding ahead of him. He went there in stealth, getting onto a mountain rock, observing the Gu Masters fight. The Thunder Crown Wolf lay on the ground with many new injuries on its body. Blood was flowing nonstop as it was gasping for breath. Its dim eyes showed that it was very near death. Old Geezerbai, you and your guys sure have the face, coming here to take advantage of the situation. Guyubo, that's not the right thing to say. This Thunder Crown Wolf was obviously stopped by us. Get a clue and fuck off. Guyubo and the Bai clan leader were at a standstill, wary against each other. The wolf den had 3 Thunder Crown Wolves, all myriad beast kings, each having their packs of tens of thousand lightning wolves. But they did not glue together, and neither could they suppress one another. The wolf pack's movements relied on working together. The 3 Thunder Crown Wolves had intelligence, each targeting the 3 large beast groups to hunt. In their eyes, humans were also wild beasts, and even prey. In their understanding, the wolf tide was a massive hunting session. On Qingmao Mountain, the Xiong, Guyu and Bai clan were able to live for hundreds of years. Naturally, they all had their trump cards. Xiong clan was the weakest, still resisting the wolf tide with difficulty even now. The Bai clan had risen these years, and their cumulative strength had exceeded the Guyu clan. After killing a Thunder Crown Wolf and pushing back the wolf tide, the Bai clan leader brought his clan elders to Guyu village, trying to find some opportunities. To think that there really was such a chance. Thus they blocked the Thunder Crown Wolf in this valley. The Thunder Crown Wolf's body had many Gu worms, and some were even rank 4. The Thunder Crown Wolf's blood, bone, eye and fur were all precious refinement material. The Guyu clan naturally would not let go of them, and under intense anger, they attacked. Fang Yuan, you really came. I've waited for so long. On the mountain wall, a cold laughter was heard. Fang Yuan raised his head, only to see a white-clothed young man descending from the sky as an ice blade slashed towards his face with resolution. Chapter 166. Second battle versus by Ning being his hair snowy white and his orbs blue, a one-armed figure in white. Who else could it be but by Ning Bing? Before the ice blade touched his body, Fang Yuan could feel a cold, eerie feeling assaulting him from behind, like a comet striking the earth, full of cold, killing intent. Fang Yuan's irises were black in contrast, unmoving in danger, leaping backwards and injecting primeval essence into the sky canopy Gu, creating a white armor to protect himself. Bam! The ice blade struck the ground heavily, and at that instant a bunch of white icicles grew from the ground, erupting upwards. Swoosh! The sharp icicles stabbed upwards at the direction Fang Yuan was retreating towards, creating an icy path. Fang Yuan easily somersaulted and avoided them. The mountain path was narrow, so he slid down towards the valley along the edges. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, why is it that every time I see you, I feel that intense urge to kill you? Tell me. Ning Bing excitedly shivered as he laughed maniacally. His laughter attracted the gaze of the other Gu masters in the valley. Seeing Ning Bing and Fang Yuan, their expressions were different. Lord Ning Bing, let me assist you. A clan Gu master who originally stood at the side shouted and struck towards Fang Yuan. Clan leader, it is our clan's Fang Yuan. Guyu clan's Gu master shouted. I know. Clan leader Guyu Bo's expression was uncertain, and he dodged the clan leader's attack as he decided, shouting. Get the materials into our possession first. Fang Yuan had mysteriously vanished before the wolf tide arrived, causing the Guyu higher-ups to feel highly doubtful of him. In addition, the intense pressure from the clan Gu masters resulted in no one going to reinforce Fang Yuan. Ning Bing saw help arrive and flew into a rage, shouting at the person, Scram, this is my battle, don't interfere. Lord Ning Bing, you lost an arm and have reduced battle potential. You are the hope of our clan, you cannot be lost. Let me sweep this obstacle for you. The clan Gu master shouted as he leapt, charging towards Fang Yuan. He activated his Gu worm, both hands glowing with an orange-yellow light. Bam! He lightly patted the ground, and the light entered the earth. Instantly, a lump grew from the earth. The mud lump advanced towards Fang Yuan as it got bigger. Suddenly, the mud lump exploded, revealing a yellow mud arm. This arm was humongous, as tall as an adult as it grabbed towards Fang Yuan. Its power and presence caused others to feel suffocated. Fang Yuan snorted in disdain. Seeing this arm grab at him and about to succeed, a dark golden light suddenly shot out from his aperture, turning into a shiny ribbon of light, wrapping around Fang Yuan's body. The big arm reached his body but was twisted by this dark golden light, breaking and collapsing. Oh, what Gu worm is this? Ning Bing showed shock on his face. The dark golden light dispersed, revealing the true form of the Gu. It was over a meter long, as wide as 2 fists. Its dark golden exoskeleton displayed dominance as its sharp razor blades at the side of its body shone with cold light. Chainsaw golden centipede. Come, Fang Yuan shouted, extending his right arm, his fist clenched. The chainsaw golden centipede's numerous segments climbed up his body nimbly, its body twisting and turning like a snake, coiling around his right arm. Its mouth opened and swallowed Fang Yuan's right fist in one mouth, all the way until half his forearm was swallowed. Fang Yuan's arm swung, and the meter-long golden centipede moved its tail. In the air, it drew an arc, emitting a crisp sound. At this moment, the golden centipede shrunk its body to the max, its near 2-meter length shrinking to 1.5 meters. At the same time, its feet shrunk into the exoskeleton, leaving behind only 2 rows of razor blades. At one glance, Fang Yuan looked like he was holding a dark golden silver-bladed, giant, hiltless sword. The reinforcement Gu master was shocked. He had never thought that the chainsaw golden centipede could be used like this. The Gu masters raising Gu, refining Gu, using Gu, all 3 required deep research. Fang Yuan's method was innovative and unheard of, using his imagination to the limit. But actually, this method was not invented by Fang Yuan. 300 years later, a new demonic faction talent, the Chainsaw Mad Demon, would use the rank 4 Chainsaw Killer Centipede, one of the advancement paths of the rank 3 Chainsaw Golden Centipede. But in this life, Fang Yuan using it at this point is really unprecedented. I shall let you guys have a taste, Fang Yuan smirked, using the primeval essence in his aperture and injecting them into the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's 2 rows of razor blades started to move violently, emitting a wild sound, causing others' heart to shiver upon hearing. Thunderwings Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with determination as a pair of eerie blue thunderwings formed on his back with a crisp sound. Whoosh. The thunderwings flapped, causing Fang Yuan to shoot out like lightning. Fast, fast, fast. The speed was so fast that the clan Gu master's iris shrunk as he felt a chill. The smell of death was so close, and he shrieked as he used his strongest Gu. A thick yellow light appeared on his body. The yellow light was like armor, except that before it fully materialized, Fang Yuan had already gotten close. His black hair danced in the wind, his eyes like lightning, looking like a demonic god that emerged from nightmares, killing his way into the mortal realm. His movements were violent, and he completely exerted his muscles. As they tightened up, he used the strength of 2 boars to their limit. The golden centipede-like sword waved like a golden shadow in the air. The razors rotated violently, slashing towards the Clan Gu master's waist. Crack! The yellow light armor broke under the slaughter of the chainsaw. It was never fully formed in the first place. At this moment, it scattered instantly. The razors entered the meat as if it was cutting butter, and as Fang Yuan flicked his wrist, the chopped-up meat flew all over the place along with the blood. The Gu master's spine smashed, and his intestines were grinded to a pulp. The Clan Gu master's upper half of the body flew into the air, while his lower half remained on the spot. Plop! He stared with wide-opened eyes, staring in fright at his lower half, dying in extreme fear and shock. This commotion caused the fighting among the 2 clans to stop temporarily. They all looked towards Fang Yuan, sending shocked, angered gazes. This Clan Gu master was also a rank 3 elder, and was slightly famous. But under Fang Yuan's aggressive, dominant attack, he was instantly killed. Fang Yuan's body was still blood-bathed, with the Clan Gu master's flesh still sticking to his clothes. The chainsaw golden centipede's 2 edges were still rotating violently, and with such ferocity, it caused everyone to look away. What a great Gu worm! Ning Bing shouted, his eyes showing insanity and excitement. Fang Yuan, you did not let me down indeed. Come battle, he shouted, his passion blazing like flames, striking towards Fang Yuan. Noisy fucker. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as ice, turning around to counterattack. Bam! The chainsaw golden centipede and the ice blade collided. With a cracking sound, the razors cut into the ice blade and caused it to shatter into pieces. In the next moment, the chainsaw golden centipede broke through the ice blade and swept across Ning Bing's face. Ning Bing's expression changed as he resolutely let go of the ice blade and retreated backwards, almost 2 meters of distance away. The chainsaw golden centipede when shrunk was only 1.5 m. Adding on Fang Yuan's right arm, there was still a little distance before it could reach Ning Bing. But Fang Yuan willed, and the chainsaw golden centipede suddenly extended itself. Ning Bing was dumbstruck and did not anticipate this turn of events. He was hit on the chest by the centipede's tail. Even with his ice muscles protecting his body, there was still a large cut on his body. At that instance, he felt a strong force assault him, and he was unavoidably sent flying, landing on a huge rock behind him. Blood splattered on the rock's surface, but his ice muscles soon stopped the bleeding. Ning Bing coughed intensely and was about to get up, but suddenly he heard a thunderous sound. The sound was right beside his ear, and an unprecedented sense of danger entered his heart. Ning Bing's iris shrunk as he did not even raise his head, but frantically rolled away. Bam! In the next moment, the chainsaw golden centipede descended from the sky. With its imposing aura, it struck the ground that he was at a moment ago. The razors rotated violently, and the huge rock broke into pieces. If this hit landed on my body, I'm afraid. Ning Bing's heart chilled, and a sense of anger stemming from his indignant nature rose. Ever since his battle with Guillotine Shu, he had stopped suppressing his cultivation and let it rise naturally. Although he lost a limb, he had his complete cultivation, but was still suppressed by this rank 3 initial stage Fang Yuan. Indignant, humiliation, rage, kill, he growled, his wrist turning and injecting primeval essence into the ice blade Gu, forming a brand new ice blade. Seeing Ning Bing come closer, Fang Yuan laughed coldly and attacked with all he had. He had obtained the black and white boar Gu, thus his strength was greater than Ning Bing. At this point when waving the chainsaw golden centipede, it was as light as a tree branch. Cut, slash, hack, twist, turn. The chainsaw golden centipede rotated violently, moving as agile as a bee in Fang Yuan's hand. At times it appeared heavy like an elephant, sometimes ferocious as a tiger, and sometimes flexible like a snake. The most crucial point was, the golden centipede followed Fang Yuan's will, extending and shrinking at times, sometimes longer and sometimes shorter, sometimes straight, sometimes curly. That made it hard for Ning Bing to adapt, and he could barely defend himself. He cried and screamed as he retreated gradually, his body filled with injuries. His white battle robe had turned into a beggar's attire. Fang Yuan moved like a black wind, his expression cool as he displayed an extremely profound sword technique, saber art, axe, and rod skills. He fused all these skills into one, turning the chainsaw golden centipede into a lethal weapon. A Gu depends on who the user is. Good on you, Fang Yuan. Ning Bing shouted after numerous ice blades broke. He finally realized that he could not go head-on against Fang Yuan. His body was bathed in blood, and the ice muscle's defense was almost broken, but this let out his immense battle passion. If close range won't do, then long range it is. Bluebird Ice Coffin Gu. Ning Bing pulled some distance and spit out several times. Several flying birds flapped their wings and flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not fluster. With an unchanging expression, his left arm moved and the blood-colored moonblades stopped these ice birds in their tracks, causing them to explode in midair. People were normally proficient in using moonblades on only one arm, but Fang Yuan had such a rich battle experience, and even his left arm could completely shoot out moonblades without any deviation. Ning Bing, seeing that did not work, used the icicle Gu. Icicles flew and mixed in with the blue birds to form a barrage attack. Fang Yuan's long-range attack was solely moonblade, thus he only chose to block the most dangerous ice birds. Against the icicles, he dodged some while tanking the others with his sky canopy Gu. Ning Bing finally had a bit of an upper hand and wanted to increase his advantage, but Fang Yuan suddenly laughed coldly and shrugged his right hand, causing the chainsaw golden centipede to detach and burrow its way into the ground. This hidden threat was too much. Ning Bing was dumbfounded at this, scolding loudly as he quickly took steps back. Chapter 167, a fourth one. You force my hand. Ning Bing gritted his teeth, forming an ice blade. At the same time, he activated his swirl Gu and fierce wind Gu. The white ice blade storm appeared once again. At first it was just a small gust, but very quickly, the size expanded and the icy winds roared as the blizzard spread. The floor was slowly covered in hard ice, preventing the chainsaw golden centipede from emerging and attacking. This ice blade storm is a unique move of Ning Bing's. Evidently, it showed the battle talent of the northern dark ice soul physique. This was formed by the ice blade Gu, swirl Gu, and fierce wind Gu. When used together, it created something that could attack and defend. Without two or more defense Gu working together, one cannot resist it. The fierce winds roared, and the ice blades froze all in its path. The white storm assaulted like a huge beast awakening, opening its mouth and devouring Fang Yuan. These three Gu together form a ferocious offensive technique that can freeze all life. Even with the sky canopy Gu's defense, Fang Yuan would probably be unable to block it. The storm approached, but Fang Yuan showed a look of disdain. The thunder wings behind him instantly flapped, pulling a large distance away from this ice blade storm. Times were different now. If this was the past, his movement speed would be lower than this storm, but now the storm could no longer catch up to him. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he turned his direction in midair and flew towards the valley. The ice blade storm chased him relentlessly. Don't come here. Fuck off. Whether it was the Bai clan Gu masters or Gu Yu clan, both were scolding and shouting. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, continuing his charge. The ice blade storm had an imposing aura as it continued to chase Fang Yuan, while Ning Bing's laughter was heard from within. Don't think of getting any further. A Bai clan Gu master blocked Fang Yuan's path. Fang Yuan's hand hooked, and from the ground a thick and long golden line jumped out and landed on his right arm, like a large sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The rampaging sound from the razors caused the Bai clan Gu master's eyelids to shiver. Fang Yuan held the chainsaw golden centipede in his right hand as blood light shone in his left. He was using the blood moon Gu, but not shooting it. His body was covered in a white-colored armor, and thunder wings sparked behind his back. His black hair flew in the wind, and behind him there was a mountain-sized white storm. His presence was overwhelming, with his eyes emitting sharp killing intent, as if he was charging through the desert, a general with 7 victories under his belt, stomping all his enemies into minced meat and chopping any opponents into broken bones. The Bai clan Gu master felt an impossible pressure as veins popped on his forehead, and he suddenly shouted loudly, edging himself on. But as he shouted, seeing Fang Yuan was rushing towards himself without pause, he suddenly shut up and ran away. He was scared. The fear in his heart eroded his fighting spirit. Fang Yuan did not care about him, instead rushing over towards the Thunder Crown Wolf, who was on the verge of dying. Winds blew as his charging was fearsome, and everywhere he went, Gu masters avoided. The Thunder Crown Wolf forced itself to focus, turning its head towards Fang Yuan. Lightning gathered on its teeth. The myriad beast king's pride refused to let itself die so easily. Even through death will it retaliate. Fang Yuan was seemingly about to collide onto the Thunder Crown Wolf like a meteor hitting Earth, but at the last second, he suddenly jerked his leg and rushed up into the sky, flying out of the valley at a steep angle. He had just flown out of the valley when an intense explosion occurred behind him. The Thunder Crown Wolf's cries fused with the sound of the Ice Blade Storm. A move like the Ice Blade Storm could be said to be Ning Bing's masterpiece, but it had weaknesses too. It could not be easily displayed or stopped. Of course, this storm knocking into the Thunder Crown Wolf was also due to Ning Bing's personality. The Thunder Crown Wolf was heavily suppressed by the White Storm. It was already going to die, but now it could resist no further. Its armor was cut into pieces and blood and flesh flew all over the place, revealing its white skeleton, which was quickly minced into bone matter. Damn it! Seeing this, The Guyu clan side all swore. The Bai clan Gu masters also showed a pained expression. With Bai Ning doing this, after the Thunder Crown Wolf dies, there would no longer be any valuable loot left on its body. But Bai Ning did not mind it. Instead, he rotated even faster, enjoying the feeling of devastating a myriad beast king. Gu worms turned into rays of light one after another, flying out of the Thunder Crown Wolf's body. These wild Gu worms had all resided in the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, using each other to work together and survive. Now that the Thunder Crown Wolf was dying, they were like crewmen on a ship, abandoning the sinking ship and escaping for their lives. Catch them! Quick, stop these Gu! The two clans shouted at once. The situation went into chaos again as clan elders attacked each other in an attempt to hinder the other. The two clan leaders could not split themselves, thus finally, only 2 or 3 clan elders with movement type Gu managed to fly out of the valley. The wild Gu worms ran everywhere and Fang Yuan focused and observed, trying to discern them. What a pity my recon Gu is earth communication eargrass. It cannot increase my vision. There is definitely a healing type Gu on this Thundercrown Wolf, but whether I can catch it or not, it's up to fate. This was betting purely on luck, but Fang Yuan had no choice. Recon type Gu worm, there were all sorts of them, but right now he only had the earth communication eargrass. His thunder wings spread and he rushed towards the closest Gu worm. This Gu's body was covered in a blue light, trying to fly far away. Fang Yuan rushed up, opening his hand and grabbing it. Whoosh! Its body emitted an intense electric current and assaulted Fang Yuan. Thunder wings are formed by lightning. It has speed but is not flexible. Fang Yuan groaned as he used the Sky Canopy Gu to endure this attack. He could forcefully grab this Gu, but he wisely chose to give up. The ability of this Gu was already exposed. It was able to use electric currents to attack enemies. So this was obviously an attack-type Gu, but Fang Yuan wanted a healing Gu instead. Fang Yuan gave up on it and approached another Gu worm. When he got close, he saw this Gu's appearance, a body that seemed to be made of light blue glass, flying in the air with a semicircle shell that had turtle shell markings. Thunder Shield Gu. This was a defensive Gu, able to form a semicircle lightning shield. Fang Yuan gave up once again, looking around and finding his third target. But at this time, a white shadow came from the valley, holding an ice blade and shouting Fang Yuan's name. Fang Yuan sighed, knowing that Lady Luck was not on his side. He could only take the best alternative, reaching and grabbing towards the Thunder Shield Gu right next to him. Thunder Shield Gu created a lightning shield, its eerie blue lightning sparking as it tried to resist Fang Yuan's hand. Fang Yuan sneered, releasing the spring Autumn Cicada's aura. Suddenly the Thunder Shield Gu became tame like it died, dispersing its shield and falling towards the forest. Fang Yuan waved and grabbed it in his hand, releasing his primeval essence and instantly refining it. Stealth Scales Gu. Ripples formed all over his body as he vanished on the spot. Fang Yuan, Bai Ning shouted, as his eyes shone with lightning. This is the rank 3 Lightning Eye Gu, using the power of lightning to break through stealth. But it did not have see-through vision. Fang Yuan noticed this, and although he was stealthed, he could also use the forest to conceal himself. Bai Ning gaze swept through the environment and angrily growled as he had no findings. Fang Yuan found a hidden spot, instantly sitting down and activating the Tusita flower, making it spit out primeval stones. Although he was rank 3, his aperture only had 42% primeval essence storage, and though he had the upper hand during the previous battle, it could not be sustained. Right now, his aperture only had a thin layer of primeval essence left, being around 3%. Gu Masters needed primeval essence to activate Gu worms. Without primeval essence, Gu Masters' battle strength would drop drastically. In fact, in extreme situations, they were even worse than mortals. The primeval stones continued to shrink, the natural essence injecting into Fang Yuan's body. The primeval C in his aperture started to rise gradually. Back then, when he was rank 1 or 2 and using the primeval stone to replenish his primeval essence, it was very noticeable. But now that he was rank 3, as the Gu Master's primeval essence quality is greatly improved, more primeval stones are required and a longer time is needed to replenish it. Sounds of Gu Masters battling continued to be heard. After 8 or 9 minutes, Fang Yuan replenished the primeval essence in his aperture back to the limit. He came out of his hiding spot, discovering that 5 clan elders had died. Among them, 3 were from Guyu clan, 2 from Bai clan. Each clan elder was the clan's asset. To think that so many were sacrificed this time. Guyu Bo and the Bai clan leaders' battle was very intense. They were feeling heartache from their respective losses, thus getting more aggressive in their attacks. Other than this, there were 3 fighting groups surrounding the wild Gu worms. Ordinary Gu Masters do not have the spring Autumn Cicadas help to capture wild Gu worms, thus it was troublesome. To catch the Gu worm, they cannot deal heavy blows. Instead, They need to gauge the strength they use. 8 to 9 Gu worms had flown out of the Thunder Crown Wolf. It was not certain how many Gu worms they had captured, but 3 still remained right now. The clan elders surrounded these 3 Gu worms, striking as they blocked the worms while facing obstruction from the other party. This caused the scene to be at a stalemate, neither side's able to gain anything. Water Cage Gu, trap it! A bi-clan Gu master shouted, spitting out a water ball. The ball increased in size until it was over 2 meters, covering the Gu worm completely and trapping it inside. Bam! In the next moment, a golden moonblade flew towards the water ball cage and burst it open by force. The Gu worm flew away, escaping with its life. Seeing this Gu worm fly away, the bi-clan Gu master cursed. To think that a Gu worm at his mercy got away just like that. The Guyu clan Gu masters were even more furious. These Gu worms were originally their battle rewards, but now that the bi-clan interfered, they could not gain anything. Bi-clan scoundrels, shameless dogs, go to hell. Guyu clan, you guys are finished. Our bi-clan will definitely rise up and stomp you all to the grounds. Both sides were furious, full of hatred and madness. They had battled till their eyes turned red, and only fighting remained in their minds. Fang Yuan saw the Gu worm fly away. Thus he had no choice but to look at the other 2 groups. There was still a Gu worm at each of their encirclement. There might be a healing Gu worm, but it was unlikely. Fang Yuan knew that this world did not have things like a wish coming true, but even so he wanted to try. Just when he was about to rush up and attack, he heard a wolf's howl like a military horn, spreading out in rhythm, rising and falling in succession. Soon after, tons of lightning wolves rushed down like tide water. There was no lack to the sound of bold lightning wolves and frenzy lightning wolves, but the one that made everyone's expression change was the mountain-like giant wolf. Thunder Crown Wolf. There's a 4th Thunder Crown Wolf. The clan elders shouted as they could not keep their calm anymore. Chapter 168. Lightning lycan wolf packs were on the move, rushing in like the tide. The situation turned for the worst, and the 2 clan leaders and their elders' expressions changed. Although both clans managed to resist the wolf tide, it was through a dangerous battle and were Pyrrhic victories. Now that there is a new strong wolf tide, they had no way left to resist it. At once, both clans subconsciously stopped battling. The report said there were 3 Thunder Crown wolves, right? A clan elder screamed in panic. No, this Thunder Crown wolf has lots of injuries, and the size of the wolf pack isn't very large either. Guyubo forced himself to remain calm and analyzed. Don't tell me. This is the Thunder Crown wolf that attacked the Xiong village? A clan elder slapped his forehead as he shouted. This was very possible, and most likely the truth. The clan elders were feeling solemn as one said. The fact that they appeared here, doesn't that mean the Xiong clan already? That goddamn Xiong village. How can they be so useless? Not even able to resist a wave of wolf tide, someone scolded. But some were optimistic. You see, this Thunder Crown wolf's forelegs are injured. The muscles have all shriveled. They followed the voice and observed, regaining some lost morale. It was true. This Thunder Crown wolf's hind legs were developed, but its forelegs were smaller, with shrunken muscles. This caused it to only use the back legs when running, jumping forward like a kangaroo. Wait, this doesn't seem like a Thunder Crown wolf. My clan leader suddenly thought of something, shivering. Lightning lycan. Fang Yuan had an answer already. 5 tigers, 1 lamassu, 3 hounds, 1 molossus, 10 wolves, 1 lycan. The lycan was also a type of wolf, but it was far smarter than a wolf by many times, and was usually the strategist of a wolf pack. The lightning lycan before them seemed like a Thunder Crown wolf in appearance. Thus a recon Gu master's confusion is very common. But it was a true blue myriad beast king, and had intelligence no less than men. This lightning lycan, although inferior to an ordinary Thunder Crown wolf in terms of physical strength, had human intelligence, and was far more dangerous than a Thunder Crown wolf. With a huge army of lightning wolves to command, it was no wonder that the Xiong clan was exterminated by them. Go! Fang Yuan spread his wings and flew into the sky. These elders here had undergone long battles, and their battle strength was greatly eroded. They could not deal with the wolf packs, and more crucially, their misgivings towards each other made it hard for the 2 sides to work together. Fang Yuan turned around and left. The myriad beast king was no joke. Even though there was still 2 wild Gu worms flying around, he couldn't care less. He had to leave immediately, for any later, and he might not have the chance. Knowing one's limits and being able to let go and give up, this is the #1 criteria to roam the world. Retreat. The wolf tide is huge. We cannot do anything to it. Get back to the village and plan our defenses. Even though the clan elders have not realized the lightning lycan's identity, they all had retreating thoughts. But at this time, the lightning lycan growled, opening its huge mouth. Its wolf fangs were sharp as a dagger, and in between, a black lump appeared out of nowhere, forming into a black ball in an instant. Pew! The black ball shot out, drawing a curved black trajectory in the air and smashing on the ground. It missed. This Thunder Crown Wolf is finished. Its aiming sucks. The clan elders shouted about, but Fang Yuan flew even faster. Bam! The black ball of mist exploded, and under that intense impact, the black mist spread all over the place. The speed was faster than the eye could see. In a short moment, it covered over 100 li. 1 li equals 500 m of radius. This is the rank 4 wolf smoke Gu. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He had made the most logical response at the first moment, but the black wolf smoke spread too fast, completely enveloping him. At once, he felt like he was standing in the middle of the night sky, seeing nothing but darkness. Everywhere was thick smoke, making breathing difficult, and was extremely uncomfortable. But thankfully he had the Thunder Wings Gu, so as long as he flew up, he could get out of the wolf smoke's range. Crack! In the next moment, a lightning bolt struck, splitting the thick black smoke apart like a thunder snake or a raging dragon, traveling over 100 li and assaulting Fang Yuan head-on. The lightning lycan attacked. The lightning was so fast a person could barely react to it. But at this crucial moment, Fang Yuan's battle instinct surpassed the speed of his thoughts, reacting in advance. Thunder Shield Gu. Sky Canopy Gu. A round lightning shield appeared in front of Fang Yuan, and on his body a white armor appeared as well. The raging lightning shone at an eye-piercing brightness like a heavenly dragon roaring, ramming onto the lightning shield. The shield lasted less than a second before it broke under the intense force of the lightning. The lightning landed on Fang Yuan. At that moment, even though he already shut his eyes, he still felt the light piercing through his pupils. An intense force assaulted him, causing him to fall. He was about to faint as the electric currents moved, paralyzing his muscles, almost causing him to forget to breathe. Plop! He landed on the ground. He finally only managed to regain consciousness after intense pain surged through him like waves. He endured the intense pain and numbness, and tried to get up. The Thunder Shield Gu was already dead, while the Thunder Wings Gu was hit and barely held on to life. It was impossible to use anymore. The Sky Canopy Gu was injured heavily too, looking rather dispirited. After all, it was hit by such a strong electric current. The lightning lycan's attack emitted a rank 4 Gu worm's full power. The more a Gu worm advances, the bigger the difference between realms. For the attack of a rank 4 Gu worm, at least 2 rank 3 Gu would be needed to defend against it. However, the Lightning Shield Gu died because the previous battle had already caused it to sustain much injuries. To think that this lightning lycan thought so highly of me. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly, observing the surroundings. His surroundings were dark, full of thick smoke. Fang Yuan was unable to tell directions. Be careful, that Thunder Crown Wolf became smaller. It is now as small as a normal lightning wolf and is hiding among the pack. A clan elder shouted at this time from the smoke. Fang Yuan heard it, and his iris shrunk. This lightning lycan was too crafty and very sinister. It probably wanted to eliminate all these Gu masters, and when it attacked Fang Yuan, it showed that it did not want to let a single one of them off. The surroundings quickly shone with countless wolf eyes. The sounds of their growls and the sound of the wind from wolf packs running about were all heard by Fang Yuan. Under such a dark environment, the Gu master's vision is greatly obstructed. But the wolf packs were unaffected, because they had given up on smell and gained excellent vision. I have to get out of here quickly. Who knows if I will encounter that lightning lycan. Even if I do not meet it now, just being surrounded by the wolf packs when I only have 40% primeval essence, it is insufficient to sustain my expenditure. Fang Yuan quickly considered in his heart. Then he activated the earth communication eargrass. Over 10 roots grew out from his ear and extended outside. Many voices were heard. There were wolf cries, battle noises, clan elders' frantic growling, and lightning wolves' sad cries when dying. Too confusing. The earth communication eargrass range was huge, but it could not discern small details. Fang Yuan frowned, only listening to a direction with less noises. But quickly he encountered a pack of over 100 wolves. Lightning wolves ran from the black smoke, each ferocious as ever. Fang Yuan summoned the chainsaw golden centipede and activated the sky canopy Gu. The razors rotated violently, and the centipede was like a large sword, cutting through the black smoke and landing on the wolves' bodies, causing a rain of blood and bones. Fang Yuan attacked like a boat trying to row uphill, eliminating his obstacles. Numerous lightning wolves died under the chainsaw golden centipede. But then the second, third, they continued to assault him. This lightning lycan is too sinister and diabolic, actually making the lightning wolves surround us from the back. Fang Yuan had been moving in one direction, and after rushing for a while, he realized the truth at once after he kept encountering lightning wolves. He battled as he retreated. After a while, he was bathed in blood. The pressure was too large, the surroundings were covered in darkness. He was unable to see anything. Wolf packs rushed in from all directions, and it was difficult for him to deal with it alone. Gu Yubo, what do you say? At this time, the Bai clan leader said from within the dark smoke. All right, let's work together and get out of this first. Gu Yubo shouted, quickly replying. This was the forced circumstance of the situation. Only through cooperation can they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, by fighting alone, they would soon expend all their primeval essence on the lightning wolves and be turned into food. That would surely be a bad ending. How? Fuck. In the next moment, with a wolf's cry, an intense explosion was heard, and the two clan leaders shouted, no longer able to organize the clan elders. Evidently, the lightning lycan came out and did a sneak attack. It had a man's intelligence after all. Once it attacked, it was able to interfere with the two clan leaders' plan and ruin the flow of the clan elders' resistance. Without the two clan leaders to suppress the scene, how can the clan elders work sincerely together? This was a huge question. I'm unable to go on. My primeval essence expenditure is too high. I need to borrow strength from others. After killing for a while, Fang Yuan felt exhaustion. He had the strength of 2 boars, but now he felt extremely sore all over. His primeval essence was no longer enough. He had injuries all over him, but he was forced to stop using the sky canopy Gu. The chainsaw golden centipede's body was dim, its razors already in bad shape. In a short period of time, it had killed up to 1,000 wolves, and within that number, there were bold lightning wolves as well. A few of them were harder than steel because they had a defensive Gu. The chainsaw golden centipede was not invulnerable, and without razors, its attack strength would be greatly reduced, quickly becoming useless. Fang Yuan did not prolong any battles. He quickly moved as he fought. He relied on the earth communication eargrass to analyze the situation. Once he heard a frenzy lightning wolf's footsteps, he would change directions and try to avoid them. The frenzy lightning wolf was a 1,000-beast king. He could not fight it alone. Once he was pulled into battle, he would fall into encirclement, and that would be a dead end. I'm not satisfied. From the thick smoke, a clan elder cried as his voice came to an end. From the black smoke, the wolf packs attacked, and many clan elders died by the wolf's mouths, growling in helplessness and indignance. I can't hold on much longer either. Fang Yuan felt the aura of death, but he was still calm. The more dangerous it is, the calmer his mind. His heart did not waver at all. In his previous life, he had been in worse situations. The situation right now was still not that bad. With the two clan leaders fighting the lightning lycan, Fang Yuan still had a chance. Oh, fighting sounds ahead. Fang Yuan heard the noise and changed his direction. He was at his limits, so no matter if it was the Guyu clan or the Bai clan Gu masters, they were useful to him either way. Kill, kill, kill. Far away, he heard this Gu master screaming, battling relentlessly. Fang Yuan sprinted over, and suddenly came to a stop. By Ning Bing. Notes, Autumn Bai, lightning lycan. Well, to be honest, it directly translates to cunning electric boy. Since there's no English word for boy, lycan is used. Boy is actually a legendary wolf in China that may or may not exist. It's said to have 2 very short paws in front, so it rides on a normal wolf's back instead. Or something like that. Bao, legendary/mythical tiger that does not have an equivalent English word. So I just subbed it with Lamassu. Chapter 169, Finding a Path. By Ning Bing's body was laden with injuries. He was breathing raggedly and looked like a mess. When Fang Yuan got there, both were stunned. Fate was indeed a mysterious thing. Just not long ago, they were still mortal enemies, wanting to kill each other. But in this moment, they had to work together for the chance to survive. Working together with Bai Ning Bing, Fang Yuan's eyes shone like the abyss, evaluating. Although Bai Ning Bing is bat's hit crazy, along with the fact that he also recognized his own fate, that does not mean he gave up on living. A will to live was a person's natural instinct, the most basic requirement of all. The truth is, because of Bai Ning Bing's intense will to live, and because he was facing an unavoidable path of destruction, he developed such a personality. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. Working together with Bai Ning Bing was the best solution. But how can he ask it in a way that can convince him? Fang Yuan, to think it's actually you. Bai Ning Bing spoke first, laughing loudly, his tone becoming aggressive. Then die together with me. With you dying alongside me, it shall be an interesting end to my life. Interesting. Fang Yuan had a thought. Smiling lightly, he approached Bai Ning Bing. The surrounding lightning wolves attacked, but Fang Yuan shrugged his hand, the chainsaw centipede swinging and killing 3 lightning wolves on the spot, sending them flying. Up till now, the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of razors were already greatly damaged. Its cutting strength was greatly diminished. It could only be used as a blunt object. Under the pressure of these wolves, let's have an intense life and death battle. Isn't that more fun? Fang Yuan got closer to Bai Ning Bing, his mouth curling into a cruel smile. Bai Ning Bing's eyelids trembled. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be a greater maniac than him. But this was in tandem with his wish. If Fang Yuan's attitude had gone softer, and in order to survive, Fang Yuan wanted to work together and escape. He would instead look down on Fang Yuan, even feeling humiliated and wanting to kill Fang Yuan himself. In this world, some people are like this. If you be kind to them, they will feel that you are easy to bully and look down on you. By having a strong attitude towards them, you can gain respect instead. You really want to die? Then I'll grant your wish. Bai Ning squinted his eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his step slow as he spoke in an old and experienced tone. Humans only live for 100 years. It is as unreal as a dream that ends in an instant. What is the point of a person living in this world? No more than just being on a journey and witnessing interesting things. Although I do not want to die, I do not fear death. I am already on my right path. I have no regrets even if I die. This was Fang Yuan's true feelings. Since the start of time itself, who could live forever? Even if it was a rank 9 Gu master. Or even Renzu himself, who could only live longer, but not forever. They eventually face destruction. So be it if one dies, what's the big deal? Even if in the next moment, Fang Yuan dies in this wolf tide, he would have no regrets. Because he had already worked hard for his goals. He had given it his all, and lived all according to his will. Being able to look beyond life and death. Only then can one live unrestrained. Only then can life have true freedom. Bai Ning heard this, and his entire body shuddered. He kept saying he was not afraid to die, but he was still never free and at ease. Because he could not see beyond death, and was unable to let go of this life. When a person fears, he becomes a slave. Bai Ning himself was just a slave to life and death. However, this was not his fault, since he was still way too young. Many things needed to be experienced by themselves. Only then can one gain enlightenment. But now, Fang Yuan's words gave him a new path to go, beyond the truth that he is struggling with. Witnessing interesting things, already on your path, no regrets even if you die? Bai Ning muttered, then suddenly asked, "Path, what's a path?" Fang Yuan laughed coldly, getting closer. "Everyone has their own paths. I don't have to tell you mine, and how would I know yours? In this world, many people do not have a path through their entire lifetime, while some walked on their path constantly struggling, trying to find the sanctuary within the darkness." Bai Ning's blue eyes suddenly shone with a blinding light. "Path, that's right, I must find my path." In this moment, the excitement in his heart was impossible to be understood by others. He was like a man, bitterly searching for a girl but to no avail, yet one day he finds the correct method. Or like a treasure hunter, blocked at the last puzzle for a long time, but one day he finds the method to solve the puzzle. Or like a difficult question, thinking for years without an answer, but suddenly finding the method to solve it. Bai Ning had no path and couldn't find the meaning of his life, thus he felt lost. Fang Yuan cannot solve his feeling of being lost, but from the sidelines he can give him hope, giving him a consolation to face death. As long as you are on your path, even if you die, there are no regrets. Thus, death is no longer so scary. I feel that I am about to find my own path. Bai Ning clenched his fists, his expression becoming extremely excited. He looked towards Fang Yuan, saying meaningfully, "I finally understand our difference. You are on your own path, but I am still trying to find mine." He suddenly laughed, his expression turning crazy. "Fang Yuan, if you want to fight, I'm all for it. But not now. Let's work together. I have the lightning Gu, but my vision is obstructed, only able to see 30 steps ahead. Once we escape from here, let's have a battle another day. Being able to work together with my mortal enemy. Don't you find that more interesting, more fun?" "Oh, how can I believe you? I'm not asking for you to believe me. You can choose to trust me, or not. You can entrust your back to me, or you can strike at any time and sneak an attack on me. It all depends on your mood." Bai Ning shrugged as he smiled, showing an inborn nonchalance. The thick smoke was all over, and their surroundings were lit with wolf cries. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he considered Bai Ning's suggestion. Convincing a person is very difficult, yet very simple. The important thing is accurately understanding their thoughts. "All right." Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and caressed the chainsaw golden centipede's armor, raising his head. "But be on guard for my sneak attack anytime." Bai Ning's mouth curled, smiling very deviously. A wave of air blew as the black smoke dispersed, and the broken arm's sleeve swayed in the wind. In the thick smoke, to decide the direction, it was difficult. The more narrow their vision, the more easy it is to get lost. Bai Ning had the lightning Gu and could see up to 50 steps ahead. But now, it was restricted by the thick smoke, so he could see less than 30 steps ahead. However, this was already much better than Fang Yuan's normal vision. While Bai Ning had the lightning Gu, he could not see the entire topography and had no clear understanding of the situation. He could only see what was ahead of him, and at times he even ran into a wolf pack and got surrounded by them. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, had the earth communication eargrass. The smoke reduced vision, but could not block sound from being transmitted. The surroundings were noisy, and the earth communication eargrass could hear up to 200 steps away, but Fang Yuan could only move according to the noise. His vision was too narrow, only able to see a tree or a rock right in front of him. Without anything to compare to, he could not discern his direction. Cooperation. By Ning Bing's Lightning Gu, together with Fang Yuan's earth communication eargrass. The two Gu together, complementing each other, caused the situation to be easier. This is the southern side. Going this direction, we'll get to the Guyu village. By Ning Bing's eyes glowed with lightning as he said, "No, there's too many wolf packs there. We have to take a roundabout route." Fang Yuan's right ears had roots flying around. Hee, then we'll go around the southeast direction. How about that? By Ning Bing licked his lips. Fang Yuan squatted down, extending the roots into the soil and listening attentively. During that period, the lightning wolves that rushed up were all killed by Ning Bing. Fang Yuan listened for a while, before standing up. There's an opening in the southeast direction, but we have to hurry. The opening is going to be filled. Let's charge then, By Ning Bing said, but did not move immediately. He still had some guard against Fang Yuan. He did not dare to attack ahead and reveal his back to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. He was also full of qualms towards By Ning Bing. Eventually, the two killed their way through shoulder to shoulder, with a distance of 5 steps between them. The lightning wolves howled, attempting to kill them. But relying on the Lightning Gu and Earth Communication Eargrass, Fang Yuan and By Ning Bing could avoid strong enemies and continue to roam, finding an opportunity to break through. The advantage of having information was unveiled here. By Ning Bing and Fang Yuan, if alone, they would be trapped by numerous wolves. But now that they worked together, they could control the initiative and started to have an easy time. After charging for a while, the path ahead of them was suddenly clear, and the bright sunlight caused both of them to squint. "We're out." By Ning Bing laughed loudly. Fang Yuan looked back, only to see a thick black veil behind him, as if a black pot had covered the entire mountain. The intense smoke continued to emit sounds of explosions and screams. Evidently, the two clan leaders were still fighting the lightning lycan. "To think that working with you is actually quite pleasant." By Ning Bing turned his body, smiling lightly. "I feel the same way too." Fang Yuan also smiled lightly. But in the very next moment, both of their eyes shone sharply. Iceblade Gu. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. The long ice blade cut through the air with a cold light. The thick golden centipede attacked head-on and carried the howling of the wind. Bam! Both sides collided. The ice blade cut a wound on the golden centipede's body, but broke right after. Fang Yuan and By Ning Bing both took a step back, both of their eyes emitting intense killing intent. Their temporary cooperation could not change their enemy status. Fang Yuan's black hair danced in the wind, while By Ning Bing's white shirt swayed. Both had too much in common. Precisely why they became natural enemies. Black iris against blue orbs, almost creating sparks in the air. Both of their killing intent slowly dispersed. Humph, this is but a dying man. Even without me interfering, heaven will take his life. What's most important now isn't By Ning Bing, but the heavenly essence treasure Lotus. Once the lightning lycan attacks Guyu village, it's most likely game over. I have to strike before that. While I have the chance, Fang Yuan analyzed, his eyes narrowing. By Ning Bing's eyes became even brighter, muttering, "Path. No regrets. That's right. Even Rin Zhu has to die. Humans live and die. So as long as I can live an interesting life, what harm is there even if I die?" Thinking so, his eyes glowed with an intense brilliance. "Ha! I've finally found my path, and that is to witness this world's brilliance. Fang Yuan, we will battle another day. I hope that by then, your death can bring some light into my life." Saying so, he leapt backwards continuously. After pulling apart some distance, he turned around, leaving. Although he was in a mess, his body full of injuries and his face covered in soot, with only one arm left, but his back was straight like a sword, he was no longer lost. He had found his path. In other words, he had truly become himself. Chapter 170. Can the blood of incorruptible justice be cold? Fang Yuan watched By Ning Bing's figure walk until he was far away. Witness this world's brilliance. His two black pupils flashed with an imposing light. The By Ning Bing who was no longer bewildered was more dangerous than before. Life and death no longer bothered him, and the closer he was to death, the more he would display the incomparable grace of the northern dark ice soul physique. However, wanting to fight me later, Fang Yuan suddenly chuckled. "You are bound to be disappointed." The instant he came out of that thick smoke, Fang Yuan had decided to leave Qingmao Mountain. It would be interesting to fight with By Ning Bing, but it was of no benefits to him. By Ning Bing had set the definition of brilliance on Fang Yuan, and that was because he was young and his view of the world was limited to Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan, however, was different. In his grand plan since his rebirth, Qing Mao Mountain was only a starting point. As long as the heart possessed great ambitions, one was bound to be broad-minded, not being constrained by small details with others. It's time to leave. The lightning lycan is more cunning and more difficult to handle than the Thundercrown wolf. Just with Bai clan or Gu clan's current strength, it will be difficult to withstand its attacks. Unless a rank 5 expert appears and turns the tide, or maybe if the two clans ally. Bai clan and Gu clan had deep grudges against each other. They would ally if the situation came to that point, but the alliance wouldn't be sincere. Fang Yuan wasn't optimistic about this prospect. Qing Mao Mountain's state will be determined by this battle. If the two clan leaders are both killed by the lightning lycan, Qing Mao Mountain will become the lightning wolf's territory. If one clan leader survives, then with the alliance, the other clan will only become cannon fodder. If the lightning lycan is killed, the two clans will definitely have to rehabilitate due to the severe casualties. The clan will tidy up its internal affairs, and I will be investigated. Fang Yuan could clearly see the changes that could occur through this. This is the world of Gu, and in here an individual's strength can rule over the group. Thus, the higher the cultivation of a Gu master, the more power he has to turn the tide. No matter the Bai clan or Gu clan or the Lightning Wolf packs, as long as another rank 4 expert appears among any of them, the outcome would be a foregone conclusion. However, no matter the situation, they were all disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. It is time to leave. Although I still lack the ideal healing Gu, how can one have everything he wishes for? After returning to the village, I will take the heavenly essence Lotus and then take out a healing Gu from the clan storage before leaving immediately. Fang Yuan gave one last look behind him. The sound of intense explosions were still coming from the black smoke. He turned around and left, rushing towards the Gu village. With his status as an elder, he could forcefully open the clan storage and take out primeval stones as well as Gu worms. There was unrest all around. People were frightened. It was the best time to take advantage of the situation. If this chance was let go, no matter what the battle outcome is, the general situation would be set, making it difficult to take advantage. Thunderwing's Gu couldn't be used for the moment, so Fang Yuan could only run quickly through the forest. The wolf tide had ravaged everything in its path, making the once dangerous pathways peaceful and safe. Soon, Fang Yuan was able to see the Gu village in the horizon. Who are you? Fang Yuan swiftly stopped. Two strangers had appeared in front of him. These two were both wearing Gu master's clothing. One was an elderly man. He was tall and his back was ramrod straight, giving a sense of being as steady as a mountain and as profound as a deep pool. The most eye-catching part was the copper mask that he was wearing on his face. The mask was of a plain design and gave an antique feeling. There were 3 openings on it, revealing the wearer's eyes and mouth. His eyes showed the vicissitudes of life and revealed a grand and righteous aura. His lips were pursed up, the contour in between as sharp as a blade, hinting at this man's firm willpower. The mask didn't cover his ears, exposing his graying temple hairs and revealing that this man should be of an older age. The one next to the man was a youth with eyebrows that were as upright as a sword and eyes that were bright and shining, periodically sending out sharp glances that looked like an eagle or a tiger's. Looking at this appearance, the youth's age should be similar to Fang Yuan. However, this person's belt had a silver plate on it, carved with the character 3. So young and already a rank 3 Gu master. This showed amazing talent in cultivation. This was a young genius. However, Fang Yuan's gaze only paused a moment on this youth, before turning towards the senior. This youth had a slight dark complexion with similarly pursing lips, the entire body releasing a sharp and professional aura, definitely not someone to be underestimated. But the slightly bulging chest area along with the structure of the limbs and throat allowed Fang Yuan to instantly see through her identity as a girl. Fang Yuan would never look down on women, but compared to this heroic girl, the identity of the middle-aged man beside her would shock anyone. Tai Shuelong. Fang Yuan's mind jolted. He inwardly recalled the identity of this middle-aged man. The man was wearing a copper mask, and the square amethyst plate on his belt was carved with the character 5. He was the rank 5 Gu master, enforcer of the law, a great detective, the #1 investigator of the southern border, divine investigator Tai Shuelong. He was impartial and merciless in upholding justice. Many demonic path cultivators had been arrested by him and many vile characters beheaded. He was the model example of the righteous path and had made a very high reputation for himself by solving countless cases as he traveled throughout the southern border. Little brother, please wait. Tai Shuelong cupped his hands to Fang Yuan. He had already made a name for himself for a long time and was also a rank 5 Gu master, but his attitude was polite and amiable. Seeing little brother's state of injuries and hurried appearance, "Did your esteemed clan leader and elders encounter trouble?" he asked. Fang Yuan automatically changed his expression to that of anxiety and astonishment. while mixed within them were doubts and fear. Who are you guys? How do you know this? Right? We were chasing after a Thundercrown wolf, but we ran into trouble by encountering a lightning lycan. I am hurrying back to request reinforcements. I am Tai Shuelong. I am an ally, not your enemy. I just came from Guyu village. Little brother, you don't need to return for reinforcements. The beast tide concerns all humans, and we need to join hands to face it. This Tai shall contribute all he can. Tai Shuelong immediately took this task upon himself. Damn it, to think that I, Guyu Bo, will die here today. Humph, even if we die, we can't let this lightning lycan get off so easily. Guyu clan leader and by clan leader were full of injuries and had almost exhausted their primeval essence. Right now, they could sense the grim aura of death. The thick smoke had already dispersed. All the elders had died, and only these two clan leaders were left. The lightning lycan also didn't fare well. Its body had some deep wounds from which one could see its bones. It bared its teeth and retreated to the back of the lightning wolf packs, its eyes flashing with a sly look as it retreated from fighting in the front lines. Come, you coward! The Bi-clan leader furiously roared. However, the lightning lycan kept on retreating backwards and then let out a howl, commanding the ordinary lightning wolves to charge towards these two rank for Gu masters. Cunning bastard. Guyu Bo and Bi-clan leader looked at each other and sighed. They had prepared to make a strong counterattack before dying, but the lightning lycan had a wisdom that didn't lose out to humans and wasn't fooled. My life is over. Damn this. We are going to die in these ordinary lightning wolves' mouths. Just when these two clan leaders were becoming extremely distraught, a voice suddenly arrived from a distance. Two leaders, hang in there for a moment. The voice echoed through the mountain forests. The two clan leaders' bodies jolted, and they immediately turned to look, noticing a tall figure rushing towards them. The figure repeatedly flashed, freely moving through the wolf packs. After a few moments, the figure stood beside the two clan leaders. You are? The two clan leaders asked at the same time. My name is Tai Shuelong. Gasp. The Bi-clan leader drew in a long breath in shock. He was surprised, joyous, and also puzzled. Why was Tai Shuelong here? Guyu Bo, on the other hand, was aware of the reason as he joyfully said, So it is divine investigator Tai. Just as he said this, the wolf packs charged in. A bunch of foul creatures. Tai Shuelong's tongue seemed to burst with thunder, and with a low shout he willed a Gu in his aperture. Boom. A formless aura suddenly erupted, radiating and engulfing everything. This aura was like a mountain, indomitable and unshakable. It was like the heaven itself as it overlooked the world and saw through everything. Righteous Gu. Only a Gu master who had a righteous heart could use it. The righteous aura could weaken vile creatures. Within its range, the lower the willpower of his enemies, the more the weakening effect. Tai Shuelong had once used this Gu to make a rank 4 Gu master lose his fighting strength and surrender completely. This was the supreme art of subduing enemy without fighting. Howl howl. The lightning wolves' momentum stopped. Their limbs were trembling under the pressure of this aura, and they didn't dare to move forward. Who? The lightning lycan gave out a battle cry from the back, trying to command these lightning wolf packs. Such nerve. Tai Shuelong glared and suddenly stretched out his right hand, making a grabbing motion towards the lightning lycan. Rumble. Ripples spread in the sky, and an enormous black iron hand tore the sky apart and grabbed towards the lightning lycan. Rank 5 Iron Fist Grappling Gu. The lightning lycan was cunning, but it lacked bravery. In addition to that, its body was riddled with wounds, so it didn't dare to resist this move head-on, and instead quickly dodged. However, this black iron hand had firmly locked onto the lightning lycan, and it kept on chasing. The lightning lycan wasn't able to escape from it. Its vicious personality was stimulated. It gave a loud roar and fiercely collided against the black iron hand. The enormous hand shattered, but the lightning lycan received serious injuries. Almost all its bones were on the verge of shattering. It let out miserable whimpers, but didn't dare to fight Tai Shuelong again. Finally, it resentfully looked at Tai Shuelong and the two clan leaders, before it tucked its tails and ran away. It is about to escape. Quick, stop it! The two clan leaders shouted, but Tai Shuelong stood on the spot and didn't move. Divine investigator, please finish it. Guyu Bo cupped his hands and implored. Tai Shuelong slightly shook his head. At this time, Fang Yuan and the young girl finally arrived. They had seen how the lightning lycan had been forced away by the iron hand. Dad, why did you do that? You are injured. The young girl quickly approached Tai Shuelong and stamped her feet in anger. Her reproaching tone was full of concern. Ruanan, this lightning lycan is very cunning. Chasing it away by force is the best way to deal with it. Tai Shuelong spoke, when suddenly his body slightly trembled. Puff! He spurted out blood from his mouth. There was a strange, gloomy greenish color in his blood, and as the blood fell on the ground, it immediately corroded a patch of green grass, letting out an unpleasant smoke. Clearly, he had suffered serious injuries. "Dad, are you okay?" The young girl, Tai Ruan, quickly lifted her hands and tried healing Tai Shuelong. "No need to make a fuss about it. You know of my injuries. I will feel a lot better after letting out some blood." Tai Shuelong laughed and waved his hands, refusing the treatment. Seeing this scene, the two clan leaders who had been feeling resentment just before immediately felt embarrassed. "Divine Investigator is selfless. You helped us even though you were suffering from serious injuries. We will deeply remember this favor. I have heard of Tai Shuelong's great name, and today I can see that it is fully justified and worthy of admiration. We thank Divine Investigator for saving us." The two clan leaders cupped their hands one after another and expressed their thanks. "Lord Divine Investigator, please honor my Bai village with your presence. This gratitude of saving my life, I will do my best to repay," the Bai clan leader said. How could Gu Bo just watch as the Bai village tried to bring Tai Shuelong away? He knew why Tai Shuelong was here, and gave a proud smile. "I know that Lord Divine Investigator is here due to Jia Fu's request and has come to investigate that murder case. Our Guyu clan will do our best to cooperate." Bai clan leader's expression changed when he heard this. Tai Shuelong said, "It is so. However, the one in charge of this investigation won't be me, but my daughter Tai Ruanan." Immediately, everyone present turned to look at the young girl. Chapter 171. Inbred Demonic Nature. "What? Father, you want me to solve the case?" The girl pointed to herself, her face in utter shock. "Why are you unwilling?" Tai Shuelong smiled gently. No, of course I'm willing." Tai Ruan finally reacted, jumping in joy. Tai Shuelong nodded, sighing in a complex tone. "You aspire to walk the same path as me. These few years where you were by my side, you have been greatly influenced by me and learnt much. An eagle can only learn to fly by itself. Only then can it truly grow up. Your father is old already, my injuries cannot be cured. I cannot continue being with you as you live your life, and as the newer generations replace the old, what happens next is up to you. Father, don't give up yet. Isn't there still hope for treatment?" The young girl's voice trembled as she choked back tears. "You and I both know that the chances are infinitely slim. People have to learn to face facts, Ruanan." Tai Shuelong laughed, then turned towards Guyu Bo. "Don't worry, Guyu clan leader. This daughter of mine has learned at least 80% of my abilities. With my guidance along the way, she will not let your clan suffer any injustice." Of course. Guyu Bo quickly cupped his fist. "Young heroines are on par with males. Such an elegant disposition and the child of a hero. There is no reason for me to worry. Please come to the village and let us feast upon your arrival." The dishes filled the entire table, with the fragrance overwhelming the surroundings. Clear wine was poured out from the wine jar in a straight line into Tai Shuelong's cup. The wolf tide was just over, and Guyu village was in its toughest period. Large amounts of resources had been expended, causing a food shortage and lack of commodities. Many mortals would starve to death. But even so, to welcome Tai Shuelong, Guyu clan still assembled this banquet. As the clan leader, Guyu Bo sat at the clan head seat, while Tai Shuelong and Tai Ruanan were beside him. Other than that, Guyu Qizhong, Guyu Guyan, Guyu Mo Chun, Guyu Yaoji, as well as Fang Yuan and the others, all being elders, were present. Before the wolf tide, Guyu clan had over a dozen clan elders. But now, only one table remained, and there were less than 10 elders. Moreover, the clan elders present were all injured to varying degrees, especially in the case of Guyu Mo Chun. 2 weeks ago when he resisted the wolf tide, he was heavily injured and had been hiding in his private room to recuperate. He was resting in bed, but when he heard about the arrival of Tai Shuelong, he forced his body up and attended this banquet. But this also let him escape the crisis, while his old rival Guyu Qi Lian had followed the clan leader in assaulting the Thunder Crown Wolf and was killed by the Lightning Lycan. If not for Brother Tai's help today, I might have become the Lightning Lycan's lunch already. For saving my life, I toast Brother Tai this cup." Guyu Bo stood up, holding the cup with both hands and bending his back, sincerely offering his gratitude. "I was only doing what I could." Tai Shuelong raised his cup, drinking the wine in one go. He had a vigilant and strict lifestyle, refusing to gamble or find prostitutes, standing by his morals, and never went greedy on drinking. He had thus never been drunk. After drinking this cup, Guyu Bo looked at the people in the banquet, his eyes turning red, sighing, and sitting down. Tai Shuelong had seen such situations many times, and he consoled. "Guyu clan leader, my condolences. As long as your clansmen still exist, the village will definitely thrive again one day. That lightning Lycan was heavily injured as well, and the lightning wolves have greatly been damaged. They will not attack for the next few years. This wolf tide has been safely endured. The wolf tide's harshest period is indeed over. For the next few months, although lightning wolves will still appear, their quantity will continue to decrease, and no. Large groups will be formed. The wolf packs no longer have the ability to directly charge at the village. The lightning lycan will return to the wolf den and recuperate there, while slowly organizing the remaining wolves. Many wolves will be recalled, and many lightning wolves would die, causing the wolf pack's need for food to decrease drastically. The wolf packs would become self-sufficient, and in the next few years, they would gradually get stronger, during which new 100 beast kings, bold lightning wolves, 1,000 beast kings, frenzy lightning wolves, and myriad beast kings, thundercrown wolves would appear. At its peak, it begins to weaken, and at its weakest, it begins to prosper. Regardless of humans or wolves, they follow such a law. But although Tai Shuelong's words were right, humans are not grass or trees, they have feelings. The Guyu clan leader understood this fact much better than Tai Shuelong, but the misery and pain in his heart was unavoidable. The sacrifice was too big. Just the higher-up clan elders were already gone by at least half. As for the rank 2 and rank 1 Gu masters, they had an even larger amount of casualties. The entire Guyu village's strength had fallen to rock bottom and could no longer endure any more disasters. Why is it that you guys do not counterattack and go wreck their den? On one side, Tai Ruan could not understand and asked in confusion. That is because inside the wolf den, there are over dozens of groups of thunder gas worms, amounting to over 1 million of them in total. There are also large numbers of wild Gu mixed in. It is hard to cause any damage to them, unless all 3 clans work together, Guyu Yaoji explained. Saying so, she suddenly snorted, staring at Fang Yuan. But this possibility is too small. Even within our clan, there are clan elders shrinking in fear, and during the wolf tide's attack, God knows where they were hiding. Saying so, all the other clan elders turned their vision towards Fang Yuan. Previously, Fang Yuan was inside the rock-cracked secret cave exploring the flower wine monk's inheritance, causing him to miss the huge battle in resisting the wolf tide. In everyone's eyes, this was being crafty and evasive, as well as being timid and fearing death. Thus, the clan elders' expression towards Fang Yuan were all full of unhappiness, disdain, and some hidden anger. Even Guyu Bo's expression was looking ugly. As the clan leader, he was most revolted by people like Fang Yuan, doing things according to their own will, mysterious, and having their own little schemes. He could not feel safe with such a person around. The atmosphere at the banquet immediately transformed. The Tai father and daughter also felt this change, following everyone's gaze and looking towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's young appearance had attracted the attention of Tai Ruan, who was the same age as him. Fang Yuan drank his wine calmly. Even though everyone's gaze was on him, he acted as if he felt nothing. His expression was calm, as he already had anticipated such a situation of people finding problems with him. Things are getting troublesome, he sighed in his heart. Although worried, he was not frightened. Tai Shuelong's appearance had heavily destroyed his plans to leave. If he took the heavenly essence treasure Lotus and destroyed the foundation of the Guyu village, this would cause the Tai father and daughter to arrest him. The name of divine investigator is not just a myth. With his abilities and strength, as long as Tai Shuelong commences his chase, there is no possibility of failing. Even if he does not take the heavenly essence treasure Lotus, his mysterious disappearance would cause the clan to investigate. As it involves Jia Jinsheng's death, even the Tai father and daughter would get involved. If he left without notice, in their eyes it would be a thief trying to escape, running from his crimes. With no choice, Fang Yuan could only choose to stay and observe the situation. Although everyone reprimanded him, the situation now was still not at its worst. If he left right now, that would be a panicky move, and it would cause the entire situation to worsen. Is the wine nice? Guyu Yaoji laughed sinisterly, staring at Fang Yuan. Aren't you going to explain? Fang Yuan slowly put down his cup, raising his head and looking at Guyu Yaoji's broken arm. The old are the most cunning. This is extremely true. To preserve her life, Guyu Yaoji broke her own arm, and under the name of being injured, she avoided the clan mission of entering the battlefield. This happened in Fang Yuan's previous life as well, but to think she did the same thing once again. Her act of sacrificing one limb to save her life was indeed effective. It prevented her from getting killed by the Thunder Crown Wolf and not participating in the chase, thus keeping herself alive. However, right now she was finding problems with Fang Yuan. One aspect was due to old grudges, but mostly was because she wanted to bring the attention to Fang Yuan and reduce people's attention on herself. What do you want me to explain? Explain how you broke your own limb just to preserve your miserable life. Fang Yuan sneered. What? Guyu Yaoji was shocked and enraged, standing up from her seat. She stared with both eyes wide open, pointing at Fang Yuan's nose, shrilling. You little rascal. How dare you accuse me like this? This is blatant defamation, slander. How can you be so shameless? How can our Guyu clan have such a joke like you? Guyu Yaoji. Guyu Bo's expression changed, shouting. Sit down at once. We have an important guest here. How can you scream and shout freely like this? Gu Yaoji wanted to continue scolding, but on seeing Gu Yubo's dim expression, she could only swallow the words she was about to spit out. She stared angrily at Fang Yuan, sitting down reluctantly. Gu Yubo settled Yaoji's problem, then turned to look at Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan, I need an explanation. During the attack of the wolf tide, where were you? Fang Yuan, he's Fang Yuan. Tai Shuelong's eyes shone with surprise. In Jia Jinsheng's mysterious disappearance, Fang Yuan had played an important role. Before coming here, Tai Shuelong had already gotten much intel from Jiafu. But to think that this young elder was Fang Yuan himself. At once, Tai Shuelong's heart became interested. He had solved numerous cases and could see the peculiarity from all the traces of evidence to guess the actual fact. From everyone's expression, he could tell the truth behind Fang Yuan's sudden evasion from battle. But the truth that everyone knew was only scratching the surface. What is the utter reality? Regardless of what the truth is, Fang Yuan's answer would reveal a fragment of his inner thought. That would be very helpful in solving the case later. Sensing Tai Shuelong's attention on him, Fang Yuan's heart tightened, but his expression remained the same. He looked at everyone plainly, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. There's not much to explain. Since Clan Elder asked, I'll just say it out. I was extremely frightened back then. The stress accumulated during this extensive period, as well as my fear of death that had reached its limits. I could not endure it. I was cowardly and weak. I hid in a corner and no longer dared to enter the front lines. Once he said so, everyone was dumbfounded. They had expected Fang Yuan to use all sorts of excuses and reasons, and were prepared to expose his lies and criticize Fang Yuan. But to think he admitted it directly, any kind of lie, as long as it is not true, will have loopholes. Furthermore, Tai Shuelong is here. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, looking down and staring at the wine in his cup. Tai Shuelong's expression turned weird. He subconsciously frowned, and a sense of loathing and antipathy rose in his heart. This young man, he has an inbred, demonic nature. Chapter 172. No one more suited than Fang Yuan. At the banquet, it was utter silence. Everyone was stunned, staring at Fang Yuan blankly. They had not expected him to reply like this, directly admitting it so honestly. He's too young after all, actually saying such words. Humph. Once he said that, it means his entire political career is ruined. From now on, this Fang Yuan is no threat anymore. The clan elders furiously assessed. At this point into the wolf tide, the outcome had already been decided. In the next few months, there will only be small wolf packs moving about. As the lightning lycan continues to call them back, as well as the Gu masters killing them, the lightning wolves would basically vanish completely by the end of the year. But conflicts never end. At places with people, there are interests. And where there are interests involved, there are conflicts. During the wolf tide, it is the struggle between man and wolf. But now that the toughest part of the wolf tide is over, the clan's internal struggles surface above the water, turning into internal strifes. The wolf tide assaulting the village caused many Gu masters to die. Some factions were destroyed, and the interests they once held naturally has to be distributed. Among the Gu clan higher-ups, there were originally many clan elders to divide the interest cake of the entire village. But now that only Fang Yuan and the other elders amounting to less than 10 remained, that cake was still whole and intact. To split this large cake among themselves, they would have to compete against one another. Political battles, although not as flashy or bloody as the wolf tide, was full of schemes, plotting, and setting traps. It was difficult and harsh. At first, Fang Yuan, as the only newly advanced elder, had a strong momentum and attracted great attention. But now that he admitted his mistake, it completely ruined his political career. It was tantamount to giving up the chance to compete for this interest cake with the other clan elders. At once, Fang Yuan's threat level towards the other clan elders became much lower. Their gaze towards Fang Yuan showed that the pressure they felt towards him had reduced. At this time, clan leader Gu Yubo sighed. Since Fang Yuan himself admitted to it, as clan leader, I have to punish you for the act of running away from battle. According to the clan ancestors' rules, runaways will be stripped of their clan elder status, but the final result shall be decided by me and the other clan elders. We'll decide on your punishment after a discussion, but regardless of the result, I hope you can accept it. The others showed a weird expression. Fang Yuan nodded, not speaking, as if he had submitted to fate. Gu Yaoji broke her own arm to save her life. This was decisive and ruthless. Fang Yuan was the same, except he lost even more, giving up his clan elder status. His greatest problem now is the sudden appearance of the Tai family father and daughter. If he got involved in the political turmoil now, facing suppression from other elders, his situation would get even more dangerous. Letting go, willingness to let go, among taking and letting go, that is life. The identity of clan elder was to cultivate better, that is its only purpose to me. To pursue eternal life, I walked on the demonic path. I am willing to discard my own life. What else can I not discard? Clan elder status. Humph. Fang Yuan did not feel a shred of regret or annoyance. This was the wisest decision. Moreover, although there's a punishment, it would definitely be minimized. After all, there were little clan elders left, and as a rank 3 Gu master, his strength was greatly valued. The clan leader has to punish him on one end, but also needs to borrow his strength to stabilize the entire village's circumstance. Thus he also needed to give in to Fang Yuan. As for the other clan elders, Fang Yuan had stepped out of this political contest and no longer held any threat. They would not offend Fang Yuan anymore. After all, if they force Fang Yuan to retaliate, isn't it finding trouble for themselves? Although there is the clan system, but what is a system? A system is just a tool to maintain the interests of those in power. On one hand, it governs and divides the interest of the lower levels, but it is also the rules that contain the higher-ups as they compete against each other. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. These matters, he was clear as day. The truth was transparent to him. The most crucial point now is the Tai family father and daughter. Fuck, they came much earlier than I had anticipated, even before the wolf tide is completely gone. Humph. But such a behavior perfectly fits Tai Shuelong's hatred towards evil and his selflessness in fighting crime. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a strong pressure. Even though Tai Shuelong is injured now, his battle strength was not something Fang Yuan could compete against. A starving dying camel is larger than a horse. It is this logic. I need to leave the village, but I also need to avoid the pursuit of the Tai father and daughter pair. How can I get out of this predicament? Fang Yuan was vexed. This Tai family father and daughter was not as easy to confuse as Jiafu. Moreover, Fang Yuan's cultivation was too low. Even if he had 1,001 plans, what could he do without actual strength? Rank 3 and 5, it was a world of difference. Everyone, I have something to say. At this point, the silent Gu Emotion suddenly said. His expression was pale as he had dragged his injured body to the banquet, and he did not drink wine, only sipping tea. But what he said next shocked people to death. There's something I have to be honest about. Elder Fang Yuan did not manage to enter the battlefield, and that was due to me. What? At once, the other clan elders were shocked. Oh, what do you mean? Gu Yubo asked. Fang Yuan sent a glance over, hiding his shock. Why would this Gu Emo-chen stand up for himself? During this wolf tide, the Mo faction inheritor Gu Mo Bei had already died unfortunately. Even though the Mo faction had to the greatest of their ability, protected Mo Bei. On the battlefield, surprises were aplenty. Moreover, during the wolf tide, everyone was in danger. Sometimes they can't even take care of themselves. What more towards others? Gu Emo-chen sighed. To speak the truth, my granddaughter Gu Mo Yin had fallen deep in love with Elder Fang Yuan. Before this, she had come to beg me, kneeling on the ground and crying, not willing to see Fang Yuan die on the battlefield. I only have one granddaughter. Thus, out of selfishness, I kept Fang Yuan in my estate and knocked him out. It was only until we chased the lightning crown wolf that I let him out. Thus, everything was due to me. It is my fault. It has nothing to do with Fang Yuan. What? Oh, is that really it? The clan elders were suspicious. Gu Emo-chen's words were quite a stretch. It was rather unbelievable. Love and relationship among youngsters is common. Gu Yubo nodded, staring at Fang Yuan with deep meaning, wanting to find out some clues from his expression. But Fang Yuan looked down with a calm expression. There was nothing to see. Clan leader was disappointed. The other clan elders exchanged glances, not understanding why Gu Emo-chen was so defensive of Fang Yuan. Him saying this in order to aid Fang Yuan. It meant that he had sacrificed his own reputation and ruined his own political prospect. Gu Emo-chen continued. In order to protect my reputation, Elder Fang Yuan willingly let himself suffer the injustice. But I have already erred once. How can I make a mistake once more? This is the truth. As for the punishment, I implore Lord Clan Leader to consider. I admit my mistake, and as with the rules, if my clan elder status is to be stripped, I have no objections. Clan Leader quickly waved his hand, saying, Elder Mo-chun has worked hard all these years. What you did was understandable. Humans are not grass or wood. How can we not have feelings? Now that our clan is greatly weakened, we need loyal and strong elders like you. But this is still your own selfishness. Thus the punishment still needs to be decided. We have an important guest today. Let's not talk about this now. Come, Brother Tai. I and the clan elders shall offer you a toast. Saying so, Gu Yubo stood up. The other clan elders stood up as well, raising their cups. Everyone is too kind. I still have to trouble you all later. I hope I can seek your understanding. Tai Shuelong did not put on airs, standing up and drinking his wine. In the courtyard of the Mo faction, flora and fauna were abundant. The artificial mountain had a spring flowing with crystal clear water. In the night sky, the moon hung high in the sky like a plate. The banquet had long ended. Fang Yuan sat in the cooling pavilion as he listened to the sound of the flowing water, and he placed down his teacup with a plain expression. Sitting opposite him was Gu Yuemo-chun. After the banquet was over, he had invited Fang Yuan over for a discussion. Come, have another cup of tea. This bamboo leaf clear water tea is good in eliminating hangovers. Gu Yuemo-chun laughed, pouring personally into Fang Yuan's cup. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, and on seeing the cup being filled again, he said, "Indeed a good cure for hangovers." Saying so, he looked outside the pavilion, only to see that the pale white moon had radiated the grounds with its moonlight. Under the moon, the pavilion was quiet and graceful, but in the wind there were lurking shadows, showing how the Mo faction courtyard was turning from a prosperous state to a declining one. During the banquet, Fang Yuan had already understood Gu Yuemo-chun's intention. Seeing this scene, he was even more sure of himself. The Mo faction had no inheritor left. Once Gu Yuemo-bei died, the entire Mo faction would lose its inheritor. Although Mo-bei still had his sister Mo-yin, the clan rules was that, since ancient times, it favored males over females, and the assets can only be inherited by a male and not female. Even if Gu Yuemo-yin gets to rank 3 next time and advances to clan elder, her assets do not represent the Mo faction, but only her own. If she married anyone, this asset will be transferred to under her husband's name. If they lost their inheritor, a clan's political influence would have no prospects, and no one would join them. The Mo faction had already fallen into difficult circumstances, on the verge of breaking down. But heaven always left a way, and the Mo faction was not truly at its wit's end. There was still a sliver of hope. This hope lies in Gu Yuemo-yan's hands. Although she is a female, she can marry someone. If the son-in-law marries into the Mo faction, he would have an acceptable status, and can inherit the Mo faction. Seeing that Fang Yuan had no inclination to mention it, Gu Yuemo-chun scolded this crafty lad internally, but had to speak. I wonder what Elder Fang Yuan thinks of my Mo faction. He had an unspeakable grief. Ever since his injury, his cultivation had fallen to rank 2, without any chance of ever regaining rank 3. He could only rely on his Gu worm to conceal his true aura. But paper cannot cover fire. He would be exposed one day. His only inheritor had died, while he himself was rank 2 and would lose his clan elder identity. Gu Yuemo-chun needed someone who could hold the fort to sustain their faction. Back then, he had both authority and status. Thus the Mo faction controlled a large amount of the interest cake. But now that the clan's factions were reorganizing themselves, he did not want any more interests. As long as he can defend what he already has, that would be the biggest victory. He pondered left and right, and the most suitable person was Fang Yuan without doubt. Chapter 173. White form immortal snake sunset clouds are blown away as cool wind fills the air, and the jade disk spins silently in the Milky Way. Ning looked out from the window and gazed at the night sky. A bright and sparkling moon was shining in the sky. Occasionally, wolf howls could be heard in the distance, adding some bleakness to the peaceful moonlight. In the study room, the Bai clan leader was sitting at his side with a dazed expression. Just a moment ago, Ning told him about the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Northern Dark Ice Soul. 10 absolute aptitudes. The Bai clan leader mumbled constantly. I have already sensed that my end is nearing. My aperture is gradually unable to endure the burden. These past few years, I've truly caused you much problems. Ning softly sighed. His expression was calm. No longer was there the abnormal reckless and crazed state as before. What replaced them was tranquility and peace. This tranquility and peace came from his heart. He had found his path and was no longer perplexed by life and death. People mature over time, and the stimulation from life and death could further speed up this process. Moonlight fell down like flowing water, illuminating Ning's fair skin. Under the flowing radiance, his 2 blue eyes shone with depth. He was like a beautiful young man from a painting, with white hair and white clothes like the immortals in the clouds, causing people to look intently. How could this happen? You were clearly a grade with 99% primeval essence when your aptitude was tested. It absolutely wasn't the Northern Dark Ice Soul. The Bai clan leader was still refusing to accept it. It was indeed so. But one day when I was cultivating, my aptitude suddenly advanced. I checked the ancient scrolls and records in the clan and found some information on this. Every 99% a grade aptitude has the possibility of advancing to 10 absolute aptitudes while cultivating, Ning said. All 10 defy the heavens, and the heavens can't tolerate them. Even Rinzu's 10 children didn't have a good end. Sigh, is there really no way to salvage it? Bai clan leader felt pity and regret when he looked at the beautiful boy in front of him. He was the clan's pride and their hope to rise up in power. However, his life was already nearing its end. Despite glowing brightly, he was like a firework which could only shine splendidly for one single moment. There are no ways to evade my impending doom, but there are some ways to delay it. However, all these methods need many years to prepare, which I don't have. Ning Bing said all this and gave a light laugh, as if the one being discussed about was not him, but some irrelevant outsider. Don't worry. Who doesn't die? True immortality doesn't exist. As long as we live our life interestingly, it is enough. He was instead consoling the clan leader. I cannot accept this. I absolutely cannot. Damn it. My Bai clan has been suppressed by the Guyu clan for centuries. We finally found hope, but it ends up like this. No, there is still hope. Bai clan leader's voice got louder and louder till suddenly, his expression turned firm as if he had decided on something. Follow me. I will bring you to a place. He stood up and said. After a while, the bright moonlight shone upon a deep pool. This is the spirit spring? Ning Bing asked. He had been led by the Bai clan leader as they went through a long secret pathway and finally arrived here. Indeed, this is our clan's restricted area, the location of the spirit spring. You also know this. Every clan's foundation is established upon a natural spirit spring, where the primeval stones produced by it will be used to provide for their cultivation. Our Bai clan can only be considered a small medium-scale clan, and only by annexing Guyu and Xiong clan, as well as possessing at least 3 springs, can we become a large-scale clan. Bai clan leader sighed. Then clan leader, what did you bring me here for? Bai clan leader's face revealed a complex expression, and as he turned around to look at Ning Bing, his expression contained some hesitation. I had originally never thought of bringing you here. However, the affairs of the world are hard to anticipate. To think, you would end up possessing Northern Dark Eye's soul. Your only chance at living lies within this spring. What is in this spring? Ning Bing asked. A great immortal. Bai clan leader said with a deep voice. Great immortal? Ning Bing was flabbergasted. Great immortal is its title. It is a snake Gu left by our Bai clan's first-generation ancestor. It likes cleanliness, and its food is the water of Spirit Spring. It has always been secretly living in the Spirit Spring, Bai clan leader introduced. Before the first-generation ancestor passed away, he set up a secret inheritance and left behind this snake Gu as a clue. If you can get the approval of the Great Immortal, it will open the secret inheritance for you. But if you can't receive its approval, the Bai clan leader stopped his sentence in the middle. What happens then? Ning Bing asked. Bai clan leader's expression turned grave, and he said, it will kill you. At the same time, Guyu village. Inside the room, Tai Ruanin kept her recon Gu and nodded with satisfaction. The environment here is pretty good. It's rather clean. The clean she referred to wasn't talking about the cleanliness of the room, but was pointing at the lack of surveillance. It was impossible to say that there absolutely wasn't any surveillance. After all, Tai Shuelong was rank 5, so he possessed too great of a threat. Hence, there was a necessity for some precautions. However, Guyu clan's defensive and surveillance measures were just at the right amount, and the level was quite low too, not creating any feelings of provocation and aversion. It could even be taken as excessively earnest and passionate reception, which was why Tai Ruanin gave the assessment of rather clean. Tai Shuelong slightly nodded. Ruanan, you have followed me for so long and have learned many things. However, some things can only be learned by taking actions and not just by spectating from the sides. Hence, I handed this case to you. Father, I will definitely work hard and give my best. Good. Then, let me ask you, what should your next step be? Tai Shuelong was deliberately testing her. Tai Ruanin smiled. She turned around and gazed at the moon through the window. The moon is beautiful tonight. Dad, can I have the pleasure to take you around this Guyu village? Upon hearing this, Tai Shuelong revealed a gratifying smile. When starting out on a case, it was not urgent to understand the details of the case. The first step to solve a case was to survey the surroundings. The father and daughter pair slowly walked through the streets. After resisting the most terrifying attacks of the wolf tide, Guyu clan was now in a wretched state. There were collapsed bamboo buildings and bloodstains all around. Junks were piled up all over the place, and feeble moaning sounds of crippled people could be heard from time to time. The Thai father and daughter pair walked around the village without saying any words. Fang Yuan, you bastard, fuck off. Suddenly, a loud roar came from within a courtyard. The Thai father and daughter stopped walking. After a long while, the courtyard gate opened and Fang Yuan walked out while rubbing his nose with a vague smile on his face. Hello, little brother Fang Yuan. Tai Shuelong took the initiative to send his greetings. Junior pays his respects to Lord Divine Investigator. Fang Yuan constrained his smile and cupped his hands. Little brother, we are new here and don't know the place well. Is it possible for little brother to tell us a thing or two? Tai Shuelong suddenly asked. Tai Ruanin glanced at her father, but she didn't make any comments. Fang Yuan's gaze hardened. He was just about to go meet them, but this opportunity was delivered right up to him. Both of you have traveled a great distance and suffered hardships to come and solve the case. The whole village ought to help you. Please follow me. Fang Yuan spoke directly without showing the slightest evil intention and walked in front. The spirit spring was raging like the boiling water. All of a sudden, the spring water rose up like a tidal wave. After it reached a certain height, the spirit spring scattered and splashed in all directions. A slender white snake, its whole body covered with snow-white scales, tread on the waves and revealed its elegant appearance. Its eyes were like jade, cold and indifferent. On the two sides of its head were a pair of long whiskers, floating like celestial ribbons. Rank 5 White Form Immortal Snake Gu. I pay respects to Great Immortal. By clan leader emotionally kneeled on the ground, and at the same time anxiously urged, by Ning Bing, why are you not kneeling down? I will never kneel before a Gu. By Ning Bing coldly snorted, his body standing upright and tall. Although the white form immortal snake Gu released an ethereal cold grandeur with heavy killing intent concealed within, By Ning Bing was not the least bit afraid. His two blue pupils directly stared at its snake eyes. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The spirit spring and the Bai clan leader had become insignificant background objects. Under the bright moonlight, the picturesque youngster with blue pupils and the silver-whiskered white snake gazed at each other. After a good while, the white snake suddenly gave a long cry and turned into a white rainbow, slamming into Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing's body jolted. The white light entered his aperture and turned into a white snake. The white snake occupied the central area of his primeval essence, and with its tyrannical attitude, all the surrounding Gu were immediately forced to the side. This situation, Bai clan leader stood up with a puzzled expression. It doesn't match what the clan's secret records say. According to the clan's secret records, once a Gu master obtained approval, the white form immortal snake Gu would fly with the inheritor and open the inheritance in the sky. However, the current situation was somewhat weird. The white form immortal snake Gu took the initiative to enter Bai Ning Bing's aperture and didn't kill him, which should mean that it had approved of him. But why didn't it carry Bai Ning Bing and fly to the sky? Could it be that the secret records were wrong? Bai clan leader couldn't make sense of it. Time quietly flew by. That more or less sums up everything about Guyu village. There is the underground cave, but that is a restricted area of the clan and outsiders aren't allowed entry. Fang Yuan said. He looked at the bright moon in the sky and continued. It is getting late. Please go and rest. You need to have the energy to investigate tomorrow, right? Haha, Elder Fang Yuan is correct. We are really thankful for Elder Fang Yuan's directions. Please go and take a rest, Tai Shuelong said. In that case, I will take my leave. Fang Yuan cupped his hands before directly leaving. Tai Shuelong looked at Fang Yuan's figure with interest, and only after Fang Yuan turned into a corner did he take back his gaze. Ruanan, what do you think of this Fang Yuan? He suddenly asked. I don't like him. My intuition tells me he is covered in shadows. The young girl frowned. Tai Shuelong nodded his head. I know you have the intuition Gu, which strengthens your intuition, but we need definite evidence to solve a case. Just relying on intuition alone won't be convincing. Don't always depend on your intuition. I do not want you to use the intuition Gu to solve this case. Yes, Father. Chapter 174. Junior Divine Investigator Tai Shuelong said again. Now, analyze this person Fang Yuan. Father, you suspected as Fang Yuan? Tai Ruanan was stunned, but continued. He is a very logical and intelligent person, and when he introduced the village to us, every word he said was appropriate and well organized. Gasp! Tai Ruanan suddenly drew in a mouthful of cold air. She frowned. I didn't notice this earlier, but after you just reminded me, I realized it. This Fang Yuan is too good at speaking. Everything he said is objectively the truth, abandoning his personal feelings, standing at a bystander's perspective and describing calmly, not allowing others to find flaws in his words, thus not able to get additional clues. His words were very clean. The young girl hesitated before using the word clean. Tai Shuelong nodded, but then shook his head. He did not abandon his feelings. Everyone has feelings, and even a cold-blooded murderer has feelings. He only concealed his personal feelings very well and was in full control of his emotions. This lad has a demonic nature. Demonic nature? That's right, think about it. He spoke the truth during the banquet, saying he was frightened and did not dare to enter the battlefield. Tell me, if it was a normal person, would they do that? Tai Shuelong asked. Tai Ruanan shook her head. No, Gu masters put the clan's honor and their own reputation higher than their own lives. But that might not be certain, for in history there have also been many people who sacrificed their own reputation, right? That's right, but who were those people? Tai Shuelong's gaze was deep. Tai Ruanan considered, before her expression changed. They were all outstanding individuals. That's correct. Throughout history, those who sacrificed their own reputations only had two aims. One was that they had a greater aim in mind, and compared to their aim, reputation is worth nothing. The other is to preserve themselves, defaming themselves to prevent suspicion. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone. Father, you are saying? You are thinking too much. I just feel that this young man is very interesting, but too bad he is only a C grade, Tai Shuelong said. The moonlight was like water on this night. Fang Yuan walked on the empty street, his footsteps slightly heavy but filled with determination. After interacting with Tai Shuelong earlier, he was indeed what the rumors said. This Tai Shuelong had a gaze that could see through the world, and his intelligence and wits were deep like a chasm. He swept through the southern border for tens of years, establishing his famed name. He really was an outstanding talent. Wanting to remove his suspicions in front of such a person was extremely difficult. As long as they had enough time, they would definitely discover the truth. Now is a race against time. But, MO Faction's recruitment, I can make good use of it. Not long ago in the MO Faction Pavilion, Fang Yuan had given absurd demands. In return for marrying Mo Yen, he wanted 100,000 primeval stones, 10 rare Gu worms, and each at least rank 3. This made Gu Yu Emochin furious. He was marrying away his precious granddaughter, but Fang Yuan still had more demands. Such a shameless way to ask for gifts, and so greedy, it was really the last straw. Thus, the discussion faltered, and he chased Fang Yuan out. Fang Yuan left immediately without any inclination to stay. He knew Emochin's intention, thus he would definitely compromise. His absurd demands were just a way of bargaining, paying the lowest price when buying and asking for the highest price when selling. But this matter has equal benefits and demerits. Although with more primeval stones I can feed the heavenly essence treasure Lotus, my original plan to get out of the political spiral would be ruined. In tonight's banquet, Gu Yu Emochin sacrificed himself to salvage my political career. From then on, he might face all sorts of elder suppression. Gu Yu village's political situation now was, clan leader was healthy, while for the two important elders, Gu Yu Qi Lian was dead, but the Qi faction was not finished yet, as inheritor Qi Cheng was still alive. At the same time, there was still Gu Yu Qi Zhong, an elder from the same faction. But Mo faction lost its inheritor, and Mo Chun was heavily injured, falling to rank 2, unable to even keep his clan elder status. The two formerly large factions had already gone downhill. The medicine faction, in contrast, were mostly healing Gu masters. As supports, they had little sacrifice while still keeping most of their strength, and were on the verge of rising up. Medicine faction was originally the clan leader's faction, but now it had the ability to be independent. Regardless of whether Gu Yu Yaoji chooses to be independent or rely on the clan elder, in order to strengthen themselves, they would need to snatch and merge. And the weakened Qi and Mo faction were the best targets. If they did not strike now, later on when the two factions stabilize internally, it would be much more difficult. Being in the human world, many things are not up to me. Why not just let down my hair and sail away to the seas? Sailing with the winds and breaking waves as I travel 30,000 li. That is the true demonic path I take. Fang Yuan raised his head, looking at the moon as he sighed. He wanted to get away from the political spiral, but Gu Yu Mo Chun dragged him back by force. He faced pressure from all the factions, and Tai Shuelong was already starting to solve the case. On the other hand, Bai Ningbing had already regained his new arm. Like a boat traveling in the darkness with danger lurking everywhere, how was he to open up a path for himself? The next day, what? You said that the person who murdered Jia Jinsheng had already been found and was killed already. Tai Ruan felt extremely perturbed. This morning, she had woken up early and officially started to solve the case. But to think that the first information she got was that the killer had already been sentenced. That's right, the killer is a demonic Gu master. He once assassinated our clan's rising star and tried to kill the genius. Thus he was killed on the spot. A clan elder provided the information. Is that really so? Did he admit personally that he was Jia Jingsheng's killer? Tai Ruan frowned deeply. Beside her, Tai Shuelong wore a copper mask as he stood like a statue. He didn't. But, if it's not him, who else could it be? The clan elder shrugged. Tai Ruan thought internally. This is all an assumption. There is no real proof. But whether it is the truth or not, this demonic Gu master has to be investigated clearly. Most likely, this is a lead that will bring us to the truth. Thinking of this, Tai Ruan raised her head abruptly. Where is he buried? I want to inspect the corpse. In a simple and torn coffin, there was a corpse within. The rotting smell assaulted noses, and clan servants and Gu masters were so disgusted that they ran far away to hide. Tai family father and daughter acted as if they were unaffected, and Tai Ruan's eyes glowed brightly, excitedly stretching her hand and inspecting. A person's corpse has lots of traces. At times, 1 or 2 small injuries would be the evidence needed to point out the murderer. On this corpse, there were many injuries, but the person's appearance was still clear, and he was still wearing his original clothes. Tai Ruan checked for ages, and only then did she get up with a lingering interest. Anything? Tai Shuelong asked lightly, testing her secretly. Guyu clan thinks this person is Jia Jinsheng's killer, thus they kept the corpse well. There's a huge problem in this corpse, Tai Ruan answered. He's a middle-aged man, right arm thicker than the left. Both his hands have a thick callus. Seeing how his callus is distributed, they are uneven. There are many injuries on his body, numerous fatal wounds, showing the intense battle he had before death. But on his body there are also a lot of hidden injuries, especially his left foot having 3 less toes. This is left behind from many years ago. Saying so, she continued deducing, he was most likely a hunter. There are many evidences. His disproportional left and right side and the callus on his hand shows that he's an experienced bowman. There are many injuries made by wild beasts on his body, like claw marks and bites, showing he often fought against beasts. His clothes are not the traditional Gu master clothes, and his shoes are even more interesting, weaved from bamboo hemp grass. This kind of grass only grows near Qingmao bamboo, and Qingmao Mountain only produces Qingmao bamboo. Other than that, in the surrounding mountains, there is no bamboo hemp grass. So what are you getting at? Tai Shuelong pursued. Before this person became a demonic Gu master, he was a hunter. From his clothes, he was most likely a resident hunter on Qingmao Mountain. Tai Ronan's eyes shone brightly. Why do you think he is a resident here? If it is the grass shoes, he could have killed the villagers here and worn them. Tai Shuelong rebuked. That's not it. The most special part of his clothes is the shoes, because if they were taken by force, most would not fit his size perfectly. But look at this, 2 disproportionate legs, and yet the shoes fit nicely. This is made just for him. He has 3 less toes on his leg feet, thus the left grass shoe is shorter. His stump is very cleanly cut and sharp. I assume it is most likely due to stepping on a trap by mistake, Tai Ruan said. Tai Shuelong did not deny it nor confirm it, and did not even give any criticism. Like what he said earlier, he left it to Tai Ruan to solve the case. Tai Ruan continued saying, with this conjecture, we can go to the surrounding hamlets and investigate. We might find more clues. Wait. Just when she was about to speak, the young girl's expression stiffened. She suddenly remembered, this Qingmao Mountain had just undergone a wolf tide calamity. Even the villages were heavily damaged, not to mention those hamlets. She knew that using this method to find out the person's identity and information bore little hope. But even if the chances are slim, as long as there is a possibility for success, I must try. It was the young girl's first individual case, and she was full of drive. But half a day passed, and she returned empty-handed. This wolf tide was the largest and most horrifying one yet. So many hamlets had 0 survivors, and this brought great trouble to her investigations. This lead is gone. What are you going to do next? Tai Shuelong asked at an appropriate time. The young girl gritted her teeth, and in her tone there was stubbornness and tenacity. No, it is not over yet. Father, you said it yourself. The true lead is often hidden more deeply, and as long as we continue to excavate, it will appear. This demonic Gu master's death is strange. Firstly, why did he assault Fang Zheng? What did Fang Zheng do to offend him, causing him to assassinate him with his life, under the situation which was basically an assured death? Moreover, he is a local, but after his death, why did no one recognize him? Hearing her words, Tai Shuelong was a little surprised. Child, you have truly grown up, the divine investigator sighed, and in his tone there was contentment and gratification. Chapter 175, Increasing Pressure. You're asking me why that Gu master came to kill me? How would I know? Facing Tai Ruan's questioning, Fang Zheng blinked innocently. If you have done something, I hope you won't conceal the truth. Because your words, even though they might seem insignificant, can have great help towards solving the case, the young girl said sincerely. Fang Zheng shook his head. I'm very perplexed too. During that period, I was cultivating nonstop. So how could I attract any assassinations? But afterwards, the people around me realized that this demonic Gu master could have been hired by the other 2 clans to kill a rising star like myself. You also know the rivalry between us and the Bai clan and Xiong clan. Especially the Xiong clan. They're the greatest suspects as they had once recruited demonic Gu masters into their clan. Xiong clan, huh? Tai Ruan became a little discouraged after hearing this, since the Xiong clan had already been eliminated by the wolf tide. It seems that this lead is lost as well. Suddenly, murmurs came from outside the room. Quick, look there, isn't that people from the Xiong clan? I thought the Xiong clan was exterminated. How can there be any envoys coming here? Xiong clan envoy's appearance caused a vivid discussion among the village, as people talked with one another. Soon, news came from the clan leader pavilion. Xiong clan still has a large number of survivors. They retreated on their own, using a Gu that their ancestor left behind, concealing many people at the same time, cheating death. These scumbags, retreating and avoiding battle, causing the wolf tide to come to us. These Xiong clan people may look rough and large, but their hearts are devious on the inside. wanting to borrow the power of the wolf tide to weaken us. They are too despicable. Guyu clansmen were furious. The appearance of the Xiong clan envoy had caused the Qing Mao Mountains' political distribution to undergo a complete shift. What was thought to be a two-sided competition between Bai clan and Guyu clan in the end remained a three-way competition. But one would understand once they thought about it. The Xiong clan had survived for hundreds of years without falling. They had their own foundations too. Which clan did not have an ancestor and a trump card? After the Xiong clan envoy left, Guyu immediately called for a clan elder meeting. These Xiong clan bastards, they really are nothing good. To think they retreated immediately. Can't look down on anyone indeed. Xiong clan had always ranked behind our clan and Bai clan, and was the weakest among the forces on Qing Mao Mountain. But to think they had such a scheme, we have to be more careful from now on. They wanted to borrow the strength of the wolf tide to eliminate us. They nearly got us this time. If not for that lightning lycan, we might not have lost so many elders. These people deserve to die. If it wasn't for the Tai Divine Investigator appearing, 2 clan leaders might have died. We cannot let them off simply. Asking for compensation is a must. It was us and Bai clan working together to settle the problem of the lightning lycan. But to ask for compensation, we need to first discuss and formulate a sum. The clan elders spoke one after another, discussing until they had a conclusion. Guyu clan would dispatch an envoy towards the Xiong clan. They have to observe Xiong clan's remaining strength. If Xiong clan was strong, they would join forces with the Bai clan. If the Xiong clan was weak, they might send people to eliminate them and steal the spirit spring. So then, who would be suitable enough to be dispatched to Xiong clan? Guyu looked around, asking, which clan elder would shoulder this responsibility? The hall immediately became silent. The clan elders looked around at each other. No one was willing to go. The internal conflict was at its peak now, and it was the most crucial moment for the factions to divide the interest cake. If they went to the Xiong clan, their faction would be without a leader and others would make use of the opportunity. When they return, all would have been decided. So by then who would they complain to? This old one feels that, to go to the Xiong clan, someone of seniority and experience must go. It has to be someone who can hold his own. Among all of us here, only Elder Mo Chun can take on this role. Guyu Yaoji suddenly said. Guyu Mo Chun snorted, rebuking. Speaking of qualification, Lord Yaoji has much more experience than me. Especially in terms of fame. I cannot compete at all. I admit complete defeat. Going to the Xiong clan. It seems we will have to trouble Lord Yaoji after all. Elder Mo Chun is extremely right. I recommend Lord Yaoji. A clan elder stood up. I feel that Lord Mo Chun is a more suitable candidate. Another elder immediately rebuked. The scene was chaotic. Guyu stood at the leader's seat, staring coldly without making a sound. The medicine faction already had intentions of detaching into its own force, no longer under his control. Thus he did not want to help either, and merely observed the scene. This was the first contest between the medicine faction and the Mo faction. The two had their respective political allies, but the current situation was that both leaders made much compromises as well as exchange of benefits. But on a whole, the medicine faction was stronger. Guyu Yaoji's reputation as well as the Qi faction's inclination caused this situation. Guyu stared coldly, noting in his heart the factions that each individual belonged to. As the clan leader, he did not want to see his authority being reduced, and these elders were his competitors. But now he had decided to merely observe and not strike yet. Mo faction controls too much power and resources, and now that they have lost their inheritor, the medicine faction jumped out hurriedly and tried to attack them. Thus, the most crucial aspect of this contest is all on one person. Guyu thought silently, turning his gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had been sitting in his seat, not saying a word. It seems this Fang Yuan isn't very close with the Mo faction and has not gotten a mutual agreement on interest distribution. Otherwise, he'd have helped out already. Is this my chance? Guyu thought. But at this moment, Fang Yuan suddenly stood up from his seat. This action attracted everyone's attention. What he said next was a shocker. Going as an envoy, this is an important matter involving the survival of our clan. I am willing to step up, bearing the responsibility of an envoy, and investigate the Xiong clan's current state for our clan. What? Fang Yuan is asking to go? What is the meaning of this? Is he really stupid or acting stupid? Isn't he afraid that when he comes back, all the interests would have been distributed away already? The clan elders all showed expressions of shock. Fang Yuan had his own plans. If he went to the Xiong clan, he might be able to find a chance and instigate a conflict among the 3 clans. Even if he can't, this is a chance to leave. Wait, anyone here can be the envoy but Fang Yuan alone. The door suddenly opened and Tai Ruanin walked in, barging her way in. Fang Yuan turned his body to look, and his irises shrunk a little. He saw the Tai family father and daughter walk in, as well as 2 other people behind them. One looked just like Fang Yuan, It is indeed his brother Guyu Fangzheng, while the other was Guyu Jianghe. What does Tai Divine Investigator have to enlighten us on today? Guyu Bo stood up to greet him, his tone slightly unhappy. This was a Guyu internal discussion. How could they just barge in like that? Guyu clan leader, as well as the other elders. My daughter has already investigated the identity of the demonic Gu master that once assaulted Guyu Fangzheng. Tai Shuelong spoke. Oh, is that so? That demonic Gu master, wasn't he instigated by the Xiong clan? Is there a hidden story behind this? Indeed, this demonic Gu master's true identity is a hunter from a hamlet at the base of the mountain. Only by chance did he manage to become a demonic Gu master. His name is Wang Er. The reason why he assaulted Guyu Fangzheng is because of his brother Fang Yuan. Saying so, Tai Ruan and stared intently at Fang Yuan. Brother, to think you are such a person. Fang Zheng, standing at one side, clenched his fist, showing rage in his eyes. What do you mean by this, young lady? Guyu Mo Chun said in a solemn voice. Don't tell me. Fang Yuan is the one that hired this demonic Gu master to assassinate his own brother Fang Zheng? Guyu Yaoji showed an excited expression. Even Guyu Bo was taken aback, as he adjusted his posture on his seat. You're all mistaken. Tai Ruan shook her head. The truth is, Fang Yuan killed innocent people, murdering old man Wang's entire family, causing Wang Er to take revenge. But Wang Er did not know that Fang Yuan had a twin brother. Thus he mistook Fang Zheng for Fang Yuan, and assaulted him for revenge. Young lady, everything needs proof, a clan elder spoke. Of course I have evidence. Guyu Jianghe, tell us everything that you know. Tai Ruan was prepared for this, not panicking. Guyu Jianghe sighed. He looked at the Tai family father and daughter in fear, slowly walking forward and kneeling on the ground, crying. It is this subordinate's dereliction of duty. I seek clan leader's punishment. Guyu Bo's face was grim as water. Say everything clearly first. Do not hide anything from us. Back then, when Fang Yuan killed old man Wang's family, it was under Guyu Jianghe's area of jurisdiction, and only when he got to the spot did he discover it. Because of the clan evaluation, he suppressed this matter and did not report it. Never would he have thought that today the matter would be exposed, dug up by Tai Ronan. The truth is like this. Jianghe stammered as he spoke, not adding any details into his descriptions, very simple and truthful. At this time and place, he did not dare to lie. Fang Yuan was also a clan elder, so he did not dare to exaggerate facts. I never would have thought that the truth would be like this. Fang Yuan killed Wang Er's father, and Wang Er came to take revenge, but found Fang Zheng instead. So that's it. Fang Zheng was innocently involved, and blocked the crisis for Fang Yuan. The clan elders whispered among themselves. Fang Zheng's clenched fist was even tighter as rage grew in his heart. He could not help but growl at Fang Yuan. Brother, how can you take people's lives away so easily? That old man and girl, they were innocent mortals. How could you cut them down? Facing his brother's accusations, Fang Yuan was indifferent, as if he did not hear it. Guyu Fangzheng was not the main point. Fang Yuan looked at the Tai family father and daughter. Being able to discover the truth in such a short time, they were indeed divine investigators. Regardless of what Gu worms they used, whatever method to make Jianghe submit and reveal his own secret, they had their ways. This ability made Fang Yuan even more certain that the matter of him killing Jiajin Shang would definitely be found out by the Tai father and daughter duo. It was only a matter of time. After all, this is the Gu world, where Gu can be used to commit crime and also used to solve crime. Pressure was intensifying.